Home Alone, you remember that shit? That shit's amazing.
Oh man, Home Alone is a classic.
Home Alone is a
Home Alone
classic.
is a classic.
It is. I'm
It's
sorry you're
not better
too
than
young
Across.
to remember
It's
the
not.
epic that is Home Alone, my guy.
It's not better than Across the Spider-Verse.
Wait, so, Kairito, do you like it when movies are portrayed positively or not?
Yes, yes. When it's the movies I like. Yes.
Well,
When it's
maybe
the
you should have better
Wolverine. Yes.
taste.
The Wolverine. The Wolverine is another one.
It's like the fucking meme, dude. The everyone I agree with is based. Everyone who disagrees with me is ontologically evil. There is no in between.
Everyone who I disagree with, everyone I disagree with is
Unfortunately for
Luthor.
you,
There's
unfortunately
Luthor.
for you, Jan, I have depicted you as the shitposting monkey from Superman.
From Superman and it's over, yeah. Dude, I've had so many people. Please don't bring that up. I'm gonna lose my mind if that's like. I'm actually like, listen, I'm near my tether. Fucking. Oh man. Shit posting monkeys, get it? It's great.
Alrighty.
I'm not gonna lie. When I saw this, I was like, "Oh, that's amazing."
I know.
What is up, chat? I listened for the first hour where they talked about Man of Steel. No mention of Southpaw. Wonder why. Oh, I guess he's talking about the EFAP. Yeah, I wonder why. EFAP having a bad take is a canon event. That's the thing. Here's the thing that frustrates me about EFAP having, like, bad criticism, is that there are actually really good criticisms you can make of the movie, right? But they are doing a bad job from what I've seen. From what I've seen, they've brought up, like, completely nothing points, or they fixate on the weirdest things. I don't know.
It's that one Homelander meme. It's like when someone has the same opinion as you, but they express it in such an annoying way you don't want to agree.
I'm gonna be the devil's advocate here. I think that their takes were largely okay from what I have seen. So maybe I'm crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once.
I think you're crazy because they said why does Lex Luthor want to kill Superman? So
that was wild.
Well. To be fair, oh god, I don't know if I want to start spitting hot lava this early. I can go back to that later.
Just a heads up to everybody. Heads up to everybody. We're gonna do a disagreement day on this movie next weekend. I don't know if it's Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. We'll decide then. But we're gonna have a disagreement day for sure.
Yeah. I would say the worst criticisms I've seen haven't really been from EFAP, but from like people like Decent Gamers, like Jeremy.
Decent Gamers. Yeah, it's not close.
Like you have to be the way he frames it is just like really disingenuous because from the way he frames it, it's as if these characters are sobbing like uncontrollably for no reason and not going through like really like stressful stressful moments.
Yeah, it reminds me of like it reminds me of the criticism against Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, where people are like, "Well, he why does he cry? Why does he cry?" Or like when Nerdrotic did that with Homecoming.
I was literally gonna bring that up. Yeah, like
I didn't
Tom
cry when I
Holland,
was 15.
Spider-Man. It's like, okay, yeah, great, but were you in a situation where you were gonna get fucking killed brutally? I don't think so.
The movie is bad because he cries.
Listen. I like the idea that there's like they have like a meter set up, and it's like a metric PS2 screen time, and if it's like 1, it immediately goes up. You know, it's like, okay, this is like guaranteed to be a 3 now.
There's a max allowed. It's like you're allowed a certain amount of F-bombs in a PG-13 movie. You're allowed a certain amount of crying scenes in the
movie. I just also need to.
Now, where exactly do I go?
I think it's
watch together.
I was also going to say it's worth getting this one out there as well. At least I'll get this one out there. Not everyone has to corroborate this, but to anyone saying in earnest that this movie, irrespective of my feelings on it, that this movie is worse than Man of Steel, you should be institutionalized immediately. You are participating in an activity that is colloquially known as schizomaxing, and you should see a medical professional. Like immediately.
I would consider that political propaganda, saying that Man of Steel is better.
Yeah, like I think that this is it's not. Man of Steel is like actually it's in the running for like the worst superhero movie ever made. Just so we're clear.
It's up there. Well, I think BVS is worse.
BVS is worse, yes. Thankfully, Zack Snyder can outdo himself, so it doesn't have to suffer that fate. But you know.
All right, I just pinged my server, so now we should probably have some people from League showing up.
Someone said, "Do the amazing Lucas take on the film." Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah.
Holy
Lucas
shit!
was
What's
right.
Lightspeed?
Lucas was right about the film.
The amazing
I-
Lightspeed.
SK, how can you wait? SK,
I
yeah.
disagree with that.
Okay, how can we criticize Lucas? He's Lightspeed, man. He's seen the movie like 5 times at least in the last
True.
minute. There's-
True.
you can't-
In literally
Can't
5
compete with
minutes,
that.
he created the Lucas Corp. Minecraft
Like
is
the-
better than Superman. Damn, that's a take.
Dude, you know what should be a comic book? Flash Family versus Lucas School. We need that. I think. People were saying that Superman was going to save the superhero movie. I think that would save the superhero movie easily.
True. All right, is
Mhm.
everybody in? Because we're about to watch Critical Stinkers review.
I'm not in yet. Sorry. Give me a second.
Yeah, window.
I get the reference.
Okay, how do we crop off the top parts again?
I understood that reference.
Just use the crop feature in OBS.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get moving along right now, so you can just have that in the background. Did you see Ranting for Vengeance? We will. You know what? Just request reviews in the chat, honestly, and then we'll go through them.
Did you see Ranting for Vengeance is the equivalent of asking someone if they've seen, like, I don't know, the inside of like the Cambodian killing fields? Unfortunately, we all have, but you know, it's not something we relish.
Dude, Ranting
Alright,
for
so-
Vengeance is
There
just
we
like
go, that's
comedy.
That's fair.
He's just
Yeah.
comedy.
He's like he's a synthetic man-esque character, isn't he? He's more of like a clown person.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. My Wi-Fi's working. They found a place much better Wi-Fi, so now I can actually stream. Thank
Awesome.
Lord.
Okay. How many videos are we doing? We're gonna try to get through a lot. That's what I'll say. So yeah, we'll just get started. We're gonna hit play.
On holiday for a few days, and what feels like the biggest controversy in pop culture blows up across the
dead.
internet. Out of all the movies I expected to be a lightning rod for conspiracy theories, political tug-of-wars, and the kind of explosive fan warfare that makes the Snyderverse look like a polite disagreement over afternoon tea, the last one I predicted was James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn. But not to worry, dear viewer, because the drinker is back to bring order out of chaos, restore balance to a world gone mad, and pronounce the final verdict on James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn. And damn, man, what a delightfully optimistic, frustratingly flawed, and thoroughly weird movie this turned out to be. On the
So just we haven't heard his points, of course. So obviously, you know, it'll depend on what he says. But just that broad statement alone, how much do we agree or disagree?
I mean,
Yeah,
that
very
kind of
cool.
describes what I've been going through. Like at first,
Strongly agree,
I've been
yeah.
going back and forth on it, the movie. If I'm being completely honest.
I agree with his
I'd say if
overall
you-
sentiment that, you know, it's heartfelt, it's got flaws, but, you know, it's kind of weird to think about.
It feels like a movie that's so close yet so far. That's my.
That is like the
I
perfect description,
feel-
honestly.
Yeah, I also
Uh,
agree that it became a political tug of war, but it should have never been one when you actually watch
No,
the movie.
it's literally the audience's fault. It's one of those cases where it's like, no, I'm blaming the
It's
audience.
I find the irony of drinkers saying it became a political tug of war crazy because, like, bro, the call is coming from inside the house.
don't throw
That's
don't
your
throw
people.
stones from glass houses, you know.
I was going to say, I think there's a word that is missing for that to be completely accurate for my taste. The word that I would use is shallow. I think the movie plays with the surface of interesting ideas would be my problem with it.
Gotcha.
On the plus side, the casting is excellent. David Corenswet turned out to be a perfect choice for the Man of Steel. The script doesn't try to diminish or deconstruct him, just to massage some smug filmmaker's nihilistic ego, but instead presents him as a flawed but good-hearted man, doing his best to navigate a complex world. There's a strong theme of heroism and positivity running through the movie, a refreshing lack of political agenda, and some genuinely great dramatic moments that made me think, yep, James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn
I do
actually
kind of find it weird that he claims there's no political agenda when there's a very blatant Israel and Palestine allegory in the movie.
Yeah,
I think it's a bit ambiguous what it is, because
I agree. Yeah.
Because like I think it could just be any kind of invasion with a country.
I mean,
like you could
I'm
say it
gonna be
that way
honest.
for sure. I think it's
You
meant
can
to be pretty. open with it.
You can say Israel Palestine because it's like it's like the
Trendy.
new one currently taking place. Yeah, trendy. Yeah, I'm gonna use that. Fuck it, trendy. But it's really just an allegory for this is how proxy wars work.
Yeah, but even still, even if it's
just
not supposed to be an
proxy wars have been a thing since. But proxy wars have been a thing since before the existence of Israel in the first, like.
I mean, it happened in the
not
Cold
Israel,
War.
like the biblical one, but like the current nation of Israel. Like proxy wars have existed since before then.
Yeah,
Roman Empire did them.
Yeah,
no,
the
I was
Roman
gonna.
Empire, they're effective. They're great.
Yeah, but even if you don't want to say that it's like a Israel-Palestine allegory specifically, I think you can still say that's a political allegory nonetheless.
Yeah,
because war is politics. Yeah.
The way that I would, if I was to be, the reason I quibble is if I was to be hyper steelman, good faith to Drinker, which I don't think he always deserves, but I'll do this in this instance, is I think the definition of like the way that people use the term political,
partisan politics.
modern day politics, and the reason I would say this doesn't qualify is you could easily have Superman Legacy release in the 1911s and it would probably still, like, the message that they would be mapping different nations onto this. It's not explicitly a nation against a nation. The most you could say is that Moravia is clearly like Eastern European, right? That's like probably, so like in terms of like contemporary political, like, you know, paradigms, that would be like clearly mapping onto like the 20th or the 21st century, that, like, you know, the Eastern Europeans are the bad guys, but they're also, you know, US's allies, which is a little bit of a twist, right? So I think it's neutral. I don't think it's fair to say.
Sorry, yes, again.
Well, I see
the crop function. I can't find it.
You go to filters, you'll find it.
It's just filters.
What I was going to say is the reason I don't think that applies is because I definitely don't think that's how Drinker sees something as political.
There we go.
For Drinker, typically politics means like vaguely left leaning, which I think that's how, obviously, because like they're literally split on this. Like the sphere of content creators is literally split on this because being anti-war has now become a pseudo left-leaning political stance. So, in how they commonly treat other movies as political, this would be considered political.
I mean,
so you can't say it's
not to derail this too far off topic on a political debate, because I don't think that's why we're here. But anti-interventionism is both left and right wing in like current year, at least. Historically, it's been more left wing. I agree. Historically, it's been more left wing in the last century, I would say. But you know, obviously, there's always been pockets of anti-interventionism. So, like, read that though. No, yeah, I of course agree that like Drinker isn't using that interpretation of political, but I think that is the correct one. So, you know, fitting to contemporary politics.
That's just why I don't think the Steelman works here, because you're not really Steelman in his position. This is a position that he would obviously never agree with.
Well, no, I'm treating it as though the position is the strongest version of itself. That is a Steelman. Sorry, I don't want to be like too debate bro-y here, but like you get what I mean.
If I could just say something real quick, I think it's political, but I think it escapes the left-right paradigm because while you are correct that anti-war it can be a left-wing sentiment, it can also be a right-wing sentiment, as to like paleoconservatism or other similar ideologies.
In terms of like an olive branch to you, Kronos, I'm happy to say that like Drinker absolutely does not use the word political correctly himself. That is correct. You're right about that.
Yeah, but moving on, but from this, I think I agree with Drinker's overall sentiment on Superman, how Superman was presented in the movie. Thematically, I liked this aspect. I liked a lot of what James Gunn was going for with him in this adaptation. And it's far more enjoyable than anything I found in Man of Steel, for instance, which he referenced. He kind of takes a subtle jab at Snyder here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Like, a lot of the praise is legitimate. The movie has a thematic through line that, in the cultural zeitgeist of what we understand Superman to be, is certainly more appropriate.
Yeah, and we might get to the twist later, but I'm willing to to defend that twist in the film, and I would even go so far as to say it doesn't contradict anything the character represents.
Yeah. TC says Sean Gunn said it best. One thing liberals and conservatives finally agree on is that Lex Luthor sucks.
True.
He understands what people want from a Superman movie. In short, its heart is definitely in the right place, and when James Gunn manages to get out of his own way, he's able to deliver a strong take on Superman that feels fresh and different but still vital and timeless. That being said, it's still very much a James Gunn movie with all the baggage that entails.
I'm gonna quibble with one thing here. Fresh and new. I don't know how we could really use that here when he's arguably trying to make Superman a classic version of himself. I don't think it's like worthwhile to give Snyder any ground as to like having major influence on Superman going forward. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know about that. Snyder definitely fucked up Superman's public perception.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm. That's kind of what I'm saying, but like it's a bit nitpicky, but like using the lingo of this is a new and fresh take on it. It's like new. It's a classic take more so than new. I know that's like hyper, like Disney maybe, but
I guess
you know what I
by
mean.
movie standards, it's new. I guess that's like the closest thing I could think of by the movie standards.
Like it's a more modern interpretation.
It's an accurate modern take, is what I would say. I would prefer, to be clear.
Yeah,
but,
I would say that. What's up?
But I definitely would still consider it fresh.
Okay. I would say that it definitely changed the public perception, at least from my point of view, because I see a lot of people describing Superman as an inherently boring character. And nobody really sees the appeal. But I think with this movie, a lot more people see the appeal of Superman, and that he's not.
Agree with that.
He can't easily. He can't always easily save the day because he has his own moral standards to uphold. It basically gives you more insights onto the character and why people are a fan of him.
Yeah, fair enough.
The plot is a schizophrenic mess that drops you right into the middle of a story that's halfway told already. The humor that worked so well in the Guardians movies now feels forced.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think what he's trying to say here is it doesn't start off as your traditional origin story and just drops you into an already established universe. And I don't really mind that, if I'm being honest. People kind of make the same arguments for like with Spider-Man. You don't, in the MCU, Tom Holland Spider-Man, because you don't see his origin. You kind of just drop in on him already with his him already getting his powers.
Yeah, or Madison.
Yeah, right.
I think
Batman.
Yeah.
On the one hand, I mind it because I think if it was just Superman and we had just been dropped into Superman and he's already like on his journey, like whatever, right? It's like with Battinson, we're dropped into him. He's like year one in Gotham. We don't see his parents die or whatever. It's okay. I think the thing that irks me, not necessarily a problem with it, but the thing that irks me is the world around Superman is pre-established and we don't get to see it happen, right? Like Guy Gardner's just a Green Lantern. He's just Earth's Green Lantern. It's just a thing. Hawkgirl's just there. Mr. Terrific, he's just around, right? Like all these metahumans are just here.
I would have liked to learn more about them personally.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them being developed.
I also want to highlight I feel, given what, again, not spoiling anything, but what the bulk of I feel the accurate criticism with this movie is going to do with, we need context for fucking LexCorp and Lex Luthor, and we need a lot of it, I would say.
Yeah.
We need we need context for a lot of things in this film.
I would go so far as to say with the level of stuff.
For example,
go on.
Spoilers. I was gonna say spoiler. One thing in the movie is they say, "Oh, all the kryptonite, like there's no kryptonite left on Earth." It's like, Why? Like, what the fuck happened? How'd you find out about kryptonite?
Well,
Yeah,
we all know that
somebody-
doesn't. We all know that doesn't make sense because they have a guy
Yeah.
that can generate kryptonite on its own, and
Right.
you know.
I would.
Well, we'll talk about that later. I have some.
I was gonna say I would go so far as to say just very quickly that LexCorp probably would need an entire movie for me to even begin to comprehend the level of shit they get up to in this film.
Honestly, I think it would be interesting if there was like a whole movie dedicated. Like obviously, it's Superman centric, but it would be interesting if there was a movie dedicated to the rise of LuthorCorp or LexCorp.
That would be interesting. Kind of like the Wolf of Wall Street or something.
Yeah, I think you could absolutely make an interesting.
We can get Leonardo DiCaprio in
Kind of like the Penguin as well.
Yeah, you could make an interesting show/movie about LexCorp and how they became to be what they are. I don't think that it would be ever able to perfectly solve everything, but it would get us somewhere.
It would
And
help
this
a lot.
movie does not.
Thank you for the super chat, Indolent Lard. Recently watched Superman, and it's easily my favorite live-action Superman film. A monkey from Lex's pocket dimension can easily make a better take than Drinker. I think, I definitely like Superman. As far as favorite live-action film, yeah, it probably is going to be this one. But then again, like, live-action just...
78?
Live action, I'm just generally not a fan of. I guess, yeah, Superman 78, I would say right now, is probably the best one. But, like, I haven't watched it in years, so...
I would be happy to do a watch party. I really fucking adore that movie, so it's not going to beat upset me. It's not going to beat it out for me anytime soon. But,
there's elements that I remember just not aging that gracefully in the movie, but overall, from what I remember at least, I think it was pretty okay.
Yeah. The ending is the big one for a lot of people, but I at least think that it is on theme, even though if it is phenomenally stupid.
Dated, out of place, and gratingly annoying. There's way too many characters for the script to sustain them all, and the story hinges on a big lore-changing revelation that I'm pretty sure is going to piss off comic book fans. Basically, James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn is a bit of a mess. A creative and well-meaning mess, but a mess all the same. Neither great nor terrible, but a flawed creation based on flawed ideas, and a perfect example of why just throwing a bunch of talented people together with no thought for their creative sensibilities doesn't always guarantee a great end product. Anyway, I'll give you a brief idea of the story so you know what you're dealing with here. The film ditches the usual origin story and instead picks up a few years into Superman's.
I feel that was broadly agreeable. Obviously, he's going to get into specifics, but
the only thing I find weird is I said, throwing a bunch of talented people together doesn't make for a good product. It's like, but like besides the plot, like everything else, like the acting is great, it looks great, it looks relatively great. A couple of shots where it don't look so hot. With Metamorpho specifically coming to mind. But like the soundtrack is great. So like, technically speaking, putting a bunch of talented actors and whatever together did almost make like a fantastic product. It's just the writing, which is nothing.
Yeah,
so I don't know what that. I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that statement.
And if this is supposed to be the start of a new DC cinematic universe, isn't the intention of to get you to want to see more of these characters, like give you a bit of a taste of them, so you see more, so you want to see more of them in the future, so you can see more movies in the theater?
My immediate rejoinder to that is there are good ways and there are bad ways to do that. I feel that if like Civil War does a good job of that with Black Panther, for example, I don't think this movie does an exceptional job with anyone except Mr. Terrific, who isn't anywhere near Civil War T'Challa in terms of like quality for character writing, I'd say.
There's way more done to flesh out T'Challa's motivations in the movie. I think he's done way better than any of these side characters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, that with Kronos' point, I think it's correct to say that it does make, in terms of a good product, like I agree there's elements in this that work, but like if he's talking specifically about like writing or like the screenplay, I think the script, I think pretty much the one thing you can probably get everyone to agree on is the script could have been tighter, and broadly the sentiment of if you throw a bunch of talented people together, they won't necessarily work out if they don't mesh well. I think that's kind of agreeable generally, but it's also kind of a loaded. It's like a loaded statement.
Yeah, I think it's because like it doesn't really apply here because like all the talented people that he mentioned, which is the cast, have like nothing to do with the writing of the script. So if it doesn't matter who you got there, the writing would have been the same.
Yeah,
but
sure.
I think the concept is true. I don't think it applies to this specific movie.
I think what I would say is they definitely picked up James Gunn because they saw that he did good work for Disney and gave him, for Marvel, and they gave him this. Well, I guess Disney Marvel is interchangeable, and they gave him this, and they didn't really consider whether he might be the best fit for this kind of a movie. Because like when I think for a Superman movie for a cinematic universe, I wouldn't necessarily think ensemble cast, like a lot of moving pieces movie. Personally,
yeah, there's a lot you have to introduce. That's why I would prefer this in like maybe a second movie.
Yeah, for like maybe for like I would bring James Gunn in for like one of my team up movies, or if I'm establishing like the Titans, with like the Teen Titans or something. Not for like the very first movie in a cinematic universe focused on that should I think have been focused on like one specific character, which is Superman.
And that's why you get Zack. No, sorry, I'm just kidding.
Zack Snyder.
Oh god. But yeah, that was kind of it.
Yeah. Man's career, where he's recently intervened to prevent a war in Eastern Europe, for now at least, and is busy fighting a losing battle to.
Okay, so this is again very nitpicky, but we have no fucking clue that it's in Eastern Europe. we can guess based on the accent, but we have no idea.
Well, I'm guessing. I'm guessing because like, don't we see a map of it? I thought it was like somewhere in the Middle East or like
every analysis I've seen of that map suggests that it's kind of hard to pin it. It's like near and around Mediterranean, maybe, but it could be a lot of places. Because it's worth pointing out that if we mean Eastern Europe, we mean. Well, let's be honest, like, a lot of people just mean Russia. Russia is fucking enormous. Like, it just as a country.
Yeah, Russia is enormous. I was like, I'm thinking... I was thinking it was like... I was thinking somewhere around, like, the Black Sea is what it looks like to me, because they're near, like, a large body of water. So that's what I thought.
I mean,
I can see that.
Pretty much both Europe and Asia. It's kind of considered to be both.
Yeah, and it's like this is just the reason I don't really like this statement is because I feel like it's ascribing a lot of agency to two fictional countries that I don't think needs to be there for this to function on any level. This could have been happening in Latin America and it wouldn't affect the script in any meaningful way.
Ultraman, but
they could have been two planets, alien planets that wouldn't really affect it all that much. I don't think.
True. Yeah,
Superman's career, where he's recently intervened to prevent a war in Eastern Europe, for now at least, and is busy fighting a losing battle to Ultraman. But it turns out this was all just a distraction by Lex Luthor so he could find the Fortress of Solitude and steal information that would allow him to defeat Superman. I mean, considering what Ultraman is eventually revealed to be, he already has everything he needs to take Superman down, but whatever, let's just...
well, yes and no. Yes, in the sense that, yeah, I agree that Ultraman could ultimately take him on, but the problem is he wouldn't do it early on. He wants to destroy his image first.
Yeah, otherwise Superman would die a martyr.
And I do think he wants Superman to experience that, you know, like the betrayal of the entire world.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
like, basically just killing him at the lowest possible point.
Yeah. I think what you could criticize about Ultraman is the fact that if Ultraman's able to... Well, firstly, why not have multiple of them, right? Because you just need a strand of DNA. Then you could get another strand in a fight with him. Like, just beat him up, get more strands of hair, and then you can make a whole bunch of other clones. And Lex literally says it's easy in the film.
You don't even need Ultraman. You just need more engineers, too.
Yeah, like, imagine 2v1. Imagine 2v1.
I was talking about this a little bit with you earlier, SK, and I just kind of... I'm not going to go into the full like spiel, but I do want to bring up here. Even with the destroying his image, this is me being harsher. I feel that maybe people would be to the movie in some ways. I feel that I'm neither convinced that Lex would hinge so much of like himself on necessarily destroying Superman's image, but even if he did, even granting that, He has 1,000,001 ways to do it. Before,
Well,
after the fact, basically
we-
whenever he chooses to, because of a certain twist.
Chat, have we
But
seen
we won't get
Daredevil
there.
season 3? Right.
Yeah. Any season 3, any peak enjoyers in the chat here at all? Yeah,
Who
but
are
like,
you?
so
I'm Daredevil.
yeah, but like to put the idea out there, it's worth remembering. Are we doing spoilers for the movie, or are we waiting for the reviews to kind of give the game away?
No. Spoilers are fair game. I should honestly put that in the title.
Yeah.
I'll change it. Well, to be fair, I put discussion in there, so it's like I'm gonna put spoilers in the title.
Yeah.
All right, I fixed
Yeah.
it. Hopefully,
Cool.
we're
But
all
yeah,
on the same page.
So it's kind of already given away by the fact he said Ultraman, and we were discussing cloning a second ago, but Ultraman in this movie is indeed a clone of Superman with two distinct, at least stated, characteristics. Number one, he's a lot dumber to the point that he can't talk, and number two, he is physically he is stronger. We're not really told in what variety of ways, but he is stronger. My contention that I gave to SK earlier is if Lex was really bent on destroying Superman's image, he could have Ultraman follow him to Antarctica, execute Superman there, engineer a sterile location, still discovers the Fortress of Solitude. He still gets the info that he gets anyway. Thereafter, he has Ultraman dress up as Superman, fly back, pretend he won the battle, and just start having Ultraman fucking destroy a bunch of places, do a bunch of horrific shit, and then he would still find the video clip and leak it.
Well, I think the more, I guess, precise sequence of events that would kind of work is so you expose the video, right? The video exposes that Superman's a bad person and he just wants to take over the planet. So at that point, I think that would give a believable motivation for him to just scorched earth, tear everything apart, and have Ultraman do that. I think that would be the most I guess logical set of events if he were to do that.
Yeah, and you could still have him until that point save people, and just then flip when the thing is leaked, because Superman doesn't need to necessarily interact he doesn't need to verbally interact as long as he's saving people necessarily for it to be believable, I would posit. Some of the people who know him personally, like Lois Lane, would of course catch on to this, and that could be a problem. Lex Luthor would have absolutely no issue getting rid of people like Lois Lane at all, I find, given the amount of power he has. So I feel that he has means of achieving it, and then again, I'm not even fully sold on the idea that Lex, I think Lex would settle very happily for I just killed Superman. And people think he's a hero, whatever. They'll forget before long, and I'll still be here because I'll fuck off to my immortality.
The reason I don't agree with that is there's big. They're dumb, right? They're dumb, but they show how they feel, which is that he doesn't want people to the fact that people
you are cutting out
when he finds the video. He's like,
man.
Oh my. There we go. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I'll say, because when he finds the video, he's like, I hate all metahumans, but he hates Superman specifically the most because Superman is so well liked, because everybody loves him. So I definitely think it's
my read on that. My read on that, he hates him because he's an alien. What was my understanding?
No,
I think it's both.
I think it's because
it's both.
It's both.
I think it's just because he has he has powers, but he doesn't. He didn't work for it. They're born special.
Not even that. The reason he hates it is not just because he was an alien, right? Because Superman was an alien with powers, but everybody hated him. I don't think Lex would be as contemptuous towards Superman as he is.
I think
one of the things he complains about specifically is that he's become a focal point of the entire world.
Right.
Yeah.
But
And that's why it's in the trailer. He says,
No. Yeah.
Chose him, let them die.
No, but that's why I said do the Daredevil season 3 thing. Make him out to be a psycho by using Ultraman to impersonate him.
Well,
I'm just saying I can definitely see that this Lex cares a lot about his Superman being.
No, I agree. Well, the thing is, Lex cares. So, what does Lex care about? He cares about his image and killing Superman. I think these are the two things that everyone agrees with coming into this conversation. I think that he being intelligent and pragmatic, would be very much able to put two and two together that killing Superman will have his image issues resolved naturally because Superman will fade from the public consciousness eventually, regardless. He's dead and not doing things, and Lex can take the
not
spotlight.
inherently. There's plenty of powerful people that we still talk about to this day.
Okay,
how long has it been since Jesus died?
Okay.
Since Moses?
Was kind
what
of,
are you talking
okay,
about?
well, no, Jesus is not a good comparison at all because Jesus wrote is a focal point of a very important specific religious book that we have no reason exists in this universe about Superman. Jesus was also around for longer than 3 years.
Okay,
just
what
for clear.
Okay, what about other historical figures like
Jesus
Abraham?
was also
do you
not
think?
caught on
Do
video
you think?
flying his
Okay,
tomatoes out of his eyes.
be real with me. Be real with me. Do you think that more people nowadays know who like fucking I don't know Kendrick Lamar is, or do you think more people know who Ramses is?
Well, I wouldn't agree because we're showing that Superman's like the most popular hero on the planet. I mean, he showed me even more popular than like the Justice Gang.
Yeah, for 3 years, I agree. Lex would have way more than 3 years to build up LexCorp and Planet Watch after the fact. Superman would be a footnote eventually to Planet Watch.
How long? Do you still remember Caesar? Napoleon?
We're showing how egotistical
Okay,
Lex
what
is.
did?
Well,
okay,
what is this? I'm confused about this debate, right? Because I think like if Superman
the idea that an alien from outer space that flies, has super strength, has saved the world multiple times, can shoot lasers out of his eyes, would fade from public consciousness.
Has one of those too. No, I'm not saying he would. Okay, perhaps I misspoke. Not completely. There would be people who would remember Superman, of course. Do you think more people would remember Superman or Planet Watch if Superman died in 3 years and Planet Watch was around for 100?
I'm confused how we got here.
That's what I thought.
Wait, can I say something real quick?
I still think Superman.
Well,
you're insane. I'm sorry.
Well, real quick.
Can I say something?
Yeah, all right, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so I talked about this with Jen earlier, but the way I view Lex Luthor is that he would still be evil even if Superman didn't exist because he doesn't believe in conventional morality.
Yeah.
And advancing humanity. And I think
he doesn't have
let me finish. I think besides jealousy of Superman receiving public admiration, I think he also views Superman as someone in the way of him advancing humanity. So that's the other reason. And if he if he just kills him and it's left and ends up being a martyr for everyone else, that still gets in the way of his plans because he I just wanted to just justify a little bit, like, as like it's no love lost between us at all, of course. But like the reason I'm having this conversation is, or like bringing this point up at all, or challenging it at all, is because this movie is generating a phenomenon which bugs me, where people are ascribing certain things that we know about characters when they're not really explained in the movie in a meaningful fashion. There isn't really a meaningful exploration of Lex Luthor's inferiority complex to Superman in this movie. There's like 2 scenes. That's my problem. I don't think we know nearly enough about Luthor to grant him having this massive inferiority complex that he would be hounded to the end of days if Superman was remembered positively by any group of people. I don't think that's true. Right, and that kind of circles back to the conversation we were having before about the film being too bloated, or if there's like there's too many people. Yeah.
I mean,
so go on. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, I think I understood it enough, and granted, yeah, I do have exposure to other Superman movies or shows, so I guess maybe that's kind of affecting some of my reading of Lex Luthor. But I was able to grab, I guess, enough of where his inferiority complex comes from. The fact that he's this really smart guy who's done a lot of successes, but in spite of that, all the work he's done, he doesn't get as much attention and recognition as Superman does, and that's basically what's driving his whole envy towards him, and I think that's enough to work with, and that's why I would say that he would still want to tear down his image. I think it shows through his actions. Actions speak louder than words. We can understand that through his planning. But I just think, like, because to go back to the debate you guys were having about whether or not Superman would be forgotten or not, I think what ultimately doesn't makes it just not matter is the fact that if Lex Luthor makes him look bad, right? The world's gonna hate him.
Yeah,
Like
he can fix this.
If they
Well-
remember him, he's just gonna be hated.
Yeah,
Exactly, and
he's
that's
going to
the
be
big point.
he's going to be viewed as Hitler essentially, or some
Yeah.
evil person in history. Yeah.
And like the point I wanted to like is why I was like alluding to him becoming maybe like him becoming a footnote is like a best case. That's assuming Lex does nothing. Lex could of course after the fact, when Superman is no longer around, just start slandering the shit out of Superman or continuing to do so. And as there is no more Superman, like he could literally just say, oh yeah, like he doesn't even need to tell anyone he's dead. He could just say, oh by the way, he fucked off, he abandoned us, we don't know where he is, he's missing, and he'd be remembered as that superhuman person who showed up, did some good for 3 years, and then abandoned us.
Yeah, and this he could also do something similar later in the film when we get to when he imprisons him, but that's like skipping ahead.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah, and like
wait
Not
till we
when
get
he
there.
imprisons. Oh no, not when he
Nah.
imprisons him.
The prison scene has a lot of
Barely gone
problems.
through the video, bro. What?
Thank you for the $5, Super Jones Bros. Why do so many people still trust Critical Drinker and Brain Rodic? If you still trust their opinions in DC and Marvel, you're as smart as their fan base. I mean, yeah, I just don't trust their opinions in general. To be quite frank, like I know Jack has also seen this, but the Midsummer review that I saw from Critical Drinker, that was just bad. Like he did not pay attention at all.
Yeah, what makes that review stand out as being bad is that it doesn't even really strike. It didn't even come across to me that Critical Drinker used an interpretation he came up with himself. Like he looked at what other people he didn't like were saying about it, and took their interpretation at face value when of like the film being like a power fantasy when it absolutely isn't.
Gotcha.
And also, Nedrodic 100% just criticizes things from a position of like a meta understanding from comic books, which is not the way to go about things at all.
Well, I saw him do this in the Homecoming debate, where he would just say, "Well, it doesn't." I can't remember his exact wording, but
In
he
the
kept complaining.
comics.
Yeah, in the comics.
In the comics, yeah.
Which I don't. To be
Yeah.
honest, I don't even trust that he understands them quite well.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
But should we continue with
It's not helped by the fact. It's not helped that he's both coming at it from a comics perspective, but then also a comics perspective filtered through a very, very, very conservative lens.
Yeah, and I was sorry, I was going to like to wrap up the thing I was saying before. Like my whole point diluted down could just be Lex doesn't need to have Superman alive to be able to slander him. That's where I would leave it effectively.
Gotcha. Okay.
I mean,
Well,
I would still disagree with that because I think he just wants Superman to be his lowest possible point before he kills him as a narcissism thing. But I guess we're not going to really get anywhere with that conversation.
Yeah.
Move forward.
Fair
Just
enough.
go with it. Anyway, Luthor eventually finds and decodes a message from Jor-El telling Superman to conquer and subjugate the peoples of Earth, which naturally doesn't go down too well when it gets released to the public. Superman's forced to turn himself into the US government so he can try to clear his name, but instead he gets handed over to Luthor, who sends him to a pocket universe that he created to hold superpowered prisoners, because apparently that's a thing you can just do now.
You
sure about?
What is that? That's such a dumb.
That's
why
not really
would
enough
is that?
criticism, because he this is secret to everyone. Like this, like Lex Luthor keeps this a secret. Like he imprisons people like who are completely innocent.
And the
who just write
situation
blogs
goes out
about
of
it.
his way to tell you that it's a very dangerous thing that he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It comes with risks, so you can't just do it. You know.
Or you shouldn't just do it.
Well, yeah. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like you can't just do it easily. So.
So I don't know what this criticism.
It's like they're
It's a
establishing
fact of major
rule.
plot point.
It's consistent. I think if you were to criticize it, you should criticize how he uses it, which I mean that we get into that later.
About that?
I
sure?
The other thing with it is also it's a major plot point that it can't just be done easily. Number one, and then number two, I would just tack on. I think there's an inkling of a valid criticism in that it's not really addressed at all, like beyond a throwaway line, how he managed to do this absolutely incredible thing. But
Yeah. Well, I think I definitely wish they did more elaboration on it, but I can believe that Lex Luthor would be like the super genius behind it.
Yeah, replicating the Big Bang is not a small feat.
Yeah, exactly.
Hear about that?
Oh yeah, and if you were following the leaks, this is also where he keeps his army of mutated monkeys chained to computers who work night and day to stoke anti-Superman resentment on social media. Yes, this is real. This is a
Well,
thing
pause
which
it real
is
quick.
in the
I like
And this is probably the
Some people
best.
may not,
This is the
some
best
people may
idea
not
in the
like
movie.
this. Some people may call this James
Are you
Gunn.
kidding me?
But I don't know.
Literally the
To
best
me, this
way to
captures
do it.
like the classic batshit insaneness of old school comics.
I don't see a problem with this idea. I think it's very.
I loved it. It was so funny.
I'll be a Debbie Downer, but I'm not gonna be more harsh. I
This
thought it was
frame-
stupid.
This
but-
frame is fitting right here.
Yeah. Superman, an unbridled rage.
in the movie.
Right.
Honestly, a couple of
What's
dozen
his
guys in
criticism?
an office in
I don't know.
That's silly.
What's his
That
criticism? I
it's,
don't.
no, I can.
Oh, he's saying it right now. He's like saying a bunch of like Indian guys can do this instead.
Yes,
but
this
to just counter, I would just say, well, you'd have to pay them then.
is
Yeah.
real.
The best,
This is a thing which
the
is
best argument against it is you could probably just run algorithms and bots, and it'd be better and more efficient and easier. But
Bots.
that's not what's argued. So
Twitter bots.
hey ho.
in the movie.
Right.
Honestly, a couple of dozen guys in an office in India could have done the same job with less effort, but what can I say? It's James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn. Also, you'd think the ability to...
I mean, like, yeah, he could do that, but like, this doesn't really. Well, I say it doesn't
But this
cost
is
money,
funnier,
but
though.
yeah, this is funnier. That for one.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
two.
he's probably just a little bit, I don't know, maybe he just likes playing, maybe he's just Lex just kind of likes just playing into the meta-human stuff, like he just likes...
Well, it's experimental, right? Maybe he
Yeah,
wanted to experiment on these animals. He saw a purpose, and he's like, you know what? Let's have him do this.
Yeah, exactly.
Just think that Drinker's criticism here is worst of all the worlds because he's not really debunking the comedy aspect, but he's also not, because like the way you would do that is you would pursue the efficiency angle, which is like you could have robots do it, but he doesn't go there. He says you could have Indian people, which is, I don't know that,
That's a weird point. But, thank you for the super chat, Great Bar. Also, keep in mind he does not keep Meta in the prison, but people who have crossed him, such like ex-lovers and such. Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Sure.
kinda helps him get away with stuff.
To create
He also
entire
doesn't build them specifically for that purpose, to my understanding, or just for that purpose anyway.
It's a
but, yeah,
variety.
that's-
It's multi-purpose.
Yeah.
universes would kind of negate the need to fight one man for control of a tiny
hold
fraction
on, I
of
think we
say.
skipped.
It's James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn. Also, you'd think the ability to create entire universes would kind of negate the need to fight one man for control of a tiny fraction of one planet. But again,
Wait, what?
Well-
He's just saying, oh, why can't he just create his own universe? He said, can't he just create his own universe
And
instead of just
because
fighting
he
for the
cares about-
attention of Earth?
And the
Because
counter
He,
that he cares about the universe
He's
he's
in.
living.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where his accomplishments are. That's where his legacy is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know what this point is about.
whatever, just don't think about it too much.
I mean, it's not like
Anyway,
it's not
with
like we're shown that Lex Luthor can just. We know he clones, but it's not like he can just create billions and billions of like new beings to like.
Yeah.
worship.
Yeah. He's
It's not
not.
like-
He's not
not
like
like
the
he's-
Maker with
He's
the
not
ultimate.
like Thanos. He's not like Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet, where he can just do something like that.
I mean,
Yeah, he's not he's not like the Maker with the Ultimate Comics, where he could just make a replica universe.
well, here's the thing that bugs me, right? If he really wanted to, right, he could just give Superman a haircut and then make a bunch of clones of him. So,
Well, with the,
I think there's an inkling of a sentiment here that I agree with. The criticism itself doesn't go anywhere where I would like it to go, but the criticism would potentially be that I would be inclined to agree with is the movie makes no meaningful attempt to explore the psychology of like a person with Luthor's power. He's just kind of hating for when I was talking to Jack, I described him as he's just kind of hating for the love of the game, which I guess is fine, but I feel that it's shallow, is kind of tying it back to what I said initially. I think there's a lot more interesting dilemmas you could concoct for why Luthor hates Superman than just he hates him for the love of the game. And ego, obviously.
Superman out of action, it's up to Lois Lane to join forces with the Justice Gang, and yes, that's another thing which is in this movie.
You are now a life member of the Groovy Gang.
the movie literally makes fun of the name. The movie literally makes fun of the name. What do you want?
to clear his name and find a way to rescue him so he can stop Lex Luthor and his dastardly plans before they tear the entire planet apart.
Groovy!
Now, you probably don't need me to tell you that there was a fuck ton of expectation riding on this movie. Not only did it have to vindicate James Gunn as the new head of the franchise, but it also had to relaunch a whole new version of Superman, kickstart the entire DCU, and save the future of superhero movies single-handed. Because let's be honest here, something tells me that...
Okay, I want to use the last point. I want to use the last point. That was just kind of dumb. That just seems kind of just a dumb thing to just bring up, honestly.
It's based on nothing. That's like not MCU bad. Therefore, this will be bad.
Someone just asked, just curious, what did you like about this movie? I personally thought it was really underwhelming. I thought the pacing and plot was all over the place. I thought Lex was really one-dimensional. Well, I liked the performances. I liked what they did with Clark's character. The moments with his parents. I liked his moments with Lois. And I liked a good amount of... Well, good portions of what they did with Lex. I think the biggest problem with Lex is that his plans don't make sense. He's an idiot at points.
At the end, especially by the end.
Especially by the end, actually, like borderline damages his character. But yeah, we'll get into that later.
What I like, and it very much pains me to say, is that one tweet that went viral. It's like, Guy Gardner,
cutting out again.
You're cutting out a bit, yeah.
There we go. Is it better? Hello, is it better now?
It's a little bit better.
This is gonna be the best we're gonna do for the foreseeable future, I guess. Must be a bad reception of the driving to be. Anyways, I was gonna say it's that one tweet that went viral. It's like, unfortunately, Guy Gardner successfully war farms again. Guy Gardner was good.
Unfortunately, Guy Gardner's good.
So that's one thing I did not want to like about this movie. Unfortunately, I did. It sucks. Really. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Very sorry to offend you. I'm
very sorry to offend you.
The Fantastic Four isn't going to get the job done. It was a pretty tall order to begin with, and to be honest, I'm not sure it accomplishes any of those things, never mind all of them. Like I said before, there's definite positives to be drawn from this film, so don't go thinking it's all doom and gloom.
I think Lex lied about the cloning process being easy. He said that most likely because he would never admit that he struggled with something, especially in front of Superman. I don't think there's any hints to suggest he's lying there for a few reasons. One, this dude created a pocket dimension. This dude is insanely smart. And two, it's like, so he just needed, like, just with a strand of hair, he was able to recreate a clone. That's, like, I don't...
Insane.
It's easy.
Yeah. Crazy.
It's hard on, like, from an outside perspective. But for Lex Luthor, we are meant to believe this guy is a super genius.
Yeah, and if he's unable to create more clones after he put his plan to action, then maybe he prematurely started his plan. Maybe he should have waited a bit longer.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point.
Just as an aside,
is that he made the first move. Remember, there is a pre-stage where you have to, like, prepare before you make the first move. That's where you think about everything before you hit, like, the start button, basically. He decided, I'm going to hit the start button before I have more clones. Why would he do that when there's more metahumans out there?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, if you want to defend this movie, the cloning process is not where you want to start. All right, abandon that road immediately, because then you're gonna find yourself asking questions like, isn't it really fucking convenient that Ultraman is both stronger and easy enough to manipulate after this cloning process?
I think
that's very lucky, isn't it?
Lied about the second half of Kal-El's parents' message. He may have been able to decode the footage, but he may have lied about the translation. I don't believe that's true because they make numerous attempts to tell you. Yeah, they make numerous attempts to tell you, no, this is true, this is true. They have Mr. Terrific and his guys on there. You know, he says, yeah, I know these guys. They would never release it if it wasn't true. They have Lex Luthor in his private pocket dimension to, you know, people he has no reason to. This is all secrets. Like, you know, he doesn't have reason to keep many secrets there. He literally says, oh, no, I didn't make that up. It worked in his favor. They handed me the evidence I needed. It's like, why would he lie about that?
Yeah, and while I don't have a problem with the twist itself, it does raise questions for other aspects in the film,
like the robots.
Who
The
built the
Kryptonian
robots? Yes, who built the robots? Why aren't they telling Clark to do what his parents wanted him to do, to conquer Earth? And why is Supergirl, who appeared at the end, not telling him to do the same thing? And why is she not of that same mentality? And if she did have that mentality, how did Clark not already know that Kryptonians or Krypton had like an alien, their morality was completely alien to his human side?
Yeah, why would it be a secret?
Well, we don't. Well, maybe we could just get more elaboration on Supergirl, but I mean, at least as far as we know, it could just be the L's. I mean, we don't know what the rest of Kryptonians look like. Plus, I also push back against the robot point because we do see later on in the movie, like at the end, that he manages to repair all of them. So, like, could it not be possible that they're made in a Fortress of Solitude or something like that?
No, because
we don't even know
where would the original design be? Where would the AI design? Who designed the AI?
We don't even know where the Fortress of Solitude came from. Okay.
Well, I assume by them saying like the metahumans came like years ago, I assume that just means that the Kryptonians came to Earth and they created it, and obviously they didn't. I can't remember what happened, or like if they explained it or not, but I guess they didn't. I guess Clark was the first one in a long time that was sent there. In which case, yeah, he would have already had this stuff there. Remember, how it usually happens is that he's given a key from his parents, he goes to the Fortress of Solitude, he uses the key or whatever, and then he has like all the technology there. It's pre-built. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that Clark would have made all of this. He's not like a super genius, he's not a technical genius, he's a reporter.
It depends. I mean, obviously, if you're going comic continuity, he has a lot of scenes where he's fucking like insanely brilliant when the plot needs him to be. No, but like generally, he's not like a tech guy. He's not like a tech guy as the common perception, right? Like,
they don't establish that in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like he's actually quite surprisingly naive about the world, all things considered. So I don't know that he would go out of his way to, especially since we know he's been active for 3 years. He's been able to set this all up this quickly. And maybe he's Superman, but there's no real allusion to that. So
I also think there's a difference between like repairing something versus designing a whole AI system.
Yes.
Designing like the robot itself. It's like I assume that there have been ways to fix like maybe the Fortress of Solitude comes with instructions on how to fix it if it's broken, right? That's entirely possible. But like being able to fix something is not the same as being able to design something.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think it's reasonable to infer that Clark built all of this at all. My point is, we are once again in a situation where the first movie is, leaving a lot up to guessing as to how this happened. I'm not saying this is, to be clear, this is not like a massive issue, right? But it's definitely feeds into a recurring theme of leaving things without explanation that this movie does a lot.
Yeah, I think the world building it needed more. Viewers, do you still think this movie is good? What's your rating for the movie? Jen, do we want to drop some lava buckets?
Me? Oh God. All right. I'll be the least nice here.
Oh shoot.
I think the movie. I think the movie is. I understand why people like it, and I like it quite a lot as well. I think the story is really poorly written. I think the characters are extremely surface level and shallow, and maybe this is them trying to be extremely safe, and an overcorrection past Man of Steel, which tried to be deep but ended up being shallow anyway. I think the world building is, I'm not even going to say ambivalent. I'm going to say it's in absolute fucking pieces already, and I am very much not looking forward to finding out how they try to fix a bunch of this shit, because I think it's unfixable. My rating for this movie is a 4 that is closer to a 3 than a 5.
Damn.
All right, who wants to go next?
Kronos, do you want to go next?
Well, right now he's muted.
He's muted. Okay. Oh,
I can go next.
Oh, he's back.
I'm back. What I miss?
Just rate the film. People are asking rate the film.
Oh, Let's see. Whew. I'm at a 4 right now. I went to when everything was coming out about this movie, or the characters that it was gonna be set like in a pre-established universe or whatever. I could feel in my gut that I'm like, oh man, this world building is about to fucking suck. Um, and then I watched the movie, and coming out of the theater, it was like, that because maybe it's because of Menace. I want to blame Zack Snyder's fucking shitty ass universe for this. I came out of this movie thinking it was a lot better than it was. And then I thought about it on like because the whole time I messaged SK after the movie. It's like, oh, let's talk about the movie afterwards.
Yeah, 24 hours
and the whole
ago.
car ride back.
24 hours ago, we thought it was an 8 out of 10.
Like the whole car ride back from the movie theater to my house. So eventually talking of SK, I just thought more about the movie, and then my score gradually lowered. And then I had a discussion with SK about it, and then it reached the 4.
Yeah, we reached the 4.
The state of this movie, and then what I'm hearing about lanterns also doesn't give me a very good feeling about the state of this universe. I definitely think it'll be better than the DCEU, but like that's like saying losing your hand is better than losing both of your legs and both of your arms. It's like, yeah, but I would also just rather not lose my hand,
Yeah.
So yeah, for any Snyder cultists in chat, before anyone gets excited, Man of Steel is a fucking 1. All right, just so we're clear about that.
I have it at a 2, but I can see why you give it a 1.
I have it at a 2. I'm not. I save my ones. My ones are reserved for things like Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, I can go next if you guys want me to.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so going in, I had high hopes because I enjoy several of James Gunn's previous works, namely the Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy and the Suicide Squad. And once I watched it, I noticed some issues, but I still thought it was an enjoyable experience. So I gave it a 7 out of 10. But after talking it through and thinking about more of the issues at greater length, I came to the conclusion that it's a 5 out of 10. I don't think it's as offensively bad as something like Man of Steel or Batman v Superman, which just completely character assassinates Ma and Pa Kent, their characters. But I don't really see get anything to that degree or equivalent here in Superman Legacy, because like it or not, I don't care how big of a comic fan you are or how big you hype up Krypton to be. They are not.
Kronos mute.
They are not as important as Ma and Pa Kent. Like, because Superman, the core of Superman is that it's a nurture story rather than a story of him inherently being good. Like, he was raised to be the hero that he is. He wasn't inherently a hero because of his powers. And I wouldn't say, again, I don't think the movie is offensively bad, but there are still some glaring plot problems that, as Jan said, can't be simply resolved in a sequel. You can probably make some better movies that don't have similar plot problems, but it's a pretty clumsy start to a new DC cinematic universe.
But it's salvageable. Not entirely fixable, but salvageable.
I think the best thing they could do after this movie is just entirely abandon LexCorp. Like, LexCorp no longer exists. They were completely dissolved. All of their assets were incinerated. That's what they need to do.
I think what they need to do with Lex Luthor is to basically like shift course with him. Because obviously he tried the public respect angle, and I feel like it would be interesting if his motivation shifted to just pure revenge, just becoming his life.
Yeah, I could see that. I also think that, I like, in a less memey fashion, I do think that they need to, like, this movie gives them an excuse to set like LexCorp back considerably. We need to be dialing back that power level, guys, if they're going to be featuring in more things. Have Lex kind of have to rebuild himself, or like rebuild LexCorp would put you in a position where, like, he might be able to feature in more things.
The thing is, I feel like the problem is that if you try to reestablish LexCorp, you're gonna kind of run into a similar problem with Daredevil Born Again with the Kingpin, where it's like,
I agree.
How will you justify that? How?
What if the Luther family does like exist in this? Like the extended family exists in this universe? Like Lionel? Like
I don't
what if there's
believe
a
they could
Lionel
protect him.
or
Even if they existed, I don't believe they could protect him after
Wayne?
like what he was caught for. The
At
fact that
most,
he,
they can give him like at most they can give him special privileges in prison.
yeah. But I feel like, yeah, if they, it's not a good way to go about it if he were to like rebuild LexCorp, very quickly at least, because if you very quickly just reestablish that, that's gonna be like the Daredevil Born Again problem. You can't just have him face all these consequences, have this damning evidence against him, where even people in positions of power don't trust him, don't like him, and it's just like, oh no, he can effortlessly just rebuild. It's fine. It's like that doesn't work.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe like don't have him specifically be the one rebuilding it, but like anyone in like in his extended family could theoretically at least try to
I think
salvage
he
what
could
left
also
of Luther's
he
work.
could also still like he could still like get out of prison and start making tech illicitly, right? Like that could be a thing you could do with him.
Yeah, more discreet work that he's doing.
hmm
But yeah, we'll continue the video.
I still don't have mine.
What's up?
Oh, well, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't give your score. Oh, my bad. I think you
Well,
and Kyrino, yeah. We'll go.
Kyra, you'll go. I guess since I have the hardest take out like compared to the other 5.
I don't really have much to say aside from I think it's like a 6. Like I think it does everything well that isn't plot related. Like mostly everything's at least good. That isn't again not like relating to plot. Like I think Clark is a mostly good character outside of like a couple moments, but I think Guy is funny as fuck. that's my pick. Guy is like the funniest character in this movie.
Mr. Terrific is also great because he's just Mr. T if he were a superhero.
I would love if he had his own show.
He's mostly
Or
good,
movie.
yeah. Except for one specific part. But yeah.
Him not contacting a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the day to night thing. He go at nighttime. He figures out what Lex is doing, but in the day he doesn't contact his buddies about it. Yeah.
Yeah. The costume. I love the costume too. That's probably it. I give like a 5 at worst, but I like the movie. Like so.
Honestly, this movie feels like the Sonic Adventure 2 of Superman movies, where it's just like, yeah, I understand a lot of people like it, but it's got a lot of jank.
I think you're.
I do, yeah.
But yeah, Skids, go ahead.
Well, I know this is going to be easily the highest rated and all I'll say here, but I'm still thinking this movie's pretty good. I'm like at a 8 right now.
Gotcha. Okay. Someone said in chat, plot problems is basically just nitpicking. It's a movie and things happen for enjoyment. Example.
I wouldn't say that. I like this movie, but I would not use it as a defense.
This person's example is Tony could have made his second suit remote pilot for safety, but then the plot wouldn't happen. Okay, so there's a lot of things you're not accounting for. First of all, Tony tested his own suit, like he literally demonstrated it to see if it was safe to fly. So what do you mean that like, oh well, he should have made it remotely? First of all, there's no proof that he can make his tech fly remotely. That's not established until Iron Man 3. And third of all, that doesn't even make sense because like if he literally tested it, right? He's tested it in his own space, then he knows that it works. The only thing that he had a problem with was the icing, in which case you know what? He learned from that. He fixed that. So how is that a plot problem?
Can I just say, Guy in chat, plot problems is basically just nitpicking. So would you agree that plot compliments is basically just nitpicking as well, or is that allowed? Are you allowed to like the plot, but if we criticize it, it's nitpicking? Please think for 2 seconds before you say something.
If you like it, then it's positive nitpicking, so therefore it's good.
Well, also like
therefore it's good. Of course.
Well, Jan, let's just go through a series of questions.
I like the person who made it, so therefore the story's good.
Yeah. Here's the thing, right?
True.
Let's just run through a series of questions, and I think this will just demonstrate why the whole plot problems is nitpicking just doesn't really work. So, Jan, what's the story?
It's an account of a series of events.
Right. Okay. So, the what connects the events together?
Specific, cause and effect would be the answer to that one. If you were going that like far out, I was going to say specific individual micro instances occur.
Okay,
Like
so then
that is the chain, links in the chain, so to speak.
what if those links are broken?
Oh well, then I suppose the story no longer functions.
Oh, okay. So then I guess plot problems are nitpicks, though, right?
Of course, yes,
I-
naturally.
This is why this doesn't
don't-
work to say plot problems
I
are
might have
nitpicks.
talked
This
about it
this plays into the
in a
cause and effect.
I might have talked about it separately in a sense, but I generally don't like it when people like to treat character and plot as like totally separate things because one influences the other, and that's why I think both have to function, and that's why it matters that we talk about this because like like I said, characters influence plot. Things happen in the plot because of characters, and because of things that happen in the plot, characters react to that, and thus their characters react accordingly, and therefore that's why it matters to talk about this. Like,
I think it's more the reason I think people are more charitable to like or willing to take this position with plot now is because it is more conceivable to have a movie with a bad plot but some like good character work in there. Like it's even theoretically, right? It's possible that I write a story that has a completely nonsensical sequence of events, but there's a character in it and he just reacts to everything consistently as you'd expect them to, right? That's harder to conceptualize with a plot, but like plot still matters, guys. Just to be clear, there's a reason that like the James Gunn Suicide Squad movie is the way that it is. It has good character work, sure,
I think
but
character is
like,
more important, and like more. I would rather.
I agree.
think-
I agree.
Good characters and bad plot, vice versa. But
I think the reason for this is because if you notice all of the stories that people get attached to, they don't get attached to the events of the story. They get attached to how the character is influenced by the events of the story, or how the world is influenced by the effects of the story.
Yeah, this just reminds me.
Sorry, I'm getting one guide. I'm getting one guide now, but guy in chat, I'm not coping. Every movie has plot problems if you think about it. Like for example, I gave with Iron Man, but nobody talks about it. So first of all, everyone talks about it that cares. Second of all, even if that was true that nobody talked about it, but they talked about it for this one specific movie, that would still not be wrong. Third of all, and most importantly, there's different levels to plot problems.
Exactly.
So
like that,
you
I
can
think that's
you,
what
you can
people are
have
forgetting.
Yeah,
and I
this just
would,
reminds
like-
me. This just reminds me of Patrick Williams' "Shut Up About Plot Holes" video. Like,
Yeah.
what is a plot hole? A plot hole is
I just-
simply an inconsistency that doesn't make any goddamn sense in the story it's trying to tell. It's something happening when the rules of the universe told you that it can't happen. Like most, a lot of good stories don't do
For
that.
example, you have a character that says you have to carry this baby. I can't carry this baby when I transform. And in the next scene, you have him pull Superman away from a black hole while he's transformed.
Yeah. If
I can imagine doing that.
If we're on the topic of Iron Man, right? Because I think Iron Man is like a 9 out of 10. So with Iron Man, there is a plot problem where Pepper calls Tony about the truth about Obadiah. She tries to warn him, but it was daytime when she figured out, and she was with the SHIELD agents to meet up. It was nighttime by the time she called Tony about it, and that was enough time for Obadiah to drive all the way to Stark's mansion, and she just, for some reason, didn't call him immediately. That's a plot problem, but like,
what was she doing instead?
Yeah, that's like one plot problem out of like everything else that works and makes sense. So like,
I just want to be very clear. If you don't care about plot problems and you still like the movie, that's great. We can't make you care about them. But what you're effectively putting forward is saying someone says 2 + 2 = 4, and you say, I don't care about mathematics. It's like, that's great. There are people who do. That's why they try to work out if 2 + 2 = 4, and you try to work out. You know what? I was going to be mean. I'm not going to. It's just a random person. But you get my point, right? Like, this is not. It's not up to debate. You can say that they're nitpicks. That's great. They still exist.
Yeah, like Iron Man, based in person in the chat said Iron Man clears this movie, no question. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Iron Man is awesome.
Brainstorming wants to debate about this film.
Well, all right, we'll do the. All right, brainstorming. We're doing Disagreement Day this weekend, so you could do it then. Is Metamorphosis carrying when transformed, a plot problem or plot hole?
Metamorpho, yeah.
Metamorpho, my bad.
No,
Yeah,
he said it. Yeah, he
yeah,
said
it's a.
metamorphosis.
I mean, yeah, I'd say it's a plot hole because, like, he says, "I can't
Well, it's
carry
like
the baby in this form," but then he
plot
literally carries
holes.
Superman when there's a black hole.
It's an issue.
That seems like a
Whatever you designate it, it's an
Oh,
issue.
it's a small one. It's a small one, to be clear.
It's a small one.
I would
It's a
say a
small
bigger
one, but
no.
it plays into this movie's blatant thing where it'll establish something, and then very shortly after it'll be like, so that thing just established. Doesn't really matter.
Why
Yeah,
didn't?
so I would say,
Don't worry about it.
SK, I would say a bigger plot hole is the Jeffrey Epstein prison guards level of incompetence
Yeah,
when
yeah.
Superman is in prison.
Oh, yeah,
That
that's
was
like,
They
awful.
don't
Well, it's like,
notice that
that-
Metamorpho is transformed into the goddamn sun. How does
Yeah.
that work?
not to be a not to be a me- not to be mean to this one guy, but that seems like a sort of a meaningless distinction because plot holes would be plot problems. Like
Yeah, what he's
plot
looking for
hole
is
is
plot
the problem
contrivance.
with the plot. Yeah.
So we typically distinguish between plot and plot holes. The thing that I cited earlier with Lex Luthor making a clone that is strong enough so he can kill Superman, but dumb enough so he can easily be controlled, that is what we would call a contrivance. That is lucky, but that could theoretically happen. Whereas, for example, if Metamorpho, like I would actually agree with Jack that Metamorpho, like it being so son, if you do anything and the guy doesn't kill son, I would just say that's a hole.
Yeah, the
Like,
fact that
that
he
needed
literally
to have-
doesn't notice, doesn't call any guards, and he just literally didn't do his job when holding the baby
Around
hostage.
them all pointing and screaming at
Yeah, like
Dude,
that
you don't
doesn't
get
make
it.
sense.
SK, you don't get it. He saw that Metamorpho was aura farming, alright? He has to let him finish.
you needed to
Um,
what is this? We're going by Power Rangers rules. We have to let them do their call outs and transform before we
Okay, I gotta
Yeah, no,
address
he has
this.
to.
Why didn't Iron Man just make a second suit? Make his second suit a remote control version so he can be safe while operating it. Because if he did, the rest of the plot wouldn't have happened. First of all, no, he survives that second suit flight, so I don't know how that would have changed the plot. Third of all, I'm confused here. How would he make a remote control version? Can you prove that that's
you have to
something he can
establish that
do?
he can. You have to establish
like
he can.
how-
You can't just say
Yeah.
character should have done this thing that's not established they can do. What?
That's only shown in
I
Iron
just
Man
wanna be-
3.
I just want to be very clear. The reason this criticism works for Lex Luthor, why doesn't Lex just do X? Because Lex Luthor is established to basically be able to do anything in this movie. He can create a universe.
Well, this is the thing,
Like-
Jan. It's like we established that Lex Luthor uses Ultraman to draw out Superman, right? He literally expects this at the beginning. So it'd be really strange if later on in the movie he would justify risking a black hole sucking up the planet because I
That'd be
need to
weird.
draw out Superman.
That would be weird if he did that. That would be.
Mhm.
I would go so far as to say that would be fucking insane if that happened. Oh, well.
I would say it'd be even worse if after drawing out Superman he doesn't shut off this
Yeah.
black hole.
I would go so far as to say that's outright goofy if he would say that they
Look what
chose
TK said, look what TK
Superman
said.
over me when he just just changed their minds.
Yeah.
And-
I
And
think
regarding-
it would be even, and I think it would be even goofier if he just allowed the black hole to destroy the Earth, which would kill everyone except the person he wants to kill.
Someone in chat say SK will say all this, but then will unironically glaze Shang-Chi.
All right, so I'm gonna address the allegations. I'm gonna address the allegations this once, and let's see if he continues on. I watched it once. I thought it was a 6 or 7. I haven't talked about it in a while. You could bring up problems or whatever. I don't, but like I haven't seen it in like a year, I think. So
That brings back memories
Okay.
for when Jan and I streamed it and watched it talk shit.
Yeah, I was fucking losing my mind over that movie. Guy in chat, he's still sticking to this one. He's really committed about all movies have problems, and you can't have movies without without an insight, like some kind of plot contrivance, because there needs to be a driving force. Yeah, we call that
Top
an
Gun
inciting
Maverick.
incident. With Top Gun Maverick. We need you need an inciting incident for most movies. That does not mean the inciting incident needs to be as egregiously contrived.
Okay,
It can
Churchill,
also sometimes be egregiously contrived.
you need to prove that he can make a remote control suit. You need to prove he can do that in 2008. There's no proof.
Also, Churchill, just so you're clear, every critic calling it a masterpiece does not prove anything.
Yeah.
Just so we're very clear. Like, they could all be wrong. You don't know. They're not in this instance because you're being an idiot, but yeah, they could be.
I mean, yeah, there's a difference
it's like-
between it's like it's so frustrating to look at this. It's like, oh yeah, you know, you think this movie has a lot of problems? Well, look at this thing that has this one problem that I found. It's like,
Yeah, whataboutism.
wonderful, wonderful. That's meaningless.
All right, we're getting one guide by Churchill. I think we should.
Yeah.
Wait, Hitler said that in Hitler said that in 1940. I'm pretty sure. I'm getting one guide by Churchill.
Can we watch
David
this?
Cornsweet was a solid
Yeah.
casting choice for
Yeah, let's get back
Superman.
to it.
He's
We're almost
earnest
done.
and sincere. He's definitely got the right look for the character, and he plays well off Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane. In the hands of a different creative, a modern-day Lois could have come across as a smug, abrasive girl boss, but she never does. She challenges him on his beliefs at times, but it feels like it comes from a well-intentioned place, and not some insecure need to assert moral superiority over him. Crypto the Superdog was another divisive aspect of the trailers. Some people loved him, others hated him, but really, he's not a big deal in the movie at all. He shows up from time to time
He is a
when the
pretty
script
big deal.
He's a
big deal,
big movie.
Yeah, he kind of is the reason that Superman wins at all.
Yeah, well, I
Which
think that's
is funny.
silly. I think that's silly because Lex should have foreseen that and covered his mouth when he was doing the whistle thing.
You don't.
I
How
think
could you possibly?
Yeah, I think you should have just whistled earlier.
Well, it's also I think that Lex should have possibly accounted for the power level of Crypto, given he was literally fucking studying him in an earlier scene. But anyway.
Yeah, but okay. Do you want to know the biggest reason why I hate Crypto?
What?
He's a product of nepotism.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, 100%. Product of
That's an
nepotism.
actual point people use.
Oh my fucking god, man! God,
James Gunn isn't allowed to use his own dog in movies.
True.
Needs him and then conveniently vanishes when it doesn't. The Justice Gang are a bit of an odd choice though. Apart from Mr. Terrific, they don't have much to do except fight the odd monster in the background, and that really pisses me off because Nathan Fillion deserves better, god damn it. There was
That's not true.
They had to resolve an entire conflict they had to resolve an entire conflict, and you can say that it was like clunkily done, but they still did something major.
Yeah, I would just say that I
But they
think
did
it
something
is.
they did something so major that like at the very end afterwards, the two government guys go into the room, and then the first guy that sided with Lex was like, "I'm glad you don't think the metahumans are a problem because they set the rules down." So like the idea that Superman has convinced these heroes to involve themselves in global geopolitical conflicts of their own volition is a pretty major development for this universe.
Yeah, my only thing about that is like, I'm not sure. Maybe I need to look at it again. But like, what was done like internally to justify why they would change their mind on that?
What did they change?
Yeah.
Like, what did Superman actually do to inspire that? Like, I'm trying to think about it once more, and it's like, okay, they were against it. They're pretty much like focused on like the mission above all else, not necessarily, you know, saving each and every person. They're against like, you know, foreign intervention. What exactly would have like facilitated that change? It's something I want to look into again.
I think the only thing that I can point to in the movie would be they know the reason he was sent here, but in spite of the reason he was sent here, he chose to save and help people. And the one shot of like the four little kids making a Superman flag, even though like almost the whole world hates Superman, and like saying his name, asking him to come save them.
I caught like half of that.
Oh.
Well, he's just
he said something about the reason why Superman was sent here, and in spite of that, he still does good.
Yeah, he still chose to do good. And then the four little kids making the Superman flag while everybody hates Superman, asking him to come save them.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, the thing is that this is a thing that has been happening like this whole time. I can't remember if they specifically pushed back on Superman for his foreign intervention, but I feel like it's still public knowledge that people were gonna die from all of that.
I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure they didn't. I
Maybe
know
I'm thinking of
Lois.
another character.
I know Lois did. Lois did in like the fake
The fake
interview
interview,
they
yeah.
had, but I don't think that. But Guy, Terrific, and Hawkgirl didn't. I don't believe. I could be wrong.
Yeah, we'll
But
look
I don't
again. We'll look
remember
again.
them
We're gonna
doing it.
rewatch for
I
Disagreement
do
Day.
remember. I do remember Guy pushing back on Superman for being too soft against the kaiju monster they were fighting. But that's it.
So TC says Lex didn't expect Superman to escape the prison. At that point, I'd argue Lex didn't have time to set up countermeasures for Crypto. I mean, I don't know why he didn't expect Superman to escape the prison. He really should have expected it, considering he threw him in the same cell where the guy can just remove the kryptonite, create a mini sun, and then break him out and send him literally right. His kid is literally right there in front of him, that he could just super speed him out.
Well, will you
What
be able
fucking?
to will you be able to account for Ellen Manware to be able to create a sun?
Yes, he would have to because
I
he
have-
knows
yeah.
he knows his abilities. He would have to have studied his abilities, even for scientific reasons.
Okay.
He would be interested in that.
If he knows he can create like alien
Any element. He
minerals
says any
that aren't
elements.
from Earth.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So there's no reason he shouldn't be able to create the elements of a sun. Whether or not that would work to restore Superman's powers, because it's technically a fake sun, would I guess be up for guessing, I suppose. But on the safe side, you should assume that it would work to restore Superman's powers.
Well, also it just goes back into the same issue. It's like, why do you need to force the guy to do it when you could just take kryptonite from him, chop it off, and you can literally mass supply it.
I think we should watch the video.
Pretty huge fucking debate raging around whether this film had some political axe to grind, mostly due to a misquoted Variety interview with James Gunn that was then amplified by absolute retards like Mark Melkin.
But Agatha is
Yeah, this reporter
gayest,
does suck. He
gayest,
was-
gayest
This reporter is an
character
idiot, yeah.
episode ago.
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
You can almost feel how desperate he is to lead the cast into saying something, anything controversial for clicks and retweets.
Superman is an immigrant story, that it is political. MAGA today was getting a little upset that he called Superman an immigrant. I wanted to get your reaction. Your brother talked about Superman being an immigrant, and now MAGA is already upset that he's called Superman an immigrant. I wanted to get your reaction.
Dude, he is such an
You said it's an immigrant
instigator.
story. It's a political movie.
Yeah.
MAGA today is going nuts.
So
What do you have to
fucking
say to
cringe.
MAGA?
All right, can you pause real quick because I might have a hot take.
Pause.
So when anyone talks about Superman, I doubt anyone's the first thing that comes to mind is immigrant. And the reason I say that is because immigrant by itself is a pretty meaningless term. It's at most neutral. In the context, it doesn't necessarily mean good or negative because it entirely depends on secondary aspects. Like all it really means is someone moves from one place to another.
Yeah.
And if they're a good person, then it depends on other traits or characteristics. So even if it's an immigrant story, that doesn't necessarily mean you take a radical stance, a radical immigration stance in one direction or the other, because you can still want immigrants like Superman in your country, but not want other immigrants, which I would say General Zod would qualify as also being an immigrant, but a bad one, if we're making the comparisons.
I just want to say that projecting like hyper current day political problems on the superhero movie is like one of the most unfathomably cringe thing imaginable. So fuck this guy. But that was my profound statement. Sorry.
Yeah. Also, it should be pointed out that in this movie, like Superman respects respects borders. Like he acknowledges nation's sovereignty, as seen with the bigger nation trying to invade the smaller nation. Like so there, that should be pointed out too.
So TC says, it seems like the sun being what powers Superman isn't well known, as well as Ultraman being that covered but removing most of his access to sunlight means that while Ultraman can copy Superman, it isn't one-to-one. Okay, well, so the problem here is that if Lex Luthor doesn't know that the sun powers him, which I actually don't know how he wouldn't know that. If he literally created a copy of him that would work the same, he would have studied that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lex Luthor has been studying Superman to the point where he has like fighting game input combinations he can give to Ultron that perfectly cover everything Superman does. And you're telling me he doesn't know the sun powers Superman?
Well, here's the thing.
He was
it's worse.
in the Fortress of Solitude with robots who know that's how he works.
Well, even
like,
then,
how would he not know this?
Wait,
Also,
even then, it's even.
He hacked his computer to get the message from his parents. You're telling me he didn't have information that, yeah, by the way, he's sun powered.
Well, also, it's just worse if he doesn't know that, because from his perspective, if the guy just turns off the kryptonite, then he doesn't even need the sun. He just needs Superman to heal from that. So that's actually worse.
Yeah.
There's less steps you have to take.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's proceed further with the video.
Seriously, guys, in case you haven't figured it out by now, entertainment journalists are not your friends and never have been. Anyway, all that
100%.
aside, I'm happy to say that James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn absolutely
Fine to
isn't
agree,
a
yeah.
political movie. It's not out to lecture you on anything, and it's not trying to make a statement on modern day issues. As Nathan Fillion said,
That's not true.
What?
I mean, like,
That's
what,
just objectively not true.
I don't know what he's talking about, because like it literally focuses on the war between two countries, which is something that happens nowadays.
Yeah, but is that a modern day issue? Wars have always been happening.
Well,
yeah,
technically
it's still
speaking,
relevant in modern day.
war is always a modern. Yeah, like war is
Yeah,
just.
that's kind of what I was saying. Well,
So-
well, you could. That's kind of what I was saying earlier. You could go back to 1911's fucking like the 1600s. War would be a current day issue.
Yeah, I guess the question would be like,
that's what matters. It's like how do you define current day? Because if you define current day strictly as happening in the present, then yeah, war is a modern day issue, and it will always be a modern day issue.
Are you saying are you saying if its origin lies in current day or if it's happening in current day?
I'm appealing
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I'm appealing to the notion of timelessness. So there are certain like thematic and like I guess you could say political or whatever, but like commentary components that are going to be fundamentals aspects of the human condition. The current day discussion about, say, like however you might feel about like gender issues, that sort of thing, that's not necessarily something that is going to resonate with people 300 years from now when that debate is settled, if you know what I mean. But war is eternal. It's always going to resonate
that
with
is
people.
unfortunate as a statement.
Yeah. I know, but like other things are like love is eternal, right? Themes about love are presumably always going to be a thing.
It's like this is why it's like Drinker definitely, when he says modern day, it's modern day political. Like these are just vague terms that, yeah, like these are just vague terms they use to ascribe to like left, what they perceive as left leaning political beliefs that they hate. It's just.
Alrighty, yeah.
Because if I asked him, because like, what do you think Drinker's response would be if you asked him, "Hey, do you think war is a modern day issue?" I think he just wouldn't have a response.
I think he'd say no.
I don't think he would have a response.
No, I think Drake would say no, but I think also if you asked him what a modern day political issue, he would say like, oh, all the genders, like he'd probably say something.
Yeah,
like
like all the woke stuff, all the quote unquote woke stuff. Yeah,
the quote unquote woke stuff.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
I also think it's worth mentioning. Wait,
before
before we go, I think it's also worth mentioning that Superman deaded during World War II. So I think that's also worth taking into account.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So war has always war has always been a part of this character. I feel at least it's not just getting introduced with this movie, like him interacting or involving himself in a war.
Got it.
It's just a movie, guys.
The only problem, though, is that it's not a particularly good Superman movie, and a lot of that problem stems from James Gunn himself. I think it's about time people stopped worshipping this guy like he's some cinematic messiah sent down to save Hollywood. His recent track record has been spotty at best, and although he's definitely good at what he does,
Oh yeah,
what
like
he
your
does
really
only
crappy
works within
Guardians 3 review.
a pretty narrow comfort zone, and if he's forced to step too far outside it, he seems kind of lost and uninspired. I get the feeling he would have much rather made a Justice Gang movie because it would have played to all his favourite sensibilities as a filmmaker, forcing another bunch of likeable misfits to work together to take down a bigger threat. But there was too much riding on this film for him to trust it to anyone else, and so we ended up with a Superman movie that can't quite seem to keep its focus on Superman.
I actually kind of agree, because, like, the thing that's bothersome about this, number one, I don't know if I said this, I don't like Jimmy Olsen in this movie, right? Because they're trying to establish that he's, like, Superman's good friend, part of the Daily Planet, a good part of his life, and he's just a joke in this movie. Like, the first scene we
He's
see with
Riz
him...
God.
Yeah,
the Riz machine, yeah.
The first scene we see with Jimmy Olsen, that is his entire character summarized. Like, everything you need to know about him, that tells you everything.
I don't think that's fair at all, SK. I think he's not all of the... I don't think he's that. I think he's the plot device. Is what I would say about Jimmy Olsen.
Well, I'm talking about from a characterization perspective, right?
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing. I'm just being coy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just he's pretty much just shallow in the movie. He's just, you know.
He has an extreme moral dilemma. He can either have the weekend to himself or have a bad bitch.
Yeah, like just because I know there's been comparisons to.
But her toes over your. Her toes over your.
Look,
That's why
all I'm saying is to all of us who understand Riz, we share Jimmy Olsen's struggles. All right, no, but seriously, like I was talking about this to I think it was Jack about like the insane contrived nature of Jimmy Olsen and this movie and like his existence. So
I genuinely didn't understand that. I was like, I need to think about this again.
The reason Clark is saved in this movie, for those who aren't in the know, is because Clark Kent happens to be a reporter at the Daily Planet, where he happens to work with a reporter named Jimmy Olsen, who happens to be a sex god, who happens to have dated the ex of his arch nemesis Lex Luthor, who happens to have taken a bunch of selfies that happen to have a bunch of information that tips people off as to what Lex is doing.
And he happens to not care that she's
and she also happens to know.
Well,
and she also happens to know about the pocket dimension. This is insane.
Okay, Jack, Jack, have you considered that the 1/10 intelligence streams their crimes? Therefore, it makes sense for Lex Luthor to be okay with selfies of his incriminating evidence.
What?
No, but SK, you see. But SK, she's stupid, even though earlier in the movie they established that she's actually smart enough to evade all the traffic cameras on her way to meet Jimmy and set up a location where there are no cameras to which Flash can track her. Even though later she goes into the server room. She goes into the server room, which is right outside where Lex is.
And I'm sorry, like just to elaborate on this, this is genuine 1/10 energy, because Lex Luthor literally follows his girlfriend, like, you know, through the cameras, knowing that, like, there's a possibility she could do something. So why would you ever be okay with taking... Yeah, never... Well, one, yeah, I don't know why he doesn't monitor her phone by that logic, but two, you should never be okay with taking photos of the private stuff that would incriminate him.
How the fuck did she get into the server room? Like, I'm so, like, how...
Oh, yeah, there would be a lock on that? Yeah, that's true, but even ignoring that, why would she go to the server room? She could be heard.
Right outside.
Yeah, they're right outside.
Not only that, it's not even further away. It's not even, like, down the hall. You walk out, it's the first door. It's less than 5 feet away from where Lex is.
Why are her selfies in the server room and not on her phone?
No, they're on her phone.
They're on her phone. She goes to the server room to hide.
Oh, okay. I thought she was like uploading shit.
No,
she goes in the server room to hide. The one that's right outside, 5 feet away from Lex, that has cameras in it, definitely.
And that's how she gets caught.
This
Yeah, no, no,
logic is
I know that.
yes, Superman gives her-
So wait, this is actually dumber than what I was thinking. I thought she was like taking those photos from the server room, so she just had that, and she could have done that anywhere, anytime. Why didn't she just send them to Jimmy Olsen when they were out together?
Exactly.
Well, she sent them. She sent them at the moment because she was super frustrated with Lex. He's like, "God, we need to have Superman escape this." She's like,
Yeah.
"Joey should have her," and she was like, "I can't do this anymore, Jimmy." 5 feet away from Lex, behind just the closed wooden door.
I
Man.
can't believe this.
Yeah.
In a room, in a room, in a
when you
room
think
that
about
definitely
it,
has cameras, by the way.
Yeah.
when you think about it, Eve is really just a discount Harley Quinn.
Damn.
Like just
I just
she
want
realizes
to.
that she's in a bad
I'm sorry.
relationship.
I don't want to keep bullying this guy, but Churchill Goodman is now encouraging people to ask ChatGPT, and it'll prove him correct on our earlier discussion about Iron Man 2.
All right,
Or
goodbye.
Iron Man, rather.
Goodbye.
That plot hole.
So there's a few things I want to answer. So TC asked, when is disagreement day? It'll probably be Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. We'll try to work it out then. Maybe we'll do a double feature, and we'll try to figure that out. But definitely next weekend. To address the defense, Spider-Man Unknown says, to be fair, hadn't she been in contact with Jimmy, she would be locked in an alternate universe, and Lex would get rid of the evidence had Jimmy or anyone else. Wait, I'm confused with. Well, isn't that the point? That like, why is she having this conversation where Lex could hear, or any of his people could hear?
Who it is?
How's the slander stream?
Slander stream's going well. And like,
Beautiful.
yeah, I don't agree with the counter saying I wouldn't say he's shallow when his ex helped him expose Lex Luthor's true self. That doesn't make Jimmy a fleshed out character just because somebody he was working with exposed Lex.
That even mean?
That doesn't even that doesn't add much layers to his character.
I wanted to pop up for a second before I went home and say, restore the Snyderverse. Bring back the Snyderverse. Make Man of Tomorrow the sequel, the Superman sequel that we deserved. Man of Tomorrow. Bring back the Snyderverse.
Damn, that's
Hey, it's a psyop. This is a psyop to specifically get me to execute myself. This is what we're leading up to.
But yeah, like just back to Jimmy Olsen as to like what I just find really disappointing about his character. Just imagine Foggy Nelson in Daredevil, and imagine he was just a joke the whole season. Imagine they did that. That would be really disappointing. Or like,
imagine if they did that.
I've seen comparisons to Sam Raimi Spider-Man as well. Imagine if Harry was just, a joke the whole movie, and they did nothing special with him. That'd be pretty lame.
Even Happy Hogan does more in the Iron Man movies.
He does. I love Happy in the Iron Man movies. I meant to say if she didn't have Jimmy or anyone else, then it's all gone thanks to Lex. Yes. Yeah. Run it back. Wait, someone just said, why doesn't he just snap off Metamorphosis kryptonite? Prove he could do that. I'm happy to oblige. So, in the scene where he's fighting off those bad guys, he shoots acid at them, and his whole body is gone. That implies that he can release elements from his body, and then regenerate his body. So why can't he do that with kryptonite? Oh shit, hold up. They can't hear you right now. It just cut. Give me a moment. Why? I don't know why it does this. Okay. Let me just fix it real quick. It should be simple. Fuck. Alright. Alright. It's working now.
Okay, so they can hear me?
Yeah. It's
okay.
fixed.
Yeah, and Jan pointed this out earlier since he's a geologist, or he's familiarized himself with geology.
I am a geologist, but yes, carry on, sir.
Sorry. He is a geologist, so he pointed out that you don't even need to break off anything from Metamorpho to make more kryptonite. You can simply study the kryptonite that's on him and make synthetic kryptonite, right, Jan?
Yeah, that is correct. Synthetic gems or minerals are used very frequently, especially in industry. We do not, in fact, put real diamonds all the time on like hardness tests or even diamond, tipped drills.
Yeah. So that's just, I don't see why that would be impossible. But also, like, even if we want to say that he can't replicate solids for whatever reason, I don't know why he wouldn't be able to if he can regenerate his body. But even then, we could just create a liquid form of kryptonite or a gaseous form of kryptonite, and Lex could convert that to a solid state.
Yeah, and another thing is that in the comics, he's able to like completely, a part of himself can become its own sentient being too. So it is possible for other parts of himself that come off to like stay for incredibly long amounts of time.
I'd argue foreign minerals are different than native minerals.
Why?
Well, I mean, yeah, of course. I was going to say, well, I mean, technically he's correct. Of course they. Well, I mean, in terms of like, I guess he means in terms of the synthesization. But I mean, yeah, of course they are. But they are still made up of like chemical compounds, right? As long as he can understand the chemistry, he can recreate it.
That's
the issue with understanding. Yeah, the issue with understanding like foreign objects or like foreign minerals or foreign materials isn't necessarily that like they're foreign. It's just like we don't necessarily know how they're naturally synthesized. That's the problem. But like you could absolutely synthesize meteorites if you knew that the lattice structure, like the minerals, if you knew the lattice structure and like the chemical compound that they make up. You could absolutely do that.
So Flapperjack said, "How do you know it'll stay as kryptonite when it's broken off? Because when the minerals are broken off, they stay as, or sorry, not the when the acid is broken off, when the acid is shot, they stay as acid. So."
And to bring up CC saying we don't see the acid stay, or like we don't see him regenerate his body and the acid stay, like implying that like when he regenerates the body, he pulls the acid from the people he shot the acid at, because we do just see his head flying off. In that case, we just cut off his arm and leave the kryptonite in the cell of Superman. There's the reason to have him in the same cell of Superman where they can communicate. And if you're like, oh, well, he won't be okay with cutting off his arm, you have his baby hostage, he'll do literally anything you want.
Yeah, I don't see why cutting off a limb would be why Lex would be beyond that.
He
doesn't hurt him
even
anyway.
If you want to argue that Lex can be kryptonite, he does not need to stay in the cell with Superman no matter what.
Here's what I'm gonna do.
So either way, Superman should not be a schedule.
It's been 2 hours since Comic Legend said he's watching Superman, so what I'm gonna do is add him to this group chat and see if he joins randomly just to bitch about it, and it'd be really funny if he does that.
Wait, you said you already watched it? You just finished watching it?
Well, over 2 hours ago, he said he was watching it, so he's done soon.
Okay, 2 things. Number 1, perhaps kryptonite is an element that's not on the periodic table. So kryptonite is a mineral, not an element, but it could be composed of elements that are not on the periodic table. That is correct. However, Lex Luthor would have access to a sample of kryptonite. He would understand what the molecules are, and he has a universe at his disposal where he could procure those molecules. There's molecules we've not discovered yet, but if we discovered said molecule and had access to a pocket universe, we would easily be able to procure those now. And then the second concern, what if the molecule makeup kryptonite are non-existing in this universe? If they're made up of something that doesn't exist, then they don't exist. Okay? Fucking like what does that even mean?
I want to answer this question real quick. Are we gonna get a video on your opinion on the film? I don't know if I'm gonna make a video, but I think I'll leave it to Jack, to KinoFlix to make the video because he's making a whole
I'm not sure how long it's gonna be, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna make a video on it.
Yeah,
should be right by next week.
But what I was gonna say is like either way, Lex has to know what the compound of kryptonite is made out of. He has to, because he has to have told Metamorpho how to make it.
Identify
Right?
it.
'Cause
Yeah, he has to
Metamorpho needs
identify it.
Yeah, he needs
Yeah,
information.
like Metamorpho needs to know, but so like it doesn't matter if it's foreign because he makes a sun, right? Like he can
Yeah.
make foreign compounds. He can like make like fire.
Like he
and
literally
shit.
says
So
hydrogen, helium,
there
and
is
then
nothing. There is nothing in the film that would make me believe he is incapable of A, separating solids from his body, and B, separating kryptonite from his body. Like there's nothing in the film that makes me that gives me that impression.
He built a giant ass hammer in the final
And
battle.
smacked it, and smacked it onto its head. Like, and it's not like I can steelman it and say, well, if I take the film in the best possible face, he can't do it because the film tells me he can't carry his baby when he transforms, but then it breaks that rule immediately afterwards. So I'm less inclined to give this film the benefit of the doubt that he can't do this.
Okay. TC. I'm going to try this one more time, okay? I'm sorry if I'm getting triggered, but this is a topic that I have studied for 5 years, okay? That's not me invoking an argument of authority, that's just me explaining why I'm upset. Yes, you are correct. They could not be present in that universe, but we are told that he created that universe specifically by recreating the Big Bang, meaning that all materials in that universe would also that exist in our universe, which is spawned of the Big Bang, which is how all fucking elements are created, which is derived off of the Big Bang. Lex could 100% reasonably be able to access them. If he can't, that's contrived. It would be further contrived if he somehow wasn't able to obtain those elements from fucking Metamorpho, who can create any element he wants. Could just get a Metamorpho to create that specific element and then have someone concoct a synthetic replication of that element. With the level of tech he has, if he can recreate the Big Bang, he can recreate a single molecule. Okay, I don't know why we're humoring this.
He doesn't even need Metamorpho, this specific Metamorpho, as he can just clone him instead, have him just be a mindless puppet who turns into kryptonite.
Yeah, if he can just clone a Kryptonian, then like what's to say he can't clone this guy when he has access to all the elements if he recreated the Big Bang? And like I want to elaborate on what Jan just said. Yeah, he could ask him to recreate kryptonite, but the problem is you can't just say recreate kryptonite because he's going to say, "Okay, how the fuck do I do that? What do I do?" Okay, you need this element, you need this element, you need this element. It's like, "Oh, shoot. So you need that information. You need like you can't just create kryptonite. You need to know what's created."
Yeah, like when he says, it's like when he says, I need a sun to heal. He doesn't say, okay, I'll just recreate the sun. No,
he says
lists,
hydrogen,
like, all the
helium.
individual elements. Yeah, he lists off he like mumbles to himself the individual elements that he's putting in the correct concentration to make a sun.
Yeah, so you need
just as a final nail in this. As a final nail in this, he describes the kryptonite to the government, who know what kryptonite is. Kryptonite is a known quantity in this universe. Can you name a thing that exists on Earth that we know it is, but we don't know what it's made of? You didn't fucking think so. So please stop trying to run this defense for something that has absolutely no scientific basis whatsoever.
All right, we're gonna wrap this video up. We got
When it comes to writing dialogue, Gunn is basically a second-generation follower of Whedonism. Much like Taika Waititi, he seems to understand what made Joss Whedon's writing so effective in superhero movies, and definitely knows how to replicate it effectively, but what he lacks is Whedon's finely tuned sense of restraint. A bit of carefully crafted levity at just the right moment can really enhance a dramatic scene, but too much at the wrong time soon becomes an irritating distraction, and that's exactly what Superman suffers from. Every time the movie's on the brink...
I thought this was the case, especially at the end, where Superman's giving like his speech to Luthor, and before Luthor can like fully respond, like Crypto just fucks him up essentially.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
That
was a bad joke.
It's just replicating. Yeah, it's just replicating the Hulk beating Loki's ass in Avengers.
But that was better because, like, you know, that wasn't a serious moment, right? That was just a moment between like the two just bantering at each other. So, yeah.
Right.
brink of some intense, heartfelt moment, it's almost always undercut by some shitty, badly executed joke, like it's afraid to ever take itself seriously. Not every movie has to be Guardians of the Galaxy, James. You're allowed to move on in life. There's just so much shit thrown at you in this.
Kinda does.
No.
I mean, I'd say it does it more appropriately, but yes, they kind of do that. That subversive humor.
Film, so many characters that don't get the time and space they need to breathe and develop, so much world-changing technology and truncated subplots that it becomes kind of overwhelming after a while. By the time the credits rolled, I actually felt tired of it all. It's a film that never quite finds its narrative focal point, that's in such a rush to introduce so much new stuff that it ends up getting in its own way. And it doesn't help that it feels like we're dropped into a story halfway through the telling, like there should have been another movie before this one to properly introduce Superman, Lex Luthor, and the Justice Gang. Instead, they're all just thrown into the mix without any explanation, like we're just expected to know who and what everyone is. And yeah, I know most people know who Superman and Lex Luthor are by this point, but this isn't just a new version of these characters we're seeing here, it's a complete relaunch of the world that they're part of. It should be epic and significant, but instead it just feels like the middle entry of a trilogy, or a by-the-numbers mid-phase Marvel movie. Just business as usual. Just another forgettably mid-superhero flick that happens to have Superman in it. Add all these problems together, and you end up with a film that's somehow overshadowed by its own creator, that can't seem to get out of its own way, and that fails to live up to the impossible expectations placed on it. Superhero movies really have reached a fork in the road of destiny.
I guess maybe this is a question from me, but like, so I've heard a lot of people saying this feels like a Phase 5 movie. I completely disagree with that. I think that's way too cruel. But like, does anyone agree this feels like a Phase 3/2 movie?
This does feel like a Phase 3. Yeah, I would say that's fair. Phase 3, Phase 2. Honestly, I could definitely see Phase 2. It would kind of be like
see a lot of
the placement of Iron Man 3 or Captain America Winter Soldier, you know, around.
Yeah, I was gonna say exactly. It reminds me incredibly of Winter Soldier, where like it has cool ideas, but it doesn't play with them on a deep level at all.
This year, and desperately needed something to get them on the right path again. The Marvel juggernaut is fallen to pieces, Sony have abandoned whatever the fuck they were hoping to accomplish with the leftovers, and DC have been unsuccessfully relaunched and reinvented more times than Katy Perry at this point. None of it seems to be working, and as much as this movie makes a valiant effort, I don't think James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn is gonna turn it around.
Okay, yeah. So that I was expecting that to be a whole lot worse. This actually wasn't a bad video.
Yeah, I agree. I'm actually impressed because he doesn't do the criticism that I really hate, which is complaining about certain characters crying or being demasculated.
Like gamers.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he jumped into this with like, it seemed like he was relatively good faith towards the movie. Like he wasn't like being outright like unfair about it. So points for that.
Well, that's because Clark's not a woman. Okay.
Well, at the same time, he praised Lois Lane.
Well, I gotta go, guys. I'm gonna have to cut the stream off in later.
Because Lois Lane's not a superhero.
All right.
See you later.
See you later.
He doesn't give a
See ya.
shit.
Take care.
The reason why he doesn't give a shit is because Lois Lane isn't a superhero. He doesn't give a shit.
Lois Lane is a superhero. I'm trying to find. Does Jeremy have a review?
No, we'll pull up the tweet that I
okay,
I
yeah,
sent to you.
Oh wait, hold up. Maybe it's on Geeks and Gamers 2.
Wait, that's two Geeks and Gamers.
Oh,
Did we need two? Did we need two of them?
Yeah, well, there's two Geeks and Gamers channels. So
this is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
Wait, SK. He also did a Piers Morgan interview with it.
Oh, did he?
Do that?
Wait,
Yeah,
seriously?
He did. Yeah.
Who did a Piers Morgan? Wait, who did a Piers Morgan?
Product, Geeks and Gamers, several other people.
No. Piers, let's fucking go. How do you feel about that, Jen?
How do I feel about that? I feel embarrassed for my country. Is how I feel about that. Why would you ask me that? You know how I feel about that.
So Jeremy's like review / breakdown is like 41 minutes. I don't think we'll have the time for like 41 minutes, so we'll just look at the tweet. All right, send the screenshots below while we wait. But ranting conventions. I'll pull that one up while you get that. just so the link is ready.
Also, I also want to just say, listen, to both Kasaibo and TC, all right, I was hard on you guys. I'm sorry. I don't like hate you personally or anything. It annoys me when people
Damn.
talk about
Alright,
like
well, fuck it.
scientific
I do
concepts in
hate-
movies.
I do hate you
I
personally.
see.
Fuck
All
you.
right.
Wow.
No, because Cyber brings up a fair point as well that I perhaps didn't explain as well, but it's like, yeah, everything
Superman is
is
low.
dependent on protons and atoms of each atom. So Lex could do that
Protons,
scientifically.
electrons, neutrons, and then morons like decent gamers.
Morons.
Morons.
Electrons.
James Gunn's.
My favorite
this is
element.
an interesting image to
particle.
start with. Look at it.
Well, that's this guy.
If you look at the watch together, look at look. This is creepy. Like this lighting, this the way like his hair is just all messy. Like
This is the
this is dramatic.
This is the brand new day guy, right?
This is the brand new day guy who said it was woke
He-
propaganda.
He looks like is it just me or does he look? Has anyone here seen Sinister?
No, I have not.
Ah, damn. Well, I assume people have seen Saw. He looks like a weird amalgamation of like the Billy the Puppet from Saw, kind of.
Damn.
the hair.
He looks like what I imagined the Riddler's videos in the Batman would look like if he wasn't wearing a mask.
Damn. Thank you for the $2 pizza time. You should look at Jester Bell's review. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at that as well.
I'm gonna flood the city, bro.
Lex is the star of the movie for me. I love his performance, but his character, I don't think it works overall.
It's a case of I like the idea of what they were going for, kind of. Actually, I guess while we're like waiting on that, I was just gonna touch on briefly like the Lex Luthor's motivation for Superman, I guess killing Superman.
Yeah,
thing
what's the
specifically.
elaboration for that?
All I was going to say is I think that it's fair to say that Lex Luthor could have like his motivation in it is incredibly simplistic to the point that it feels like when I say it feels like he has quote unquote to say no reason is not wholly accurate, but I think it's fair to say that like his reason is very shallow. It's like it's ego and like petty, like bitter envy, right? Which I get is a thing in like media. That's fair, but like this is not Aesop's fable, right? This is like a multi-billion-dollar production, so I'd expect him to have like more behind his character. To say also nothing of the fact that the last thing that I'll go promise. Like, to say nothing of the fact like the movie doesn't really establish him as a man who has everything, but kind of just hates Superman for like the fact that I guess Superman has everything without having to have earned it, but they just only like they play lip service to that idea in one scene. It feels wasted.
Gotcha.
Well,
Yeah, I want to look
just-
at it
I think this
again
is
to really
just,
see what I think about that.
I think this is just like one of the problems with setting up a universe and like having your first movie be already 3 years into Superman's career and not really focusing on developing his relationship with Lex. Which
And an ensemble cast. And an ensemble cast as well. Which is like I don't really think we needed it. Like it's a case of so like Lex's motivation, because there's something like Lex's motivation in 78 Superman, if I was to draw a point of comparison, isn't horrifically more profound, but there's a lot more time to interface with it and to get to understand it, if you know what I mean. And so if someone asked me like, oh, what was like Lex's motivation really, I wouldn't really begrudge them for asking that question, because I think like it's a valid point to throw out there, as in like Lex kind of just decides at the end. Like we have, what do we even have? We have the scene obviously where Lex has his monologue, which is incredibly expository, right? Like in the Fortress of Solitude, which I would say the dialogue writing in this is kind of shaky overall. But like he has that where he like which is like he establishes that he hates metahumans. Then he has obviously like his big payoff speech while he's presumably about to beat Superman, right? And in that he throws like a mixture of brain beats brawn and like you didn't earn this sort of a thing. And it's like, what did I was kind of, there was like a moment of, okay, like I understand it for the meta of it because he's Lex and that's Superman, right? But like, where did all this come from? It is a question I could see people asking themselves in the context of this being the first movie, right?
Oh, I saw this.
Yeah.
I would definitely still say that like if you want to argue for why his motivations are weak, like you need to be a lot more, I guess, in detail than at least what I saw at the beginning. Maybe they elaborated more, in which case fair enough. But even then, I would just say like don't word it that way. You're gonna just create confusion when people hear that. They're gonna think like, this doesn't make sense.
I absolutely agree that EFAP can have and is prone to having moments where it's like a stream of thoughts that's coming out and it's not considered, right? Like, you know what I mean? And it feels like, yeah, you could have maybe interfaced with it, but it's a case of, I don't know if like, I wouldn't expect their show of all shows to be conscious of time, but yeah. Not making excuses, by the way. Like, I don't know the full extent of the arguments they deployed. I haven't seen the full thing, but it's a case of like, if someone told me that as on its face, I wouldn't immediately be like, that's like ridiculous. I would be like, okay, well, why? And from what I heard, they were very much going in the angle of Lex is just kind of like he's a cartoon villain, was the takeaway that I got from what they said about it, which is fair.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. Yeah. Okay, so I got this up right here. This says, Clark cries, Superman cries. They're the same person, but okay. Lex cries, Pa Kent cries. Ma Kent makes fun of Pa Kent for crying twice. I don't know where the hell you got that from. Random homosexual man from the Daily Planet cries and hyperventilates while Lois commands the moment saves everyone. There is no scene in the movie where Superman doesn't need assistance from someone else. He literally never controls any situation on his own. There's no scene in the movie where Superman saves Lois. These are undeniable facts.
I want to say I don't think Superman needed the Justice Gang to defeat the kaiju.
Yeah,
I think that's almost implied. Like, I don't think he would have needed them. They just intervened.
He was working against them, kind of, because he wanted to do.
Yeah, I was going to say they arguably got in the way. They arguably got in the way would be an argument I would make.
Yeah. So
he wanted to like potentially save it.
Remember, I think, is it Guy or is it Hawk Girl? One of them like torpedoes into the thing and knocks it over, which is what causes it to almost step on a civvy. And Superman has to save them.
I think it's Hawk Girl because she's like slamming it in the eye.
Yeah.
Which, speaking of that scene, I thought I didn't like how mild Clark was about that situation, because from his perspective, he sees it as like, this creature clearly is being used, is lost alone. I wanted like a more, I guess, peaceful humane way of putting it down. Either that, or at least seeing if they can experiment on it, see if there's a way it could have like a life of its own. He seems very compassionate in that regard.
Intergalactic Zoo.
Yeah, and basically, and he seemed like very like passive about how they just stripped it of that chance. Like he's just like, I was really hoping for that. And it's like that's a little weird for me, right? He seems mildly disappointed about it, but like I feel like he'd be a little more passionate about it.
They dipped their toes into what could be like a really good conflict, and then they kind of just dropped the ball for some reason. I don't understand.
Yeah, they just dropped it.
I'm going to defend it a little bit. Which is to say, this thing was causing damage. They did still technically it'd be weird for Clark because he's in a position where they did dispatch it and they could have done it better, and he doesn't put his foot down quite as hard as maybe he could/should. But on the other hand, this thing doesn't seem to be a sapient creature, and like he said, I was gonna research it or put it to a zoo or whatever. And it's I think it's good to show that he has compassion, but I don't think I think it's fine for Clark to show restraint and not start picking a fight with Guy over it immediately. I think that's fair. Though I agree that I could see I could go either way on this. I could see people going either way on this rather.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think it would have just been better if he showed a little bit more passion, not necessarily in a confrontational sense, but show him a little bit more sad about it. It's like
I would like one thing that was really good in the 78 film sometimes, and it's I think something I would have liked to see both in that scene and the scene with Lex at the end, where he's basically reinforcing how wrong Lex is. I think the term is tranquil fury. I'd like to see a lot more of that from Superman. The crash outs are fine every now and again, but I would really like Superman to be he's kind of sternly explaining to you why you're wrong, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If I were. Yeah, so just looking at this, it just comes across as very disingenuous because he completely omits all of the context for these scenes, and it makes, when you look at this without seeing the film, it makes you assume, they're just James Gunn just making all these characters look like idiots, and the only one that really applies to is Steve Lombard, who isn't a homosexual. I don't know where he got that from. Who is understandably freaking out because
Steve's also just a fucking
Steve
joke.
Lombard.
He's a fucking
Not only
joke.
is Steve Lombard a joke, the joke is that he's like low-key kind of misogynistic. So I don't know why he's calling him a homosexual.
Yeah.
Also, wasn't he worried
A
about?
lot of gay people are misogynistic. You know that?
Yeah, true.
Why do they think they like men?
Look, they
There's
don't
no
like men. They
scene-
just they don't
That
like
being
men.
a
They just hate
standard,
women,
it's
and men were the next best thing. Yeah.
There is no scene in the movie where Superman saves Lois. How about the scene where he saves the world?
Yeah.
Literally everyone. Yeah. How about that one?
Doesn't count. That doesn't count. Doesn't count.
Also,
It wasn't
also
Lois
like the
specifically, so it doesn't count.
also like just so we're clear, Superman without Lex cheating, arguably via the moves, he 100% beats all. He beats Engineer on his own. He outsmarts he outsmarts Engineer and Ultraman.
And Mr. Terrific and Mr. Terrific makes a point of saying, if you don't help me, the world is gone.
Yeah, exactly. He wins that fight, so which is a 2v1, by the way, or he beats one of them and goes toe to toe with the other, right? What else was there? Fucking hell.
With a clone, God forbid.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. He also beats the clone because he outsmarts him as well. Once Lex is no longer able to employ both brains and brawn, in a sense. Yeah, he does. He has a lot of agency in this movie, and the entire movie hinges on who the fuck's who was gonna stop Lex if not Superman at the end exactly? Do you think Mr. Terrific was gonna fucking throw his balls at Ultraman? What?
Exactly.
Fear.
But I was gonna say for the Ultraman point, I think the point is that technically, Crypto is who comes in for assistance in that instance.
I'm getting. I get that, but I feel the obvious retort to that is, well, yeah, but that was Ultraman and Lex versus Superman. That's a 2v1 again. That's not Ultraman on his own. When it's just Ultraman, Superman wrecks his shit, right? So.
But
if you're happy with these. Wait, I'm looking at some other tweets in the replies. Here's another one. Jeremy says, "If you're happy with the Superman movie where he cries and needs to be saved by everyone else, have at it." Also, that scene where he decided to not help when there was a fucking alien attacking outside of his window because he needed to talk about his emotions with Lois. Holy shit!
I mean, they explain that pretty clearly in the movie. It's they know what they're dealing with. They understand the threat. They can handle it. They're letting him take some time right now. I don't see how this is a problem.
He's not simply talking about his emotions. He's forming a plan on what to do.
Yeah. So, that's just weird. But yeah, let's get to this video. It definitely looks dramatic from the beginning of it.
James Gunn's Superman is the worst fucking movie that's ever been made.
Really?
What did he say?
He said it's the worst movie that's ever been made.
The worst movie that's ever been made.
Really?
Wait, but this guy already told me three other movies were the worst movies that have ever been made. Did they keep just making the worst movie every time?
If this is the only one of maybe two movies you've ever seen, it wouldn't be the worst movie ever.
It's one of the top two movies ever made.
It's one of the two movies ever made. I've only ever seen two movies. Okay.
It's between this and Fortnite, the movie.
Yeah,
all right.
It's like that one Jimmy Neutron meme where Sheen says goes Mrs. Fowl something, and she's just like,
"This is the 10th time
you said this week."
Man.
I stay true to what I said. While it's closed, I'm not giving money to James Gunn, the Freak, or DC. But I did watch Superman fully somehow. And I don't know how they did it, but James Gunn has managed to make the worst superhero movie ever made.
Okay.
Damn. I mean, we've got Multiverse of Madness. We've got Man of Steel. We've got
No Way Home.
We've got No Way Home.
The already
Aquaman.
Bad movies.
Aquaman. Let's not forget Aquaman, which made $1 billion.
We've got Wonder Woman 84. Right. There's so much that's worse than this.
The Marvels, he does he seriously think that the Marvels is better than this? Than Superman Legacy?
Does he think
that's a fact. That's a fact.
Does he think the Flash with its AI CGI necromancy is better than this movie?
That's crazy.
Does he think that is better than this movie?
I guess so.
Before we go any further, just be warned that this is not hyperbole. This is not rage bait.
Okay.
This movie is a disgrace to filmmaking. And if you saw the movie and you agree and you want to help out this channel, maybe consider subscribing or supporting me over on Patreon. So there's been a lot of reviews from everybody all across the
I've
internet.
considered it. I'm not doing
and
it.
I'm going to be honest, a lot of these people are just lying because they don't want to destroy the movie. People are saying it isn't woke and it isn't even that bad. Some people are saying it's a 10 out of 10 that's better than Iron Man, Avengers Endgame. And I'm here to tell you that everything...
well, it is better than Avengers Endgame. That's
It is better than
true.
Endgame.
It's
I don't know why he brought up Avengers Endgame. Avengers Endgame's awful, and it's worse.
You should have just said Avengers.
Yeah, say Avengers.
Can I just surely surely by his metric, this would be like Endgame would be more woke because of like the woman scene, right? Like this movie doesn't have anything like that.
No.
Yeah. I was like, surely he thinks the Black Panther movies, both of them, are more woke than this one.
Surely.
Yeah.
I'd be stunned.
Wait, is this worse? This is worse than Captain Marvel?
Presumably, yeah.
No. Captain Marvel. I
According to-
watched
according
it
to
recently. I think it's pretty bad.
Captain Marvel is worse than this.
No, I'm saying under,
Uh,
I'm saying under the metric of this guy.
His metric.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's crazy.
I like the idea that like also can we just say what a fucking random spread? Like it's better than Iron Man and Endgame. It's like
I know.
what?
It's like, ooh, it's better than fucking Avengers Endgame.
On all sides of this are lying. Once again, it isn't rage bait. If you watch this movie, try to make out the structure. Who greenlit this script? Is there a beginning, a middle, or even an end? Or
I mean,
Yes.
Yes.
Even bad
Yeah,
movies have
yeah.
beginning, middles, and ends. So
That's
like, I don't.
That's another point I keep on saying that I don't understand. People say that there's no plot to this movie. What are you talking about? Of course there is.
There is a
It's not a
plot.
well-written plot, but there's
Oh.
a plot.
Well, since I just also want to say, does this have a beginning, a middle, and end? Yeah, I'd say the beginning is about at the 0.0 minute mark. The middle is about at the like a 60-minute mark, and the end's about the 120-minute mark. So yeah, there you go. It has those things. I don't know why the fuck you asked that question, but
Or are we just dropped into the worst movie ever created by man? That's exactly what it is. Because from all the trailers, I thought that this movie...
okay. So wait, he said by man. So does that mean that Patty Jenkins' Wonder Woman 1984 could be worse than this, since that's created by woman?
That is true.
was going to be terrible, but still a fun time. And there was one fun part that could be excused,
Wait,
which was
who-
Nathan Fillion's...
No, so Multiverse of Madness was definitely presented by a man because it's the guy who wrote movies. So that doesn't.
Yeah, well, but this movie is worse than that apparently.
Guy Gardner, which I actually found kind of funny. But other than like 5 seconds of footage where Superman and Lois were acting like they were in an actual Superman movie, this was a piece of crap. And I can't really stress it enough. There's pieces of crap, and then there's this movie. It's really easy for a movie to be bad. Superman, on the other hand, is like the Flash times 1,000. I can't really put it in words if you haven't watched it.
What? That's crazy. That's crazy right there. There's no way.
Does he mean in terms of speed? Because surely Flash times 1,000 is Amazing Lucas if we're talking speed.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, this is that one friend you kind of agree with, but he just who has the same pain as you, but he's like toning up like by 1,000, like tone it down a bit.
For no reason. Yeah, for no. Yeah.
It's like cartoonish how much he's doing this. So thank you for the super chat.
Not rage bait, by the way.
He definitely bashes his head on the wall repeatedly, then hits record. Yeah, probably.
I would say our criticisms of Lex are now invalid because now this is some like cartoony like villain shit.
This is
nonsense.
This is.
Haven't watched this movie. There's no
Digital AI
structure.
necromancy. Okay.
Yeah.
But the
And
fact
again,
that-
Again, I said this before. I don't see how anyone could say that this movie is offensively bad. Bad, yes, but offensively bad? No. Like, none of the characters are really character assassinated besides doing some dumb shit like Lex Luthor. But other than that, Superman is pretty consistent to how he's generally perceived to be.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I found this guy's morning routine. I posted it in chat.
Sleep on hardwood floor with no pillow. Alarm goes off at 1 a.m. Immediately kip up into a standing position and scream, "Let's get it." Shower with liquid nitrogen. Shave with a large hunting knife. For breakfast, 6 eggshells and 4 banana peels. Waterboard myself to build pain tolerance. Decide to go easy today. Do 5,000 push-ups and do 2,000 pull-ups. Ready for the day at 2 a.m.
And then he hits record, alright?
Easy for a movie to be bad. Superman, on the other hand, is like the Flash times 1,000. I can't really put it into words if you haven't watched this movie. There's no structure, there's no writing, there's no acting. The CGI is terrible.
So there is writing and acting. There's all of those things in that movie, actually.
This movie, it's like he's arguing that the movie just doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Wait. I was gonna ask
this movie is non-existent.
I've seen a few things from this guy at this point. Is he just like the right-wing version of like Organized Chaos, or what is this guy like? Because he's fucking weird.
Well,
Like,
Organized Chaos doesn't scream like this, from what I could tell.
True, that's true. This guy's Organized Chaos is like the passive, dejected kind of. This guy's like
Dane,
locked in.
Maybe Dane, you might be thinking, because I can imagine him going more crazy. Actual family.
Yeah, like harder.
This movie has no writing. So there's no dialogue, and nobody speaks, and it's a silent film. Go back to this.
Is actual fandom the guy who has the Iron Pass? Is that him?
The what?
Is actual fandom the one who has the Iron Pass? Is that him? The one who like called someone like a black guy chunky monkey and then said he was quoting Iron Man?
Oh, I remember that. I remember that.
Eric July, he called Eric July.
Yeah,
I will be fair. That wasn't like racist intent at the time, but it's still funny.
It's funny as fuck. Like in my friend group, he's just known as the guy who has the Iron Pass. Because hey, listen,
the Iron Pass. Just make that a whole trilogy. Iron Pass 3.
I want to make a movie poster. I want to make a movie poster now with Dane like that guy on it, and it says the Iron Pass.
Iron Pass, and it's military propaganda. Oh shoot! I just got jump scared right. Oh shit! Oh shit!
It's Iron Pass 3Ks.
The lightning just struck right there.
Are you guys live right now?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Yes.
God fucking damn it.
You could say what you want. You could say what you want about this movie.
Bro, it was peak. I loved it.
It was peak?
Oh no.
He's
going
to
the cycle.
I think he's trolling. I think he's trolling, guys. I don't know.
This doesn't sound real. This doesn't sound. I don't think he thinks this. He sounds like this manufactured business guy. It's peak, guys.
It's just like when James.
We know your game. We know your game. We know your game.
I played this game before, bro.
Guys, I gotta say, I don't think Comic Legend is up to LexCorp standards.
Exactly.
LexCorp was peak.
LexCorp.
Lex Luthor had aura, bro. He was so great. I loved him.
I'm inclined to.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm inclined to agree. He had aura. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah.
Aura. He had aura and hype moments, bro. What are you talking about?
I will say him aura farming during the fight scene and the Fortress of Solitude was pretty cool.
That was the best thing ever, bro. Didn't even flinch. Didn't even fucking flinch. He just knows he had that much control. He didn't even fucking flinch. That was crazy.
All right, so
Brains be broad.
What you think? What you think?
Scene. I'm not even trolling. I actually loved it. I don't know what the problems of the movie is.
Oh,
well, we all loved it at first.
Wait, why don't they mass produce? Why doesn't Metamorpho mass produce kryptonite?
Yeah, that's one of the first things we would mention.
Because Metamorpho's a bitch. I don't know.
The world.
Because why does he open a black hole under Metropolis?
Why doesn't Lex make 2 Ultramen?
I like how we're just shotgunning. We're harassing this poor man.
Comics like, why are they crying in the movie?
I need you to.
Don't say
Why
that
did Lex
anymore, man.
Luthor
He's
cry in the movie?
Canadian.
That's a
He's
good one.
Canadian.
That's a good. That's a good criticism. I actually agree with that. Why did Lex Luthor cry? What a fucking bitch.
I just can't get the mental image out of my head now of fucking comic
He's
legend
supposed
in his
to
like
be aura farming, and then he cries. That
of
pissed me
comic
off.
legend in like his Superman get up, and he has a little popcorn bucket. He's happy like la la, la, and he just gets jumped by fucking 5 LexCorp goons that like beat him up and take his lunch money.
They chose him. They can all die.
Yeah, about that line. About
They didn't
that
choose
line.
him, though.
They didn't choose him. He turned the world against him. Why does Lex not clone the amazing Lucas? That's an interesting point. Thank you for the super chat, Indolent Lord.
Could make.
Why don't they clone SK? But they already do if you look at the scene with all the.
Oh, okay.
And just want to be clear. I don't think just because a man can create universes doesn't mean he can create amazing Lucas.
Dude, dude, Lex Luthor literally created Thumpcast. When like, did you see the scene? Like, all those monkeys talking shit about this peak movie, like talking about Superman. That's literally Lex Luthor creating Thumpcast. You guys are all a part of Luthor.
Hashtag super shit.
That's what this shit is, bro. You're all a bunch of monkeys that fucking Lex Luthor manipulated into saying, "Hey."
I'm gonna say this right now. Yo, bunch of bitches.
Super shit. Yo, bunch of bitches. I'm gonna say this right now. Yo, bunch of bitches. This movie is going to be better than Fantastic Four. Fuck you, Marvel.
I mean, yeah, I probably yeah.
Probably.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Silver Surfer's a woman. Like, ugh.
Probably.
Comic legend.
Probably yes, but it would be really funny if it wasn't.
I'd be
Comic
upset.
legend. What do you think about Mr. Terrific?
Fantastic Four.
I would be so much fun if Fantastic
I
Four
can't
was
comment.
amazing
I
in this
can't
movie.
comment much on Mr. Terrific because I've never been the biggest Mr. Terrific guy. He seemed all right. He was funny at points.
Why?
Is it blackface if I put a T on my face?
I would have to ask someone else, like Cade. Like Cade's like, I know Mr. Terrific. I was like, yo, Cade, what's your thoughts on Mr. Terrific? I don't know why you're asking me. I'm a Superman guy. I'm not. Ooh, I know Mr. Terrific. Yeah, man. I read all the Mr. Terrific comics.
Superman and Lex is like.
Comic Cousin, did you like when Mr.
Black
Terrific saw? Comic Cousin, did you like when Mr. Terrific saw a dimensional hole opening up right in front of him and decided to alert any of the other 2 Justice Gang members?
Did you like how he spent
Until
the
the
whole
next
night
day.
doing nothing? He saw a dimensional rift open up right at night, but then he spent the whole night not doing anything, not alerting his team.
Comic legend. This is an important question. If I put
It
a
was all
black
farming.
T on my face, would that be blackface? To cosplay as Mr.
Yes.
Terrific.
Yes. You're not allowed to be Mr. Terrific. Number 1, you're white, and number 2, you're not as smart as Mr. Terrific.
Wow.
Yeah, he's
Only
smarter
that-
than Lex Luthor. He's the smartest character in DC.
No, he's not. The smartest man is Lex Luthor. Did you see his aura in that movie?
But he's goddamn Mr. Terrific.
Yeah.
Mr. Terrific is a bitch compared to Lex Luthor, bro. Delete all files immediately. Like, he had a contingency plan.
Computer,
He literally
delete all
has a
files
contingency
immediately.
plan. He has a contingency plan in case Batman tries to find his porn files. He literally has a contingency plan for that. And you're gonna sit here and fucking tell me that Mr. Terrific is smarter? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
All I'm saying is I wouldn't look at
Mr.
that in a
Terrific can control his fucking metal balls. He's such a genius. Whoa, that's so smart, guys. Cut to the MCU and Iron Man's making crazy ass armor tech. Guys,
Also-
Mr. Terrific is the smartest man. He makes fucking balls move around. Get the fuck out of here.
Can I say I just
Okay.
to reinforce Liam's point, Lex Luthor also makes balls move around, just so we're clear. So he's matching him there even,
Exactly.
and his balls have like more capabilities, I think. So
Dog, that scene where Lex Luthor was playing Russian roulette with that guy who just helped Sue, that was so fucking cool, crazy. That was such a great moment. Like, I love that scene. That just like tells you what kind of person Luthor is. Like, just immediately.
Yeah.
Like, when I saw that, I'm like, oh shit, that was fucking great.
an idiot because he gives up his leverage.
The fuck? He's literally thinks he can get more. What are you talking about?
Hang on.
Oh yeah, guys, Superman only saved one person in Metropolis. That's his only leverage, fucking goofball. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying
literally
he had
studied Superman for years, and he probably everybody that Superman has somewhat of a connection to. More
I'm
than
just
one
saying,
fucking Indian guy that he shot.
It feels wasted to do that for like kind of no reason.
I think the problem is that because we
Oh
talked
yeah,
about.
oh no, Lex Luthor is wasteful on life. Man, it's almost like he's a horrible supervillain, and he's that malicious because he feels like Superman is better than him, and he can't stand it.
I'm just saying he could probably have gotten more out of Superman with that one guy rather than having to be less
He
effort.
doesn't care. He knows he can just get more. He literally doesn't care.
Well, hang on. I think
He's
you're
like,
misplacing.
Oh yeah, that was a mistake. Whatever. I can get more because I'm better than you and I can do it. I am unstoppable. This is nothing but a minor inconvenience to the great Lex Luthor. He's a narcissist.
Here's the problem. I think the focus of the problem should simply be he doesn't even need to do this interrogation. Like he doesn't need Superman alive for this at all. So he has no reason to actually do an interrogation because they let him basically do it all. And he can report all the answers to them, and then he could just kill him. That's just nonsense.
No, that's crazy, SK. But you're forgetting that he aura farmed there, and it was a great scene. I don't know, man. This is like my first time watching. I'm not gonna sit here and go counter evidence. Actually, no, bro. I just saw aura play out. I don't give a fuck.
Comic Legend. Do you know who you remind me of?
Let's hear it.
Not Netanyahu when he went.
If you say that I remind you of a four-headed fucker who consumes media, that is not true. Is that four-headed fucker doesn't give a shit about aura?
No,
he likes
I didn't.
anti-aura.
No, I didn't.
Spider-Man
Show me that. Show me that right now. Oh, brother. Okay.
No, Luther didn't. No, he didn't. Show me that. Show me that right now. Show me that right now.
So someone in chat just said, someone in chat he said it in all caps and pinged me, so this is important. Tell Comic Legend this movie is so ass. I'm so sick of people defending this slop.
Answer to that. What's your answer to
that? My answer to that is number one, Lex Luthor had aura, and you had a great performance. And he had amazing scenes. Number two, Superman had a great character arc, and I really liked Superman in the movie. And
I agree.
And number three, the action scenes were cool. So go outside.
Okay, I agree with 1 of 3. So let's not do that.
Yeah.
All right.
The action was cool, bro. I like the action.
I agree. I agree. I agree with the action is good in this movie. It's definitely, this is like, in terms of people saying it's like generic.
What do you disagree
like comic
with?
book
That Lex Luthor doesn't have aura? Because you're just fucking wrong.
No, I said I agree with 1 and 3. So Lex Luthor has aura and the fight scenes are good. I don't agree with the character arc.
1 of 3. I was like,
someone in chat is
1
spamming,
and
I
3.
love you, Comic Legend in caps.
Whoever said that, I don't give a shit. You're not Superman or Lex Luthor, and you don't have aura.
You just pulled a syndrome, bro. It's crazy.
Wow, that's crazy.
No,
Lex Luthor
the one who pulled a syndrome was Lex Luthor. He was a fucking peak villain, bro, just like Syndrome.
Computer, delete all files
Syndrome
immediately.
had a plan. Had a good
Computer, delete all files immediately.
All right, let's keep it playing. The watch together's in the chat if you wanna take a look. We're gonna keep playing the video.
What are y'all watching? What are y'all watching?
We're watching Ranting for Vengeance. He says this is the worst film ever created, like ever.
Ever created. By man.
That's wild. That's wild.
Film ever.
That is
He says
wild.
worse than the Flash. The Flash times 10,000.
Dude, this is like easily better than Man of Steel.
I know.
Yes. 100%.
It's immediately, instantly better than Man of Steel. Like, it's not even a contest. Man of Steel was fucking drivel.
Mm-hmm.
This movie wasn't. And the villain actually had aura and was cool.
Alrighty, let's
but
get
where did Lex Luthor train? On a farm?
No. All right.
Well, no, Lex Luthor knows that Superman trained at a farm because he studied his moves and his fighting style for years.
All right, yeah, let's hop in. Let's get through this wonderful video.
I can't really put it into words if you
I'm on
haven't
my phone right now, so I don't even know if this will work or not.
Oh, okay.
watched this movie. There's no structure. There's no writing. There's no acting.
Or
the
the
CGI
movie.
is
I'm surprised
terrible.
PJ
There's-
thought I would hate this movie.
Honestly, there's a few things that made me think, oh, he's gonna fucking hate this. He's gonna hate this.
Like what? Well, what made you think I would have actually gotten mad? Because
So
like I'm
the Lex
surprised how I
Luthor, the
didn't
Lex
get mad.
Luthor thing where he was like treated as a joke from when the dog attacked him.
That's after he gets like defeated, though.
No, I know that, but like they're having a serious conversation, and then it just gets undercut by the joke.
Well, yeah, because the point of the scene was like Luthor says his piece, Superman like has the speech in the end, which was really good, and then it was just that Luthor was refusing to change. He was just gonna say the same drivel that he kept like spouting, and that's why
No,
the dog
yeah, but
attacks
I
him.
think it would have had more of a punch
That's
if
the
they
whole
didn't.
point.
Yeah, but the scene would have had more of a punch if it didn't like immediately afterwards, like boom, there's a whole joke afterwards.
Well, it's a joke, but it's also like supposed to humble him. It's the whole thing where it's like he keeps standing on his high horse, even though he obviously lost
Well, why
and
would
all that shit.
But he wasn't humble.
So then, like, he gets humbled. No, he does, because he keeps like he's talking shit still, right? He's like, you sanctimonious clown, and da da da. Like he won't like back down, even though he's clearly lost now.
Yeah, but he didn't back
and then,
down. Like
the ultimate ego break is just being so powerless. Even a stupid animal can just embarrass him like that, and then he just like loses every power he used to have. He lost his leverage and shit. Now everyone hates him, and that's why he like starts tearing up. It's the ultimate breakage of his pride, and like that's like the point of the scene. It's the same thing as like Public Enemies. He's a joke in the end. He's literally, God bless America. God bless me. The door slams.
Yeah, but they don't like undercut like serious moments.
Fuck your ego.
Fuck your ego.
I just think it would have been interesting to get the rejoinder from Lex. There would have been interesting to say what he had to say.
I'll give you a bonus, Kay. I will say there's a few times where it's like, yeah, this is James Gunnism, and there's like a James Gunn Guardians of the Galaxy joke in the movie. I'm like, okay, whatever. Like maybe not here, sure. But I'm not backing down on that one with Luthor. I think that makes sense. The whole point is that he's on his high horse. He keeps aura farming essentially. But then like Superman beats him, he won't accept it. He keeps standing on his high horse. He's trying to act better than him, and then he gets humbled. He gets bullied by a dog, and then right after that, he lost everything. Like his arm is in pain, might be broken or something. And then the rest of what he worked hard for, his company and stuff, is all going to be gone because he's a criminal now, probably an international one too. He lost everything, all because he wanted to take down Superman. It's a wake up call. It's like, yeah, he looks like an embarrassment now because he kept pushing and it ruined his life.
Well, he doesn't look like what he is.
Here's a question. Here's a question. Do you not think that a better way to get the same sort of idea across would have been to actually have Lex give his rejoinder, but Superman doesn't really even bother listening to him because like he's not worth the time?
No. I know you could do it better, but I'm saying like it makes sense why they did that.
No, okay, yeah, no, yeah. I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem agreeing with that.
I don't see the difference in that, and then Luthor like still acting like he's the president in Public Enemies, and he's like, "Oh, Captain Atom, what are you doing here? I'm the president," and he's like being carried like a baby. No, president. And it's like funny. I don't see the difference there. I think it's just he's being humble.
I think the similarity would be if there was a joke like that made when Clark was like, "That was my best friend, and you killed him," and then he like socks him there.
I think my criticism would just be it more tonally consistent to have like Superman reinforce because
I mean I don't see that. If anything, you should compare it to All-Star Superman, where if you wanted to save the world, you would have done it. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that would have been a better comparison. I don't know why you're bringing up the one where some like Superman.
Well, we were talking about Public Enemies. We were talking about Public Enemies. That's why.
Well, yeah, no,
I just think the comparison's weird because obviously that scene is totally different inherently because Superman thinks someone he cares about deeply is killed. Like Batman's going to die. That's different than Superman wins. He's like, everyone's going to be saved. Mr. Terrific's going to stop the thingy. And then like, you see, like that's a different scene. That's so different tonally. Versus, you just killed
it is different.
the person
It is
I
different
care about
tonally,
the most,
but
besides
the
Lois,
concept
bro.
is about breaks. It's about like consistency.
Yeah, that's why I said the All-Star one's a better comparison.
I agree. The All-Star one's a better example.
That's even a similar speech where where Superman is like, one day you'll realize your responsibility to the humanity too, right?
Yeah.
It's very similar to the whole, if you wanted to save the world, you would have done it years ago, right? I think just the difference. I just think the difference thing there is that is where Luthor is changing, though. It's he gets humbled and he realizes it and he goes, "You're right," and he stops. He doesn't keep being Luthor, and like that's the ultimate change. He realizes like he was wrong this whole time, and then he surrenders. But the difference is in the movie, this is a younger Luthor that refuses to change, and then that's why he just gets humbled like that.
I was just gonna say,
I'm the
I think the reason.
No.
The reason I prefer the one where Luthor offers a rejoinder, but Superman doesn't listen to him, is because it's more tonally consistent with just interrupting that very kind of meaningful scene with a joke. I feel it undercuts it somewhat. Where like if it was Superman chooses to fully embrace the arc and walk away from Luthor and just decide, okay, well this guy you can't change everyone, right? But you can still try to do good. I think that would have been poignant.
No, I can see why you think that would be better. I'm just saying it's not a problem that they did it the way they did it. What they did does make sense for what they were doing with Luthor. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying, oh, that would have been better or worse. I'm saying what we have in the movie isn't bad. It wasn't a bad scene where it's like Luthor refuses to change, so he has to get like hit hard with a dose of reality.
Yeah, I agree. I don't have a problem with him.
But at the same time, like we know this is going to reinforce how Luthor feels about Superman because it's that whole thing that's bothering him. It's the idea that Superman makes everyone on Earth feel weak. He's talking mainly about himself. I'm just a human. Like you make me feel so weak, and then and now it's going to be worse that not even a Superman, a fucking super dog is better than him. Can just throw him around like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's the ultimate like ego break for him. It's like he won't change, he refuses to change, and then like he has to face reality, which is that his actions took away whatever power he had left, and he's still no better than Superman or these metahumans. Now he's nothing, and he like tears up a little bit. That's why you get that little tear in the end.
No, I will say absolutely like that. I agree.
I thought it was great.
I agree that it's like I agree that scene has good thematic poignancy with the fact that like Superman is choosing to do good, while Luthor has the ability to achieve infinite good but chooses not to because he just wants to hate Superman. I think that's fine. It's just I would kind of be inclined to agree that it feels tonally somewhat mismatched having this very pivotal scene and then it's a joke now because the dog is fucking ragdolling him, right? I don't know.
I don't agree. I think the scene was perfectly fine because I think it's really poignant that it's like this serious thing happens, but then Luthor just won't stop. So the whole like thing like just goes away. Like the conversation isn't going anywhere. So that's why it turns into that. It's just Luthor won't change, so he turns into a joke because he kept pushing himself that way. It's his fault.
And to add insult to injury, Superman is telling Crypto down boy, like feeling pity for his enemy.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like that's like another good thing about it. He's trying to like get like the dog to stop and shit, and like he's showing empathy to Luthor. Why Luthor looks absolutely pathetic because he won't
physically stop Crypto though? Why
would he change? Why would he change? Why would Luthor change? Guess what? They didn't make him change, which is peak. Finally, they didn't do it.
They didn't do it.
Dog, this movie. This movie's absolute fire. This movie's fire. I hate you all.
Clark should have actually taken Crypto.
Oh, thank you for the 10, Malik Haywood. I also think Crypto was getting his revenge on Lex because it can be assumed he tortured Crypto in the Pocket universe, and Lex walked up.
Well, we know he did.
Yeah, I can kind of see that.
I love how horrible he is. Like Luthor's a piece of shit in the movie, and it's so good. They don't hold back. He's a monster.
Does he not feel one-dimensional and kind of like the potential is somewhat wasted though? Okay.
No. This is literally the kind of villains I'm trying to look for. I'm sick of the whole, oh man, Luther should be tragic. He lost his hair because of Superman. It is a tragic, bro. I don't want that shit.
No,
Luther's a piece of shit. He's a monster.
I'm saying
it's his ideology. It's his ideology and beliefs that make him interesting.
I agree.
That line, it's that psychotic rant he gives when he thinks he's winning, where he's talking about how he's like trying to like project it on all of humanity looking weak when he means himself. It's his ego. His ego is so big because of how powerful and unstoppable he is. Then these fucking metahumans come in and they're better than him. They're faster. They're stronger. They're everything he cannot ever achieve, no matter how smart he is, and it bothers him. And Superman represents the best of them. And then, like, that's why he's so obsessed with destroying Superman, to the point that whatever power he earned, he destroyed himself because he wouldn't let go of his ego. That's a very compelling villain.
Do you not feel
that's true? But that's true. But that all takes a nosedive immediately when he's willing to allow the world to be destroyed.
No, I think that's just like, I think that like adds to the idea that Luther can't stand the fact that there are people that would love these fucking freaks and metahumans more than him.
No,
well, they don't.
No,
they don't anymore.
SK, I don't
convince them.
Once again, I don't see. It's no different to me than the Public Enemies, where he's like, I'm gonna let the world die from this meteorite because everyone who will survive will learn to never trust your kind again.
That's different. Here's why.
In the movie,
show me that. How is it different? Show me that. Show me that right now. Show me that right now. Show me that right now.
So in the movie,
no, it's not. No, it's not. Show me that. Show me that. Show me that right now.
In the movie, he convinced the world to hate Superman. That's what happened. So they didn't actually choose him. I don't know where that line came from. So that's just hollow at that point.
Okay. Here's the thing. Like I said, I'm not gonna argue the logistics of. I'm talking about like if his character has depth or not. You can say it does or doesn't work, but to say he's one-dimensional is not true.
I don't agree.
I'm not here to tell you.
Wait. What's his other dimension though? His one dimension is he hates Superman, and he has an his one dimension specifically is he's very egotistical, and megalomaniacal. I suppose you would say.
His ego is what drives him, but what makes him interesting is his ideology behind it, and like why he hates Superman.
Well, he hates Superman because he feels like that because of his ego, right? He feels that he's more entitled because he's earned it.
Deep down, he doesn't like the idea that there's people out there like Superman who are better than him. He can't stand that fact, but he does hide it behind the idea that he thinks that these metahumans and Superman like do nothing but just represent how weak humanity is. It's a form of literally, it's cope. It's him literally making. It's the same thing that's explained in Man of Steel, Lex Luthor, the comic series. If you guys read that, he makes this ideology up because, like, it's a very smart ideology. It's the idea that we shouldn't be so codependent on these superhumans because we should be able to depend on ourselves. Humanity should achieve things by themselves. They shouldn't have to codepend on these gods that we cannot fully control. That's impractical and stupid. That's like the belief system he's trying to say there. And the thing is, what's interesting about it is that it's bullshit. It's the whole idea that he is smart enough to be self-aware of how like selfish he comes across, so he hides it behind logic and reasoning. It gives him layers as a character. Yeah, deep down, Lex Luthor's a very, very like petty, very simple man. But what's interesting is that he is able to build an ideals and an ideology behind it to make himself seem better than he is. It adds more to his ego. It is the idea that he's like, no, I'm not doing this because I can't stand Superman being better than me. No, it's that he's making humanity looks bad. See, I'm in the right here. Look, ultimately, no matter how bad I am, what I'm doing is for the benefit of humanity. So we don't have to rely on these freaks. And that's what he's able to do. He's able to do that. He's able to, him doing that allows to do such horrible acts. It's a way of him to like excuse his behavior. Why did he play Russian roulette with a guy who likes Superman? It's for the greater good of humanity, because these people shouldn't be celebrating Superman. I may be cruel, but this is going to be better for everyone because of my ego. He's hiding that.
Okay. So what I'm pulling from that essentially is he's evil and he rationalizes.
But I gotta ask. Okay, yeah, but you could, if you break it down, you could say that about him. But like, what? Like, how is that not interesting? How is that not like a layered character?
No. If I could just, sorry, it's just like for 2 minutes. So I agree that could be interesting. My problem is the context of this in this movie. About half of what was just articulated, I don't feel is in the movie in a remotely engaging fashion. Like Lex is just kind of a hater the whole way through, and then at the end he crashes out, which is fun. I agree.
I don't side with that at all.
And then,
I mean, like, you can feel it. You can feel that way.
I had a second thing.
Let's go.
All right.
Okay.
So the more
that's okay.
So the more important thing is Lex absolutely is way more powerful. At least Lex Core, with all the tech that it can bring to bear, is significantly more powerful than Superman in this movie, to the point that he could defeat him with trivial simplicity. So that kind of undercuts that entire thing, doesn't it?
If he just
not entirely,
he would have won.
In the first scene,
not entirely. I don't even agree with that. Like technology doing it is not the same thing as someone being better than you in a literal biological level. He is better than Lex Luthor in everything except maybe brains, and even then, that's arguable.
Which is why Lex has brains beat Brawn,
money and resources.
Which is why Lex says brains beat Brawn, which is why he would be satisfied if he killed Superman using his brains.
Because that's the only thing he has that's better than Superman. That's why he yells that to him. That's why I'm
agreeing.
Brains beats Brawn. It's because that's the only thing he can latch on. Superman's faster, stronger. He has better reactions. He's a god. He is everything that Luthor can never achieve to be. Lex Luthor can have these crazy technologies and shit, but he can never be a god like Superman. He can only imitate it with tools.
So, question: Do you think that in this movie, if Lex Luthor successfully killed Superman, he would be satisfied?
I don't know. I don't think so. No.
Okay. I think we just fundamentally disagree on how Lex Luthor is portrayed in this movie.
No, I think Luthor would be satisfied a little bit, but I think the problem is that Luthor as a character has never ever been the guy who's been this is enough. Now I'm happy. He's never satisfied.
Yeah, but that's not shown in the film. That's not shown in the film.
That's the meta, though. That's not in the movie.
Comic Legend. I agree. I love Lex Luthor as a villain, as a concept.
Well, I believe he would go after other metahumans when Superman died. I think he would genuinely be like, "Oh, okay, who's next?" Because there's these other metahumans, and I can't stand them, right?
Yeah, but he could. He could do it easily.
I agree.
Yeah, but the question was, would it be satisfied after Superman? I don't believe that's the case. He even says in the movie that he hates all the metahumans. It's not just Superman's the main one, but if he kills Superman, he will stop. He'll keep going until he eradicates all of them on Earth.
Comic Legend. I agree that in the comics he would still be evil. He would still have ambitions, even if Superman is dead. He's not like Joker would wouldn't have a reason to keep on being Joker if Batman died. But that's not communicated well in the film.
Yeah, does he really have any larger ambitions outside of killing Superman? Because I don't think they show that.
No. You're going about this. You're going about this not the best way.
He definitely wants to expand his corporation, gain even more power. Maybe I'm wrong.
What the hell?
Like a country or something.
If he can create universes, how much more power could he?
It's never enough. That's the point. He won't stop though.
Cool.
About him. You're saying that he's he can create universes. Yeah, bro, he can create universes. It's still not enough. He can't stand that Superman's better than him in his mind.
So let's return to the concept of the elimination of Superman and the metahumans, right? So if Lex Luthor, let's say Lex Luthor killed all if Lex Luthor killed all metahumans, do you think he'd be satisfied?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'd say that's a problem, right? Because we don't actually know. Yeah.
It's untapped potential right there.
Yeah, like we don't actually know what Lex is. So the thing in this movie, because of the level of power that Lex has, I think the way you would go about actually making him more compelling would be he's a person who has kind of what you're articulating in a way, but I just don't feel that's in the movie in a meaningful sense. Like he's a person who has all of this power.
I think there's enough. I
haven't even said what I mean.
I think there's enough in the movie where you can definitely extrapolate this. Like I think the line where he does have a disdain for the metahumans is enough to go by it's not going to be done after he beats Superman. There's still more for him outside of that. I think he just won't stop. I think Luthor's the kind of guy who's never satisfied, and he'll keep growing power more and more and more. He's always trying to gain he's trying to gain he's trying to gain power through the war he's creating and stuff.
Okay.
He wants to control more and more of the planet.
The question to ask yourself
Doesn't
is
he have
this:
the superhuman task force stuff too?
Yes,
be part of the military
but it's for Superman.
Wait, let Liam cook. Let Liam cook. I'm listening.
But obviously you can have a double purpose. Yes, he's more obsessed with Superman.
But there's no double though. That's not in the film.
But obviously, it is but obviously after he's done with Superman, he will still probably use it for the military contract so we can gain more leverage on the planet, more and more control, because that's what Luthor is obsessed over. He wants control over everything.
Yeah,
he doesn't want anyone to be able to control him.
There's nothing in his way at that point.
Wait, Liam, I've been trying to ask this.
Yeah, he possibly could be satisfied once he controls everything. We don't know.
PJ, you have an echo. You gotta mute.
What? I just want to know what Liam thinks of the movie.
He thinks it's good.
Peak. I think it's peak. I loved it. It was a great time.
Okay,
PJ,
great.
what did you think I would have not liked about the movie? I was like, dude, what am I gonna get pissed about? This is fine.
The Superman parents thing.
Plot holes.
Oh, plot hole, guys, plot hole. Okay, bro, this is my first viewing. I don't know about the plot holes. All that I'm simply saying is, I don't think it's fair to say that Luthor's one-dimensional.
I don't agree he's one-dimensional, but I do think there's more they could have done with him.
Thank you, SK.
Here's my thing.
British. I mean,
Yes,
if you
I'm
want to say,
British.
his plan doesn't make sense because of X, Y, and Z. Sure, I don't care. I'm not arguing that. What I'm simply saying is, I don't think it's fair to go, oh yeah, he just hates Superman, one-dimensional. No, that's crazy. That is not what the film's saying.
No, but so here's the thing then. So we agree that Lex has absolutely no material concerns whatsoever, right? Because he can create universes, yada yada yada. His level of tech in this movie is insane. So then he decides that he wants to kill Superman. The justification for why he wants to kill Superman in this movie is because Superman has certain array of innate abilities that he didn't earn, right? But we're not really given much as to why. We're given that he hates that thing. We're not given any context as to why he hates that thing. That's the problem. This movie has a pathological
He said it in the movie. What are you talking about? He literally said it in the movie.
What is the reason? Fine. What's the reason?
He thinks that Superman makes humanity look weak. He doesn't like Superman making mortals like himself.
So he hates that he's more powerful. Yeah, so he hates that he's more powerful. That's what I just said, and he didn't work for it. Those are the same. This is the same thing. He basically just said 2 + 2 = 4, and then you said 2 + 2 = 4.
Well, yes. The point that I'm getting at is that is still a Superman. I'm not gonna say it's a super logical thing, but I don't think it's supposed to be. I think the whole point is that Luthor's own ego is just pushing him to this point. It's just the idea that it bothers him, and he's so powerful and so self-righteous that he's just willing to do this. He's an entitled, spoiled piece of shit.
Yes,
oh,
we have.
Superman makes me not feel good. I'm gonna
I agree. Yes, I agree. We have no context as to why. What influences that beyond the movie tells us this is the case, right? We agree.
No, we do know why.
Okay, why does
All right. You know what?
Where did he develop that idea?
I want to interject.
What more do you want from Luthor, anyways? Like I said, you don't have to.
I think we
hang
should.
on a second, SK. I just want to say the thing. Some people are just like that. Some people are petty, spiteful, evil, jealous. There doesn't have to be some meaningful, epic fucking guys. Harry's got cancer, and Peter told him to chuck pills. No, sometimes it's not like that. sometimes it's literally just
right.
people love Superman. They treat him like a god. I'm just a man, and I hate that, and I can't stand that these people were gifted by the heavens to have beyond human limit powers, but I don't, despite my hard work, my success, and my intellect, and I hate that. That's it. He's just that petty. You don't need more than that. He's just a spiteful, evil person, and like him seeing Superman like is a challenge to his ego, and that's as far as we need. That's what makes Luthor such a compelling Superman villain. It is the idea. All these other Superman villains, some of them are selfish. Some of them will like have a tragic backstory or two. Some of them aren't even that evil deep down. But the thing with Luthor is that Luthor
he's repeating himself. That's why I'm saying, like, I think we got
Luthor
it.
represents the worst of humanity, and that's the point. There's no rhyme or reason sometimes. Sometimes humans are just subtle.
Okay, you repeated that. You repeated that. Let's.
Yeah, bro.
Here's what I'm gonna say.
Because Luthor has aura. That's why I'm repeating it. I'm repeating the aura.
Here's what I'm gonna say. All right.
Oh my God.
Let's finish this video, and I do think it would be more interesting if we.
You're a goofball, okay?
Hang on.
Like, who cares, bro? I'm talking about aura right now.
Oh my God.
All right. I'm trying to move this forward.
1A. Literally, that is me right now, bro. I am Lex Luthor. 1A.
I'm trying to say, because people have been asking. All right. People are asking. Let's get back to the video, right? 1, 2. I think we should just do a full-on disagreement.
Fuck the video.
Holy
shit! They chose him.
Holy shit! All right, no, for real. You got
Fuck the video.
Hang on. First of all, PJ, your mic is broken. Don't unmute. Second of all. All right. Second of all, let's get to the video, right? Just so we finish, and then after that, we'll just move it to disagreements because I'm actually kind of interested to do the disagreements after this. So
I think I'm done trolling for today. PJ, you want to like chill in another VC for a bit while they do this?
Wait.
I'm on my phone right now. I probably can't watch together stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't do it. If I was on my computer, I could be able to do it. But nah, I think I trolled enough. I had my fun.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Have a good one.
See you later, man. No ill will.
No hard feelings. Have a good one, man. All right. Cheers.
Have a good one.
1A.
I'll
see y'all later.
Thank you for the flying feast time. I think the whole point of Lex, even from the comics, is his reason for hating Superman isn't complex. If it was, it would miss the point.
Based.
It's kind of like J. Jonah Jameson.
I'll see y'all later.
I just want to.
That is Jack JP. What's up, JP? That is Jack.
All right, I'm going.
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to.
Oh yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry. Well, no. Like the last thing I was gonna respond to that. I was gonna clarify like my point. Whatever. We can do it after the fact. It's fine. I'll go into it later.
We'll continue this.
I've kind of already explained it anyway.
There's so much comedy, it'll make you want to pluck your own eyes out. Every time Superman even comes close to doing anything that's anyway good, he just gets knocked over by a dog.
What?
This
doesn't happen 10 fucking.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Oh well, even if this does happen 10 fucking times, it's like in that scene.
Yeah.
Like it. Yeah.
Luthor is a stupid analogy for Donald Trump and racism. There's
What?
Okay, what?
What are you talking about?
I mean, yeah, we are all aware that Donald Trump creates parallel dimensions all the time.
Have you seen the people Lex Luthor employs? He employs black people. He employs Hispanic people. He has like the most diverse supervillain team ever put to film.
Well, I think it's weird because like this is like what he's reading this like this is Homelander from The Boys, where he's like this obvious like Trump allegory. It's like that's not what this is. What are you talking about?
Lesbian girl bosses running around. There's an
emphasis. Wait, what? She's a lesbian? What? I don't even know.
About the engineer?
What? All right, so I just want to be clear. SK, before this, I introduced the concept of schizomaxing. We are witnessing it in action. All right, this man is schizomaxing currently.
This is on Gen Z and TikTok.
She's a lesbian.
For some reason.
Show me right now. Show me right now.
Show me right now.
Show me that. Show me that
for
right now.
The entire movie. His voice is so high pitched, and the dude never stops screaming and being autistic. I don't know how I can say it.
A lot of people don't stop being autistic. Actually, dude, that's like not a thing that you just stop.
Damn. Wow.
Say it anymore. This movie is the most retarded thing to ever exist. Genuinely. I've watched a lot of movies from many different countries, time periods. I'm not bragging here. I'm just saying that I know that Superman is probably in the top 3 worst of all of them. Forget every crappy B movie ever made. Forget I don't know, Plan 9 from Outer Space being the worst movie ever made. This is it right here. You thought Marvel humor was bad. Well,
you're not understanding.
Much of it
Well, you're not understanding, Jack, is he watched all of those movies in that jump cut. So now with this new information, he's settled for top 3.
Oh my god.
that you want to die. It literally has some of the worst CGI in a new movie, and I'm not alone on this. Just look at the reviews. So people will jump to Rotten Tomatoes, right?
Look at the
reviews, but the reviews are positive.
And try to prove me wrong, saying that, what are you saying, little bro? The movie is a success. 95 on the audience score. Everybody loves it.
That is a success.
I looked through that audience score. It was a big load of bots that loved Crypto, the little cute dog, which is one of the most retarded parts about the entire movie. You come over to a real source, like, I don't know, Empire Magazine, and they have it rated 2 out.
Well, the real source is being Empire Magazine, apparently.
Real source.
Out of 5 stars, saying exactly what I'm saying. The movie is so messy and garbage. The end of the movie is just a CGI mess. The Guardian, 2 out of 5 stars. I don't really know what people are seeing here, but it's getting destroyed. Another news source says it's painfully mediocre. Another news source...
Guys, the news agrees with me, therefore I'm correct.
Rates it 2.5
Also,
stars.
I just want to be very clear, because I know a little bit something about UK publications. The Guardian is considered an extremely left-wing source, so I don't know why the fuck he would I don't believe him that he would cite the Guardian for anything unless it confirmed his bias. Also, it gave it 2 stars, so the Guardian doesn't even agree with him because he says it's the worst movie ever made, or top 3, which I think would be less than 2 stars.
My god.
5. I don't know what I'm missing here. The movie isn't some 10 out of 10. Everybody knows it's spasticated. You just don't want to hear it. Now, I'd love to go in depth and show everything on screen, but I just need to tell you, for the people who haven't watched this movie, how ridiculously bad this is. For the first hour of the movie, Superman is on the ground screaming and whining. That's not a joke, it's not rage bait. He literally doesn't get up off of the ground for a full 60 minutes. He's in some pocket wormhole universe, and in that universe, Lex Luthor...
What about when he was fighting the kaiju?
What?
Yeah.
What about when he was in the apartment with Lois?
Exactly. What is he talking about?
What about when he was at the Daily Planet?
Who is terrible and gay, by the way, for some reason.
Terrible and gay? Wait, what? Wait, what are you talking about?
Wait, what? Is that guy gay?
Wait, the ground for a full 60 minutes. He's in some pocket wormhole universe, and in that universe, Lex Luthor, who is terrible and gay, by the way, for some reason, he just shows up and shows.
Wait, pause it. Wait. I think he's referring to the something Martians are my type or whatever, right?
But that's a joke.
No, yeah, that's what I'm just saying. That's like what he's probably referring to.
Can I just say, like, to be fair to this person, it must be hard reviewing a movie with yourself and the 9 shadowy figures in the back of your head all times. All right, to be fair to this person.
Superman, that everybody online trying to cancel Superman, typing angry comments, aren't actually real. They're a big load of monkeys typing at a keyboard. No, that's not a joke. I didn't make that up. James Gunn is saying that everybody hating and review bombing Superman are monkeys. So let me just do the math real quick. He's not only calling me and everybody who doesn't like the movie.
Well, to be fair,
it's very telling that that's what he got out of that scene.
Yeah, that's very telling.
Sir, I just want to be clear, I'm very confident that any rhesus macaque worth their salt would get more cogent arguments out there than you have so far.
Damn.
The movie a monkey. If you're an Indian kid or if you're a black person who says something on Twitter against James Gunn, he thinks you're a monkey. That's really not a good look. And speaking of not good looks, David Corn Sweat looks about 400 pounds in the terribly made suit. There's kids all over this movie. What?
This guy's just he's just seeing things. He's delusional.
No, I'm telling you, this guy, like, listen, he's operating on levels of cognition that are beyond our
Spider-Man-
understanding. Right?
Spider-Man Unknown says you're all monkeys for saying this film's a 4 out of 10. Damn.
I didn't say it was a 4. I said it was a 6.
Yeah, he said it was a 6.
Maybe-
Jack said it
maybe
was a 5.
I said it's a fine movie. It's an okay, serviceable piece of media.
Yeah, this guy saw Lex Luthor's being a generational hater and decided to outdo him with this video.
Yeah. Can we get like a power scaling between this guy and the amazing Lucas? Like where is this in terms of the tiering system?
Lucas would go crazy. He'd go crazy.
That's because it's a James Gunn production, and we'll just pretend like this guy isn't a freak. Every single person in Metropolis is Indian and play really big parts in the movie, like some random.
What?
There's literally a there's literally a white person and a white woman in the background.
I know. What is he talking about?
Some Indian convenience store worker or something comes up and just says something to Superman and ends up in the plot of the movie. The dude is the linchpin of the entire movie somehow. Some random taco vendor.
He literally just gets shot. Like, he's also a falafel stand guy, not a taco, but he just gets shot.
I get what everybody is telling you, saying that Man of Steel and every other superhero movie is dark and gritty, and this one is hopeful and full of joy. Let's cut out the politics for a second. This is a disgrace to making movies in general. People talk about how bad Deadpool and Wolverine was. It had no story. It was just cameos for the entire thing. This is the exact same and 10 times worse. I'm not overreacting and I'm not making a big deal out of it. This movie doesn't have a plot. It has no story.
It has no plot.
Barely
It has no
any
plot.
redeeming elements. People make fun of it all the
No
time. The
beginning, no middle,
American
no
acting legend Kevin Costner,
no way.
who played
Oh my
Superman's dad
God,
in Man of Steel.
no.
And people are actually saying that these two random spastics that they have in Superman 2025 is somehow better. Watch.
Yes, it is infinitely better.
Hey, what was I
Because
supposed to
Kevin
do? Just
Costner-
let him die? Maybe.
Because the dad in this movie doesn't tell his son to not save people.
Yeah. What
Not
are you
save
talking
children.
about?
It's not even people, just people, it's children specifically.
Oh my god.
Watch the movie and
fuck,
tell me
man?
that his two parents aren't extremely retarded. Why are they too backwards?
Okay, I did it.
How are
I
they
watched the
retarded?
movie, and I don't
How
think
are
they're
they
actually
retarded?
retarded. The fuck is happening?
Rednecks, who I do not care about. The only few things I can think of that are
Backwards
semi-even
rednecks?
passable
Wait.
was Nathan Fillion's Guy Gardner, which was funny because the dude was
Yeah, backwards rednecks.
Yeah, like how are his parents retarded? Like they're farmers, and being a farmer, despite popular belief, requires intelligence.
Oh well, he wouldn't know
Clarkson's
that.
farm for confirmation to that.
He wouldn't know that.
People
was
go to
just a
school
douche-
to learn how to farm.
bag. And
Oh,
Lois
like
Lane-
like I said, because I'm going to shill a good TV show here. Clarkson's Farm. If anyone thinks that farming is just some fucking shit anyone can do, watch that. Very interesting.
douchebag.
Wait, go
And
back
Lois
to
Lane
the-
and Clark, who I do not care about. The only few things I can think
Top
of
Gear's
that
also
are
pretty good.
semi-even passable was Nathan Fillion's Guy Gardner, which was funny because the dude was just a douchebag. And Lois Lane and Clark Kent weren't really that bad, except for when Clark had an autistic meltdown and his voice
Oh my god.
Right,
went so high.
Bro, I just like wait. So we have seen two personalities. We saw the political one, the non-political one, and now we're seeing the one where he disagrees with his previous two personalities, which said that stupid Superman couldn't stop being autistic. Now he's saying he was just autistic in one scene.
Oh my god.
I pitched like some little bitch, and Lois Lane goes off on a monologue about fake punk rock. Superman is sipping cocoa and crying his eyes out for the
He's not
entire
crying.
movie. And we see here we're going to be getting spin-offs with Mr. Terrific and Jimmy Olsen.
Wait, pause real
These
quick.
people.
What do we think about this? These two gang spin-offs.
I'm interested in Mr.
Mr. Terrific,
Terrific.
sure.
Jimmy Olsen, they better do something interesting with him.
It'll
I
just be like a
think-
comedy.
I
If
think
you're
there's a-
familiar
I
with
think there's a great
Jimmy
potential-
Olsen comics,
I think there's great potential in a Jimmy Olsen spin-off, especially if you just finding out stories.
Yep.
If that's how we
public.
get Darkseid, that would be very funny. I just would
Hmm.
like to preface, because that's where Darkseid debuts. Actually, if in case you don't know.
People
Yeah.
weren't scene stealers like people are going to try to tell you online. Mr. Terrific was some black dude who had some ridiculously
Some black
caricature
dude.
accent of like a preacher down south.
He's
and also,
he's
What?
supposed
He had
to be
more-
Mr. T. He's supposed to be Mr. T. That is the joke.
My god.
screen time than Superman. And the same goes for Jimmy
He did not
Olsen,
have more
who was
screen time.
acting really weird throughout the entire movie. Like, all these girls wanted to go out with him, and the dude was just acting gay. Like, he didn't want any part in it.
What?
What?
How is that
Rejecting
weird?
Asian makes you gay.
He was acting gay. What the fuck? What?
I don't know what's weird about him. Like, what? What did he do?
What's gay? Why is your gaydar going off the rails?
Yeah, it's gay. You don't
Is he-
understand.
I think he's projecting. I think he's projecting.
The guy just atomized Jimmy Olsen. He said he was acting gay. All right, there you go. He Dr. Manhattan his ass.
Oh my god.
Pardon it. Oh yeah, I also had more screen time than Superman. And James Gunn and
No,
DC
Not
are
true.
What?
Not true.
Prove
This
it.
guy's
Prove it,
insane.
prove it.
Show me that. Show me that. Show me that
Sure,
right now.
Show me right now.
talking here about how they're going to be making tons of new TV shows and movies, bringing together
No
the
duh.
Justice League. I don't know how anybody could be excited for this after watching Superman. The Hall of Justice was Guy Gardner, Mr. Terrific, and Hawk Girl sitting
Because
around in
they're
a
going to
massive
expand
empty.
who's
Just to be
on the
clear,
team.
those three characters were the Justice Gang, not the Hall of Justice. The Hall of Justice is
Yeah.
a building. Just to
Yes.
clarify.
More people can come into the building. Let's just be clear.
Yeah. That's how
room,
buildings
and you
work.
see some handicap here. Don't let anybody tell you nobody cares about Superman. Are you blind? I just showed you 20 reviews from massive news sources that all just said it was a 2 out of 5. This
No, they didn't
People
all
aren't
say
going-
that, first of all. And secondly, that's 20 reviews versus the hundreds that have been out there.
Didn't 200 didn't this movie
People-
already make like $235 million or something insane like that? Like
Yeah,
not
and
sure.
people will and people will
217 million.
Yeah.
and people will simply
yeah.
show up to watch more movies of these characters because they simply like the characters.
Yeah,
They're going to give it a chance.
yeah, I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
This isn't The Dark Knight. This isn't Iron Man. It isn't
I
even
agree.
Man of Steel.
I
And
agree.
It definitely
Oh,
isn't
it's not Man of
Christopher
Steel. It isn't
Reeve
even
in
what-
Superman
Yeah.
the movie. This isn't even an 8 out of 10. It's like, I don't know, a 1 out of 10. This isn't the
A
movie.
one? A
this isn't
what?
an 8 out of 10. It isn't even like a 1 out. I love the jump there.
I know.
Such a fucking like.
It's not even a 1 out of 10.
movie. It's a big load of
God damn it.
It's a big load of CGI for 2 hours. And this story just came out that Ta-Nehisi Coates was going to make a black Superman movie.
Yeah, that
and
was
it actually
gonna
got
be shit.
cancelled because they realized that it was too woke. Nobody wants to watch some civil rights activist black race-swapped Superman. But at the end, as a little caveat, James Gunn will still probably make the movie in the future. Who wants that? I don't even want David Corn Sweat Superman. That was the non-woke version. The movie with the two warring factions and countries.
Pause.
That
He says the movie's woke though. Wait, so who
Yeah,
what's the
so
woke?
it's woke in the worst
You don't
movie ever
understand. This
made.
is the. Bro, that was a different. That
Oh, it's
was a
different
different
personality.
ranting for vengeance. That was his different personality. All right, we're on personality 4 now. Keep up, please. There's
will
9.
represent a certain conflict in the Middle East that's happening right now. Don't try to tell me that this movie isn't woke or not political. If you think that, go screw yourself.
You just said it.
Why
You
you let me
just
off?
said it wasn't.
Personality coming out.
It is. The entire movie is about Trump, immigrants, and
This is parody.
The
This is
entire movie.
parody. The whole movie is about Trump and immigrants. What is he talking about?
I remember the scene in the movie where Donald Trump showed up and said, "Here on Earth we have the best superheroes, and they're really strong."
Wrong.
Yeah.
That's not what your party says.
Nah.
That's not what your party says. Your party is.
So I'm just saying, I'm sat here with Superman, the great Superman. He's and you know he's definitely one of the best men in
And as
in
I
our
just
great
mentioned,
country.
Other
And-
conflicts in other
There he
countries.
is.
I really
There
don't
he is
know
in the
what
crowd.
I'm missing here. This
Go
movie
give him
was
a
the
coat.
biggest.
Go give him a coat. Get him out of here.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Get him out of here.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
I was talking about
Superman.
Superman.
I was talking about Superman, and excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Lex Luthor.
all I'm saying is-
Luthor. Luthor's a bad man. Luthor's a bad man. He's trying to take my place. He will never be taking my place. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
I'm saying is Lex Luthor great friends with Jeffrey Epstein? If you've read the files,
I'll be releasing the Epstein files. We're gonna find Lex Luthor all over that bald, pin-headed scumbag. Okay, excuse me.
Lex Luthor here on stage once again.
Thank you for the 5 game. Dude used Rotten Tomatoes to criticize Ironheart and called it bad because it had a 55% audience score. Yet this film has a 95%, yet it's still bad in his eyes. Exactly.
He once again doesn't understand there was a different personality. All right, listen, it's all making sense.
It's a change, yeah.
It is. The entire movie is about Trump, immigrants, and as I just mentioned, other conflicts in other countries. I really don't know what I'm missing here. This movie was the biggest heap of shit I've ever watched. At first I found it funny to just laugh at it from the trailers, but watching it, it was just so bad I couldn't even believe it. How did a movie like this ever get greenlit? So much focus on comedy and random dogs banging into people. And
this guy's insane.
Wait, what did he say?
He said it's about random dogs running into people. Excuse me, Superman, I don't like when you're screaming all the time. Excuse me. Yes. I can't tell, but like some of it might be real, some of it might be real, some of it might be played for like exaggeration. Oh shit, hold up. Cut again. All right, let's try this one more time. There we go, fixed.
Horrible movie. If you're a movie critic or you consider yourself anti-woke and you're saying that this movie is just okay, it's not even that bad, it's not even woke, I don't know what's wrong with you up here, but you need to wake up. Quality was just non-existent.
Like if there's any crossover, if you're a movie critic or you consider yourself anti-woke, the great Venn diagram.
With James Gunn's Superman. Do not watch this movie. Do not take your kids to go see it. It's filled with a big load of unnecessary cursing and political agenda. They spent 20 minutes of the movie talking about Superman's harem. What the hell? Who wrote that in the script?
I'm legitimately blanking. Is there a swear in the movie? They say shit at one point, I think, right? Oh yeah, super shit. Yeah.
You piece of shit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think that's it. There's no F-bomb, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't think there is.
Okay. 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 I think he might have. I think that one. Escator, what I think that one might have came to him in a dream.
Oh my god.
What the fuck is happening?
So Superman's original parents and Krypton just goes straight out the window. Spoiler alert, sorry to break it to you, but his parents are just evil for some reason. And then his fake parents down on Earth are 2 handicaps. The peak of this movie is Superman flying into Lex Luthor's office and crying to him. And then Superman's dog knocks Lex Luthor over. That's every single scene. It ends with somebody getting knocked over, some cutaway to a Marvel humor joke, or a cute.
Every single scene.
Every single scene ends with the dog knocking it over.
Dog that we're all supposed to find funny. And at the end of the movie, Supergirl shows up and calls Superman a bitch, and then gets knocked over by a dog. I couldn't make this any more funny even if I wanted to. And it still has all the touches of a James Gunn.
Wait, so you agree that it's funny?
Well.
Well. I'm so fucking confused.
Disaster. The vile human piece of shit, James Gunn and his brother both came out before this movie just a couple days ago and were laughing and sneering at everybody.
It is exactly what the movie is about, I think, that like we support our people, you know? We love our immigrants. Yes, Superman is an immigrant. And yes, if you don't like that, then you're not American.
You said it's an immigrant story. It's a political movie. MAGA today is going nuts. What do you have to say to MAGA?
I don't have anything. I think this movie's for everybody. I don't have anything to say to.
He literally says it's for everybody.
Like, I'm not here.
Yeah,
MAGA
so what is he
today
mad
was
about?
getting a little upset that he called Superman an immigrant. I wanted to get your reaction.
Somebody needs a hug.
It's not review bombing, it's not Snyder cult. I do not care about Zack Snyder's Man of Steel. The dude is a terrible movie maker as well, but 10 trillion times better than James Gunn. Stop coping and saying that James Gunn...
I just want to say, note to the figure, 10 trillion times, he figured that out mathematically, alright? He was calculating that for days to figure out.
This is something I don't understand. If you want to say that, like, James Gunn's woke, how is Zack Snyder not also woke? They have the exact same politics.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I like Man of Steel is definitely like the politics of Man of Steel are definitely like, you know, it's literally about. I guess you could say maybe like Snyder is like obsessed with like the religious shit, so like on a surface level, but like 100% the politics of Man of Steel are not like conservative. I wouldn't say. Again, fucking a father tells his son to let kids die. Like,
James Gunn is a great filmmaker. I've watched most of the guy's movies. Not one of them is good. Endless needle drops with crappy music and Marvel humor does not make a good movie. This is not a new era of hope for the superhero. This is the end. If this is the best you can come up with, I don't even know if you could call this filmmaking. I don't consider myself a critic. I'm not some pretentious douchebag who's...
Well, that's good to know.
gonna sit here and say that, oh, they didn't have the right camera work or the correct way of writing your movie. But to be honest, this movie had no structure and it was shot terribly. It's not like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man one bit, and everybody who...
I'm gonna tell you this, but now let me tell you this.
I'm not gonna do this thing, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Get over this shit, man.
Who says that needs to go screw themselves. Sam Raimi's Spider-Man is the example of what this should have been. This movie is not comic booky. There isn't one comic book where Superman gets his ass kicked by a dog, starts crying, then gets called a bitch to...
He didn't get his ass kicked by a dog.
I agree. There is no. You don't get it. He's spitting facts here, dude. There is no scenes in Spider-Man, Sam Raimi Spider-Man, where Superman gets his ass kicked by a dog. That is true. There is no scenes like that. He's not wrong.
Face. It's not accurate to any comic book. It's just goofy and stupid and retarded. So finally, for the last time, do not watch Superman. It's genuinely, truthfully, sincerely one of the worst things I've ever seen. And if you're a real fan that already knew that.
Alright, so we just trace the argument here. We went from the worst to top 3 to one of the worst. So
yeah.
So by this rate of progression, I think in about 2 years' time it'll be one of the best. So hey, yeah. Half-Life on this is only growing.
Knew that? Then thanks for watching and maybe consider subscribing. And if you're one of those woke retards who liked it, stick it up your ass. Go complain to your boyfriend.
That's parody level.
That is just parody level. Holy shit.
Bro, that guy... I kind of love him. I know that sounds gay, but like, dude, this guy has something going on.
Oh man, you know, it is. I don't know if I want to go through another review. These two were good enough as it is.
You just want to do a disagreement day?
Yeah, let's just straight up jump to disagreements. I'm down to do that. All right, hop in the disagreement day server.
All right.
All right. We'll head there. To chat room. Okay. We'll move. All right. And oh, Kairito doesn't. Yeah, let me grab the link. Let me grab the link. All right. Wait, try speaking. I'm gonna make sure this works.
Hello?
Oh yeah, there we go. Awesome. Let's move this to chat room. There we go. And yeah, I do have to get the Discord link in the description because I didn't expect the disagreement day, but I'll do that anyway. YouTube Studio. I'll just grab the old link that still works. There we go. Alright, I've got... Edit. Alright, the Disagreement Day Discord link is now in the description if you refresh. So it should be there. Just go to the wait room, and once you're there, we can just drag you in here. And yeah, that's pretty much the gist of how this works.
I'm gonna leave. Let me come back.
Okay.
I probably have about 1 more hour in me since it's 1:30 here, but I'll try get through as many of these as possible.
Look, it's not letting me increase the volume on my speaker.
Oh, actually, yeah. Carrying on the thing I was talking about, kind of with Liam, but like what I'm with Lex. What I meant with that was like we're not given a reason. It's just like we don't really know anything about him as to like what, because in terms of the underlying things in the movie, like the natural explanation, which is to say he feels inferior to Superman. I don't really see a reason why he should feel inferior, because like, oh, should he be upset that Superman can like fucking lift a car or something when he can create an alternative universe and beat him easily? I don't think that he should have an inferiority complex about that. That was kind of my thing.
I guess there's more to discuss about it, because, like, I don't know if I can fully put it into words. Maybe I need to rewatch it. But as I understand, I don't know if he feels necessarily inferior. He just, because I think he thinks he's better in the sense that he earns his way up. He actually makes his own achievements. And he thinks Superman just jumps to the top. And sure, he justifies this to himself because of his envy for him, for all the attention he gets. And he tries to make it more, I guess, logical than it really is. And I think there's enough to glean about, I think that you can extrapolate that from the movie. But I do agree that when we talked about his later ambitions, you know, whether or not he'd be happy if he had achieved his goal, yeah, I'm actually not quite sure on that.
Yeah, again, it's kind of all undercut by I don't think like Lex, well, there might be some comic books about, but then Superman would be commensurately powerful in those comics, of course. But like, there's not a lot of comic books that give him quite this much power, and to me, it feels, I don't want to say actually, yeah, you know what, I'll go with contrived, that like it's very convenient that a man with this much power just happens to have this much of a hate boner. I know it's like, you know, the meta is that's Lex Luthor, that's his personality, right? But like the movie doesn't really establish why. I would have liked to have like maybe some insight into why Lex have more of an opportunity to explain why he feels this way beyond kinda he just does, right?
Yeah.
Again, like hating for the love of the game is how I describe him, which, to be clear, I find him very entertaining in this movie, but I don't think that it's well written. But it's very entertaining.
I'm gonna, you know what, I'll do this. I'm gonna alert the server and say disagreements are open. I'll say that. Where is it? At everyone, disagreements. Fuck, I'm typing the wrong thing. Events are open. Okay. Yeah, anyone could jump in if they have interest. Y'all need to stop coping saying James Gunn's Superman was good. It was ass. I best to give it a 4 out of 10. I mean, I guess, yeah, some of the arguments we heard earlier was just fucking weird. Like the Iron Man thing, like, what are you talking about?
Well, I mean, he told people to consult ChatGPT, so there you go.
Yeah, consult
also,
ChatGPT.
Someone said, who had the better Lex, Zach or James, and I immediately wanted to rejoin with, wait, Zach didn't have a Lex, and I was like, oh yeah, he fucking did. It's like, that's crazy that he had a Lex Luthor in the BVS movie, who was played by Jesse Eisenberg.
Yeah, like, here's the thing. Like, I think both Lex Luthors, I think like the James Gunn one is explored much better, than the Snyder one, but
100%, yeah.
I think they both share the same problem of the plans just being utter nonsense. I actually don't think I would put BVS, Lex Luthor's plan above, below James Gunn's Lex. I mean, I'd actually go back and forth because I'm not sure, because both of them have like a catastrophically dumb plan at the end, and throughout the movie. So, JP says he wants to debate Jack on Miles Morales. Apparently.
Okay.
I don't know. That's the. JP says, join the server then. Yeah, JP, you want to join? You can join the server. We've given you the way.
Yeah, and I will just be upfront. I am at work until midnight. I'm happy to argue when no one's around, but if somebody comes in, I have to like take a break.
Gotcha. But yeah, we'll wait for the screams to pop in. Who's even online in the server?
I did post earlier in the server because I was being brain blasted by Twitter that I am willing to debate anyone on the subject that the movie is poorly written, so I suppose I'm making good on my promise.
True, yeah, true. I don't see it. Alright, JP, if you refresh the... You know what? I'll DM JP the link. I'll make that easier for him. Superman was great, 10 out of 10.
Okay. What other movies have you seen? I'm just curious.
Both Lex Luthors were ass, but Snyder's was way worse. Yeah, I would say Snyder's is worse.
Yes, I think again, like it's hard to argue on some level that this Lex captures the spirit of the character better, and in terms of their plans, like you know what? I think I would commit to saying that Jesse Eisenberg, Lex Luthor's plan was worse because his plan was literally basically just doing what this Lex did with Ultraman, but worse in many ways.
Oh, JP is in the waiting room. Gotcha. All right.
Oh boy.
All right, JP, what's up?
Hey, JP.
Huh, I didn't name it a whole server off of. I thought it was still just a group chat.
No, it's a whole server.
Okay. Also, Jack, I heard what you said. I mean, it's just about early comic Miles, because SK told me you said that you don't like him. So I guess I just want to see like why first before jumping to conclusions.
Yeah, so my position is that Miles Morales has potential and can be done extremely well. Like Into the Spider-Verse is proof of this, because it does. But what you need to understand is that what the movie does is very different to how he's handled in the comics. In the comics, he's handled I don't know how you feel about Insomniac Spider-Man 2, but I would say he's done in the comics. He's not treated the same way as he is in Into the Spider-Verse. He's treated the same way as Insomniac Spider-Man 2, where he's really, really bland as a character. As his arc is, he kind of just regresses constantly into being into wanting to prove himself to be a Spider-Man that's just as good as Peter, but he never really is given an opportunity to flesh himself out as a character in any way, if that makes sense. And instead, like, writers just keep on giving him power-ups as if that develops him when it really doesn't.
So when I thought this was early comic Miles, you're talking about new comic Miles?
Like ultimate comic, like when he deaded in the Ultimate universe, I thought it was appropriate because Peter Parker died, and like he takes up the mantle of Peter Parker. I like how that was done. I didn't like how Peter Parker came back and said, you, Miles, are my successor. You are the true Spider-Man, and then ditches. I thought that was dumb. But other than that, I thought that it was pretty good. Like I have the issues, but the problem with introducing both him and Peter in the same universe is that as a legacy character, he kind of gets undermined because he was introduced as an actual successor to a dead Peter. But now it's kind of awkward because they're both in New York City, and it is possible to have both stories for Peter and Miles in New York City, but I would much prefer if he was like in some other part of the United States and had like differentiated himself more from Peter.
So I've heard that point a lot. Like one of my closest friends, he wishes that Miles like was in a different universe or whatever. And, that's fair because it feels weird to like have like two Spider-Men there. Like also, I guess to answer your question, like you didn't ask it. You did say I don't know. You don't know how I feel about it. I enjoy like Spider-Man 2 story in the sense of like the characters. Like I still like Insomniac Miles. I'll say that of the three, he's the blandest. Like I think Comic Miles is still better, but like I get people's issue with him. But with Comic Miles, I don't know if you've been reading the Ziegler run, but everything he said about they're just giving him new power-ups and not making him interesting, that is just like flat out wrong. Like Miles's character arc is actually very well handled in the Ziegler run. Like many people say Ziegler is Miles' best writer, and I am inclined to agree. Like, is he better than the writers of Spider-Verse? It's debatable because Miles' stuff deals with a lot of. It's not like Miles is in 616 isn't about being I gotta carry Peter's legacy. No, it's more about how can I be my own man in this world of like other superheroes, and that's kind of like what Bendis did when he made Miles go to 616. Well, not made, but like the whole the Ultimate Comics were underselling, so they were like, we have to keep Miles because he's the he's a pretty solid character. So they said just move him to 616. So Bendis had to write around that.
Yeah, and to be clear, there is I want to reiterate, like there is a purpose in having there is a justification to having Miles as a character because Peter isn't a child anymore. He's a kid, like he's an adult now, and you can explore like coming of age stories through Miles. Like you can do that, but how he's been written in the comics just hasn't been appealing to me.
Well, if it's more of a subjective thing, that's fair. If it's just you that don't care for it, that's fine. I just don't personally agree because it's like Miles had to deal with a lot of mental health stuff. Like this was the first time his spider sense was on the fritz because after the Rabble attack, after the Assessor, where he was like tortured and like kidnapped and tortured and experimented on, his spider sense was very sensitive. Like it was like that scene from like TASM 1 where Peter spider sense was just going haywire. It was like that for Miles. Like any little thing would like set him off, and he had to fight Hobgoblin while dealing with that. And then after that, he like Tiana, who I'm sorry, like this, I stand by this. She is Miles' best love interest in anything. Like
she's certainly better than Gwen. Yeah, I agree.
Like it's like I don't care what people say about Gwen or Haley. Tiana is just definitively the best. Like it's not even a debate for me because she keeps it real with Miles. She's like, dude, you have to go to therapy. Like you can't just sit here and bottle in these emotions. And that's something that does separate Miles from Peter just in general. Miles is fine with opening himself up and trying to like talk to people about it, because that's something else I do like with Miles comics is that it seems like he's allowed to explore the bigger Marvel universe in his runs compared to Peter. Yeah. Like he's the one teaming up with Misty Knight, she's like they're like pseudo like she's the one teaching him how to be detective, how to track down clues and stuff like that. He trained with Colleen Wing, even though I hate that sword. I don't like the Venom sword. However, the fact that he's training with Colleen Wing, that's really cool. I think that's really interesting that he himself is like training with these other Marvel heroes and not just Spider-Man 2099, Peter Parker Spider-Man, Mayday Spider-Girl. No, it's like he's allowed to be in this bigger Marvel universe. Black Panther was the one who cured him of his vampire powers. And while I hated the vampirisms, I thought that was stupid. They made a unique arc about it because it's basically how people like, I want Miles to have his own black suit arc. That feels redundant because it feels like you're just copying off of Peter. This one, it's similar in the sense of the vampirisms it makes Miles more aggressive. He wants like the vampire in him wants to kill, but he has to hold himself back. And what's interesting is that his venom powers affect that, because at the time before, because that's why he has that new suit. It would allow him to use his venom powers without his vampire side getting aggressive. Like, because when Miles uses venom powers beforehand, it would activate the aggressive side in him and would make him want to kill, because he almost killed Vulture because of that. And that's really interesting, that something that we're using, the Spider-Man being aggressive and it's out of his control. We've seen that before, but in this context, it's really interesting, especially because Miles is usually the one who's usually trying to stay calm. He's usually the one that's kind of chill. But like the fact that he's like about to kill somebody because something's out of his control, that's really interesting. And a lot of times in the early ones when he went to therapy, he had to calm down and breathe and focus on his spider sense so it would work normally. Like stuff like that was really interesting to read. But if it's more so just maybe how Miles is written, like his dialogue, I mean that's fair if you don't vibe with it. But for me, it's like like comic Miles. If you had to twist my mind, I would say I like him more than Spider-Verse Miles, because the stuff they're doing with him with the mental health and stuff like that, I really enjoy that. And I'm not saying Peter doesn't focus on that, or I think people tell me Silk does as well, and that's cool. I'm just saying that for Miles, I like how it's handled. Like I do really like that.
Yeah, I hear that, and I do acknowledge that he struggles like with being a superhero, but I would say that's a part of like superheroes in general. Like you'll rarely find a story where a superhero isn't faced with a challenge or they're overwhelmed at times. But what makes Peter Parker compelling as Spider-Man is that he's an inherently selfish person who has to put aside his selfishness for the greater good. And in a lot of his stories, he loses. Like he loses something as a consequence of his selfishness and to be a hero. Like the best example is losing Gwen Stacy, losing friends, losing opportunities. Yet in a lot of Miles stories, I just find to be the case that he that things kind of just work themselves out as to not change the status quo, and which I find pretty annoying. It prevents me from being more emotionally invested in him as a character, because he doesn't. There's like a lack of stakes, if that makes sense.
I guess on that one, we just agree to disagree. Because for me, I don't need every Spider-Man to lose someone they love. It's kind of like, again, I'm fine with it in the Spider-Verse and Insomniac universe. Like, Miles lost Uncle Aaron, Miles lost his father. I get it. That's perfectly fine. And I know in the early run he did lose his mom. But honestly, I think it's perfectly fine that like we have like a version of Spider-Man who has like both his parents, his Uncle Aaron. He now has a brother and a sister. Like he basically has a healthy outlet, and it still shows that regardless, no matter how quote unquote better Miles' life looked, he still has these personal demons that only like he can really deal with. Like, yes, he does have a good support health group, but there's only so much they can do. He's the one who still has to deal with the vampirism himself. He's the one who has to help with. He's the one who can only. Yeah, anyone can go to therapy, but it's up to you to take what the therapist says to heart. That is a completely your choice thing. And I'll be fair, and I'll be fair, like if it's like the lack of stakes that bothers you, that's fair. I guess I just don't agree, because it's still in my heart of hearts, like there's really nothing, because I'm looking at like current comic Miles, and I'm like, there's really nothing here that like I think is like I guess it's more so like you just don't personally like it, because I thought more so you were like, oh, Miles is objectively bad and blah 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 blah. Like that's what I thought was the case. I would say, you were just
I would say that in terms of writing, I would make the case that Peter Parker is objectively better, but in terms of writing. But you also, I also keep in mind that there's more to work with Peter. So I don't think that's really a contested point.
Well, yeah, and obviously, Miles is my second favorite Spider person. Peter's still number one. I just defend Miles a lot more because he's the one that has the most like unfair criticisms. Like, I'm not saying Peter doesn't either. Like, you know what I mean? It's very rare to see someone like make fun of like real you never make fun. You never see anyone make fun of Kraven's Last Hunt. You never see that. I've never seen anyone say Kraven's Last Hunt sucks. You know what I mean? Like Peter doesn't get as much criticism for like when he was like back in his day compared to Miles. Peter does get more criticism for his comics because they suck. Like there's no nice way to put it. They just suck. Aside from Ultimate Spider-Man, that's like it. But for like his 90s Ramita, all that stuff, it's like like obviously like I don't see anyone criticizing that stuff as much. And if they do, it's like the Clone Saga sucked. It's like I mean, that's fair.
Yeah,
even
Miles had his own Clone Saga.
And I will say that like I didn't mind his Clone Saga because at first I was like, they didn't the Return of Peter stuff, but with Shift, I like how Miles accepts him fully as a brother, and that Shift himself is going through his own journey of trying to fit in. I think they're hinting at a little romance he has with an ex-Miles villain. Also, that's something else that Miles again, he's getting his own villains. Other than that did stuff with the Ahmed run, with stuff like the Assessor. I think one character named the Kidnapper, but he was just a whatever villain. There's Rabbler. There's another villain. I forgot her name. Is that the one with super speed? Because I'm bad with names.
No, that's not. No, Frostpharaoh is just like the guy who wears like Egyptian attire. Yeah, that guy.
But yeah, I think one's called the Bumbler, like the B one. But like, I forgot the chick with super speed. And it's not because she's a forgettable villain. It's like I actually really like her. She has this kind of like rivalry with Miles. It's like a rivalry, but also like a respect kind of thing. I'm just really bad with names, and I forgot her name. There was also Agent Gal. Like she was kind of like she was like a cop that was like very much against Miles and all that stuff. So they are trying to build up like him having a little rogues gallery, which I like. And I thought about like some people have asked me would I include these villains in Spider-Man 3. I'm like they could be fun little side villains. Others no. Assessor kidnapped and tortured Miles. You cannot make a side villain arc out of that. That's like a main game thing. But but I'm saying that they are trying to really improve Miles' character and his rogues gallery and stuff like that. So at least for me, it's like that's why I'm enjoying Miles, because every single time he comes out with something, it's usually like I always enjoy it. But if it's more so like you feel that they should have more stakes and stuff like that, that's totally valid. Like if I had to guess, they might kill Shift. Like if I had to guess who they could kill off, maybe him. I don't think they're gonna kill Genki. Genki is like, I don't think they're gonna kill him off. I think that's someone who's just gonna be like always with him. I could be wrong though. Like if someone has a balls to kill Genki.
Yeah, and to be clear, what I'm asking for isn't simply to like kill off someone close to him. It's just more so if the biggest character flaw for a character is that he has to get over their anxiety, I wouldn't even really consider that a character flaw, and I would like someone with more meat on their bones, if that makes sense.
Oh, my bad. Oh, well, no, that's not Miles' character flaw. His character flaw is more so that he's always too insecure, and like he can't, like sometimes he can't get out of his own head. Like that's more so of a flaw, like with his that he overthinks and all that stuff. Like the anxiety just played a part in that. But yeah, no, it's nothing about the anxiety played a part in that. But his character flaw is more so that he that he does overthink too much. In the early parts, he was very insecure. Nowadays, he doesn't have that problem with insecurities, but he does still overthink a lot. But he doesn't have any like insecurity problems. Like he is just like that is something that I do like with like Spider-Verse, how he is right now, even Spider-Man 2, that like they're never like, oh, am I good enough to be Spider-Man? No. They don't think that anymore. They're like, yeah, I'm Spider-Man. If you don't like it, get out of my face. It's like Don Cheadle in Iron Man 2. It's just like, I'm here. Like I'm here. Like, what do you say in Iron Man 2? He goes like, I'm here, get over it, let's move on. He said something like that in Iron Man 2 when he's talking to Tony in the courthouse scene. Like that's basically Miles now. He's like, yep, I'm Spider-Man. If you don't like it, tough nougats. But he's like, oh well, L plus ratio. But again, I mean that's, if that's it, I mean that's fair. I mean, I'm not gonna try to convince you to like Miles because that's just how you feel. I can't, I'm not gonna force you to like something. I guess just wanted to see if you're not just going around being like, oh, because I don't agree with the notion that the Spider-Verse saved Miles. I've never agreed with that notion. Like I always stood by he was he was already a solid enough, because if he was a bad character, why would Sony make Sony make an animated movie about him? Like, if he was this horrible character that nobody liked, it's like, no, they would have gone for like Miguel or something like that. With businesses, they would be like, okay, we need to focus on a character, and they use a lot of stuff from Miles. The whole him being insecure and all that stuff that came from the early Miles run. He was insecure about, should I be Peter? I feel like I'm disrespecting Peter. Am I good enough to be Spider-Man? The leap of faith scene that everyone talks about, that was from the comics, because Aunt May was the one who said, don't try to do it like Peter, do what Miles Morales would do. And I'm like, that is right there a leap of faith talk right there. You like, no one can convince me otherwise. That's like, no one can convince me that they didn't look at these comics from Miles. You could say they revamped them and made it better. That's fair, but the broad strokes are still there. Everything is still there. And again, I'll be fair. A certain YouTuber, not gonna name names, he made a really, really bad Miles video that brought up a lot of disingenuous points.
Sloan Tempest?
Sloan
Tempest?
No.
He said he won't
yeah,
name
I
names,
like
so
his videos.
he's
I
not
like
gonna
his
break his
videos.
own rule.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I like Sloan Tempest videos on him.
Well, I never saw that. I never saw that video. It was Godzilla Mendoza. He made the problem with Miles
anyway.
video. Oh.
Oh my god.
Well,
That's what we call a badly written character, chat.
This is a badly written character.
Thank you. But he doesn't stand by that, what he said anymore, and he actually deleted those videos. So I was like, oh, that was pretty cool of him to do that. And again, it's not his fault that people ran around saying, oh, here's why Miles sucks as a character, because he saw a lot of bigot people use his videos, and he felt really bad about it from what I've seen. So and that sucks. It's like, yeah, like, I don't know what that feels like, but it would suck for people that you don't agree with their morals or anything to go around and use your videos as like, look, here's what Miles sucks. So yeah, it's like I very much commend him for doing that. Like that was really cool of him. And again, I didn't agree with his points, and I still stand by his video, was kind of poopy, but it's like, hey, he doesn't stand by it, so what's the point now of being like, oh my god, he said this thing. Okay, get over it. He doesn't stand by it. Shut up. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Guys, listen, guys, look. SK said he doesn't like Spider-Man PS4 anymore, but he does. He likes it now. Oh, but in this video.
But
yeah. Yeah.
But,
well, I guess just to explain why this character gets getting pushed. If people don't find him interesting, it is because I would say it's because some characters are really pushed by the industry. So, and they kind of appeal to a lot of demographics. With Miles, it checks off 2 boxes. He's both Latino and Black. So the reason he's pushed, or partly a reason, is because they're making sure that these groups are seen, that they have their own stories. But meanwhile, I'm just looking here and say that there are much more interesting characters that could have been given a spotlight, like the current Power Man, like Iron Fist student, who is, I don't know if you're familiar with his stories or at all, but he has like a cool dynamic with White Tiger. There's T'Challa's son, that used to be given attention, and he kind of has like a similar power set to Miles with his whole stack thing going on, minus the Spire powers, of course. But yeah. I felt like he's done something with that. But I don't think. Again, I think he can be improved, like in concept. But as it stands, I think he's extremely flawed.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's right. I mean, I guess that's why I just had to, because, like I said, again, I don't know if you've been bringing a Ziggler run, because everything you said, that's why I'm like, well, they are doing that. Like, he is improving. He's like,
okay.
I'll be fair. His right now, what he's doing right now, I'm not a big fan of it, but that's because I'm gonna put a big hot take here. I'm sorry, I don't like Thor, and that's just in general. No matter what version,
I think he is the weakest. I think he is the weakest Avenger.
For me, I've never cared for Thor. I've tried I've watched EMH and we were this is like the best adaptation of all the characters. And I like all of them. I get to Thor and I'm like, he's fine. He's just okay. I just don't care enough. So when I see him in a Miles book, I'm reading it, and it's just his dialogue, the way he speaks, and I know that's how he's supposed to talk. Like that's why a lot of people like him. But like it. Oh, Thor. Like I was saying that I don't care for Thor because that's what Miles is doing right now in his arc. Like these gods, these gods are like trying to fight a Nazi, like the spider god, and he like is using Miles as like a a vessel and all that stuff, and Thor's involved, and I'm just like it's like I'm here for like Miles and his friends and stuff because like his therapist is there and Shift, but
we're looking for disagreements here.
Yeah, but
my bad,
yeah.
my bad, like my bad. I'll let Jack know. Go check out the Ziegler one when he has a chance.
And I haven't read that, so I will check it out. But I will agree with you that I thought that Thor is the weakest Avenger, at least founding Avenger, because every other character has like something to make them stand out. Hulk, he's his own worst enemy. Captain America, he's a soldier out of time. Iron Man, like he has his ego to contend with. Like even like Giant Man or Ant-Man and the Wasp, they have their own share of issues, like marital issues in particular. But Thor, Thor, like
I guess you could say he's the outsider. I guess you could say he's the outsider.
Noble warrior, I guess. But that could also describe like Captain America, to be fair. And I look at his rogues gallery. Yeah, I also look at his rogues gallery, like the Wrecking Crew. Well, like all of his villains, a lot of his villains could just work for being villains for other characters. Like the Wrecking Crew, those work better as Hulk villains. Same for Absorbing Man. Like even his wife Titania is I'm not sure arch enemy, but like very frequent enemy of She-Hulk. And you have Radioactive Man. He works as a villain for Iron Man. And like Mr. Hyde and Cobra, like, well, they used to be villains for Thor, but then the power creep got too much. So Mr. Hyde is now like Mr. Hyde is kind of a villain for both. He fluctuates between being a villain for Captain America, Daredevil, and Ghost Rider even. And meanwhile, Cobra is just a Captain America villain now with the Society. But yeah, I think you're correct. Like for the same reasons you think Thor could be improved on as a character, I just simply think the same of Miles as a character.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's right. I mean, and like I said, my DMs are always open if you want to talk more about it. I recommend the Ahmed run. That's where he has the 10th anniversary suit, and the Ziegler one is the current running one. So don't want to disturb y'all anymore. Sorry, SK, I didn't.
No, you're
my
good,
bad,
man.
bro.
All right, no, thank you, I appreciate it.
All right,
Yeah,
have a good one.
yeah, no problem. Yeah, y'all too. See
you later. All right, Crazy Cannonball, what's up?
Yo, what is up, SK?
What's up, man? Yeah, we got Superman to what the hell? Yeah, Superman to talk about. Yeah, so we got that the movie at a 4 out of 10 right now. At least, well, Kyrita has it as a 6, but he does scaling differently, so makes sense. But yeah, so I guess we'll start off with Lex Luthor, to be honest, because he's probably like the weakest part of the movie. So, just a question. So you know how he has like Element Man under his wing?
Metamorpho, yeah.
Yeah. So, obviously he's able to create kryptonite. But do you remember the scene where he basically shoots acid out of his body and it hits a bunch of the bad guys and he's like, his body's completely gone, right?
Yes.
But of course, like, he gets his body back because it regenerates with all the elements and shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that implies that he could mass produce acid, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why can't he mass produce kryptonite and give it to Lex? Why wouldn't Lex have him do that?
Missed input.
SK, you're a bitch.
Okay.
You're a
Ooh,
bitch,
okay.
SK.
That's a good one. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
You could think
That
on
is a
that
good-
one for sure. We could move to another one if you're not sure what to
Yeah.
think.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna need.
What was their disagreement though?
Oh, that Superman's good. We talked to DMs. That's why I have context.
Or any? Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was anything specific. I was like.
Yeah, it's about
another
Superman.
issue. Another issue is towards the end where he's totally fine with allowing the world to end, which should be counterproductive to his goals.
And it's
right.
He has a stupid reason for it too. He says, they chose him, they deserve it, but they didn't because he turned the world against him. So how does that correlate?
That is. Oh, hold on. I think my audio's lagging. What the hell happened? Okay, I can hear it now. Yeah, I can kind of see that. I think my thing is the reason he doesn't care about like ending the world like there. I think it's said in the movie. Like, doesn't he? Wouldn't he just go to like another city and try and like?
Well, he tries to say, it hasn't reached a city I care about, but he lives in Metropolis, so I don't know what he's talking about when he says that.
Azerbaijan.
Yeah, previously didn't he also say that he bought a donut place or something, or a franchise, and it's centered in Metropolis?
Yeah, he did. He tells it to the Barovian president when he's
okay.
like coming over.
Yeah, so this clearly is the city that he wants to be in. There's no reference to another city he loves, so that just comes out of nowhere.
I mean, what about the city he was helping the Balerian government? What about
Yarhanpur. Well, presumably the rift's gonna reach Yarhan. Like it's gonna destroy everything. There will be literally no city to care about once this is over.
Yeah.
If the presumption is he would stop the rift at the point that it's like reached the Yarhanpurian border, that's like number one. Okay, sure. I guess. But then number two, well, you've still destroyed like Metropolis and presumably a substantial amount of the rest of the world. So like, you still fuck yourself, haven't you?
Yeah, and that doesn't affect Superman, the one person who can survive that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just one thing. But I think we need to go even further back about because the whole reason he even opens the black hole to begin with, right, is because Superman. If we can't find him, then we'll draw him out. So that's why he opens the black hole. But why would you need to do that when earlier in the film they showed that he just needs to send Ultraman, and that's what drew out Superman to begin with?
Well, they just need to send a kaiju.
Yeah.
It's also an option, apparently. Literally do anything else.
Exactly.
Works.
So I don't know why Lex does this whole plan of open a black hole under the city and possibly destroy everything. Because they do state that, like, if there is, like, even a slight mistake with it, if there's even anything that goes wrong, it all goes to shit. And he knows that this is a risk. Someone brings this up to him, and he
You know what I just realized?
he acknowledges it.
You know what I just realized? Is there a reason that we believe that Lex couldn't have hooked up, like when he's imprisoning Superman, right? And he's threatening Guy's baby, right? Is there not a reason he couldn't have just like hooked up some tech to the cell that if like a glass or like a wall is breached, that it like instantly kills Crypto or the baby or something? Is it necessary for a guy to even be there to do that?
Yeah,
you're telling me he can create.
That's true, yeah. It's not necessary for a guy to be there.
Yeah, like he could, like he could just also target Crypto, right? So it's like, hey, if you save this guy's baby, like the dog is fucked, right? Because he has him captured. So a lot of things. Again, there's a lot of things he could have done differently.
Someone in chat said, Superman is still hurt by the world being destroyed. Yeah, he cares about everyone, so he might as well destroy what he cares about. Okay, but Lex also cares about the world.
But he also cares about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
He lives in it. He's one of the idiots
I
who
guess
lives in
like
it.
Lex.
Yeah, and another thing to keep in mind is that all of his the people Lex employs cares about the world too. So,
Yeah, they would
and
just
they just
go
allow
against
all
him.
that to happen.
Yeah. Lex should be getting jumped like instantly when he makes that order.
Yeah, well, like they should be making like points against him. Like, oh wait, you're telling me you want to draw him out? That's why you're opening a black hole? Why don't you just do what you did last time?
That one guy with the mustache even challenges him and says,
Yeah.
like, what are you doing?
Yeah, just
like he even says like he even says like we can't there where can we land if there's no world?
Exactly.
Bearing in mind, Lex is a 100% human guy who doesn't have a knife, a gun, nothing. He could just literally have like 10 people probably defeat him very easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I find funny about it. Like, so he wants to destroy the planet, just so like literally just because to draw out Superman, or sorry, risk destroying the planet. It's getting late. Just to draw out Superman. Nobody on his team brings up to him, you don't have to do that. You do what you did last time by sending Ultraman to draw him out. That's never entertained by any of them. And we're meant to believe that they're against his plan and that they're reluctantly doing this. It's like, it's just, there's so many ways in which this doesn't work. Even if Lex was so stupid he doesn't think about it, they should think about it.
Yeah, it's even said that they were following him because they were promised their own country where they can build a utopia. That's not happening.
Someone just said, Lex is absolutely fine with destroying the world, and he has his pocket universe. You know, that's a good point. How does he create the pocket universe? The pocket universe is from those portals to begin with.
So, like, arguably the one thing that Lex cares about is people approving of him.
Yeah.
If he doesn't care about people approving of him, and you concede that, then this movie's over. So I don't think you want to be pushing that angle.
Yeah, exactly.
Because then there really is no reason for him not to just BTFO Superman frame 1 of the movie.
Yeah, like if you want to argue he's fine with destroying the world, he's always wanted to destroy it, then why not send... Well, God, like why not do that from the jump, like for starters? Yeah. Because if you can create a pocket dimension that creates like black holes, then yeah, surely he could cause it to destroy the world. I don't think he wants that because, you know, he wants to be loved and respected by the world. And another way he can do this is literally have Ultraman, who is literally Superman, basically, just fucking fly through the core of the Earth and just destroy it.
Yeah, he could even, if he even just waited, instead of just like initiating the conflict, the geopolitical conflict, he could just built an army of Ultramen and just destroy the world, Invincible War style.
Exactly. So like, I don't see how that works. Brainstorming says, can I join? You have to join the Disagreement Day server, which I can send you a link to. There you go. You should be able to join it.
You better be ready, Jan, because once Brainstorming joins, he's gonna press you. He's your match. He's your match.
Okay. Yeah, well, I already got fucking embarrassed by Liam earlier, so you know, I'm not doing well.
But yeah, another thing is like even with the black hole that he opens up in the city. So yes, he successfully draws out Superman, and then ends up sending Ultraman after him anyway. At that point, you've drawn him out. Why do you keep it open? What motive does he have to keep it open? Again, if it's because, well, they chose him, that's not true. They rejected him. So, yeah. I didn't argue he wants to destroy the world. I said he's fine with destroying the world. If the world won't choose him, aka they won't respect him as much as Superman, then he's willing to destroy it. Okay, but the world thinks that Superman was sent here to destroy them. The world turned against him. Even beforehand, the world was turning against him. And Lex just ensured it.
And to be clear, he didn't even make that up. He didn't even make the message up. All he has to do, he's not lying. He's not it isn't a matter of time before they change their mind. All he has to do is just like let it sit.
This has tired me settling in, but like I'm no longer humoring he is retarded and is fine with destroying the world as an argument. Okay, nobody is invested in nobody remotely intelligent is invested in destroying the world.
Well, also, like
it's not a thing people do.
I assume that this person is trying to argue that it's some kind of last resort, but why does that need to be a last resort? You have Superman captured. Why don't you just, again, do a Daredevil Season 3 and have Ultraman dressed as Superman destroy, like, a bunch of buildings and shit. You could do that after the stuff about him leaks, just so you can just literally follow up what the video said. The video said, just, like, trample on those who don't follow in your way. And what could he do? He could trample all the people who do not follow him. Like, all the people that hate him. And literally prove the video right by framing Superman with Ultraman. I don't know why he doesn't entertain this.
He could even kill Superman in his prison, like, and then dress Ultraman up as Superman, have him like kill a bunch of people, then he can come in and kill Ultraman and then take all the credit and glory. Frame himself as a hero.
Exactly.
Fuck me, man. Like, the argument here is, like, Lex is petty enough that he would be fine with destroying everything. Cool, man. He's a clown.
You know what, Jen? Here's what we're gonna do, Jen. Every time they say that, we're gonna say, you know what? That's fine. Batman v Superman's a masterpiece. Lex Luthor.
Batman v Superman is great. Yeah.
Batman v Superman
exactly.
is great for the same reason.
I don't know. I don't know what's this fucking. I guess this. Sorry, I'm jaded to it because it's not the first time I've heard this defense. As you could probably imagine. Like, it's like. Guys, I'm sorry. I am no longer accepting he's a retard as a defense. All right, you're gonna have to come up with something better. I'm sorry. Like, it's just I'm done pretending that this is acceptable.
Yeah, Cannonball. Are you do you have any other disagreements?
No, I got nothing. Yeah, dang. I think good. Dang, that's
Did it lower the score?
It might have. I need to think a bit more. But
throw the courteous cautionary. If you liked the movie, that's completely fine, and if it made you feel like, you know, like inspired or good things, that's only a positive thing. All right, we're just kind of breaking down a movie here. That's all.
Yeah, I also still like parts of the movie, despite recognizing its flaws.
I do too. Yeah, I do too.
Someone's went to my post replying where I said I really enjoyed Superman and said, well, this post didn't age well. Well, it does, because I didn't change that. I still enjoy the movie, but it's like, you know, not great.
Yeah. It's at least rewatchable for me.
You switched up.
There's something that could be said for Man of Steel or Batman v Superman. I can't find myself rewatching those.
Switched up.
I'll let Sean in. You know what? I'll let all of these people in, just all at once. I know that sounds a little bit messy. If anyone has something to say about Superman, then yeah, just so everyone has a chance to chime in, I'll let this person in as well. I assume it's about Superman, because like you know, it seems like Cannonball's agreeing with a lot of what we're saying, but like obviously there's other people, so other voices to hear. No, yeah, I literally just brought a bunch of people in. So this is gonna be pretty open. Let's try to keep it like organized one at a time. But I assume you guys have heard the things we were saying, right?
Yeah. A little. Like the whole thing with like Lex Luthor not making just an army of Ultraman and going like Invincible War style.
Oh, well, maybe not an army, but like at least like more than one.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
well,
I don't think
we brought that up.
Army.
The invincible thing was brought up because this person was trying to say he would destroy the world because they respected Superman, even though they respected him at the beginning, and his solution was, let's try to destroy his image. But if the case is he's given up on that, or he thinks no matter what they still liked him, so they still deserve it, then like he has no reason to not go scorched earth on the world.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like at that point he'd just be a madman.
No, yeah, but that's what people are. We're saying that based on their defenses, that's what they're depicting him as. Which, like,
honestly,
he's kind of a madman, yes, but like he's not meant to be like, oh, well, he just wants to destroy the world just cause. No, I assume that if he ever wanted to destroy the world, that would be some kind of last resort.
I always saw him as he just lost his cool once Superman escaped, and he just started making mistakes and errors. That's how I saw, like, once Superman escaped. That's how I saw, considering we saw he threw he threw a bunch of stuff. Yeah, and after that, like we literally see in the final battle, it goes, "They chose him, let them die." Like
Yeah, but they didn't.
He
That's
seemed
the
to be
problem.
going insane.
The problem is they didn't.
When did they choose him?
When did they choose him? When they rejected him. That was the whole point. Lex Luthor acts like he's won because the world rejected him.
Yeah, but
So
okay,
where did they
I
accept
reaffirm.
him? Yeah.
I reaffirm.
I think
I'm
maybe
no
he was
longer
just panicking.
accepting. I'm no longer accepting plot-induced retardation as a defense. Come up with a new argument, please.
Goddamn.
I just asked, when did they choose him? Show me.
Sure.
I think maybe it was when the kid put the sign up that had the Superman sign. Maybe that's when
That's
they
in a
chose
different
him.
country.
That's in a completely different country.
So Lex Luthor has.
But wait, wasn't that country the place
Wait.
he was going to turn into like his own like island or whatever?
Yeah, but, like so Lex
And didn't he
Luthor
like
has.
literally refer to them when he was saying they chose him, let them die?
So wait. So we're saying that Lex Luthor is going to put a black hole to destroy the world because one country was praying for Superman's help.
Honestly, I just feel like he was insane at that point. I feel like he was just being
So temporary insanity.
Yeah, he was also referring to Metropolis.
I don't think it was temporary. I think he just went full on insane.
This is a Folia do argument.
And reckless.
Okay, but brainstorming.
We pronounce it.
What you're not understanding is that he would not believe. We're appealing to his perspective. He would not believe the world chose him just because one country was calling for his name. And again, Metropolis still hated him because of what was revealed. They all turned against him. They didn't disprove it.
If it was gonna be one specific group of people that would convince him that the world has like chosen him, wouldn't it be Metropolis? Wouldn't it make the most sense for it to be Metropolis, the one that he thinks?
The reason I didn't
would
think
convince
that
him?
was because that was the place that he was going to turn into like his own little place, and I guess maybe he considered those people to be like his future people, considering he was going to turn that into his own like island.
Okay, no. Literally none of this matters. Okay, Lex Luthor's motivation, he very specifically says, has nothing to do with Yahampa. His motivation is strictly to kill Superman. Him destroying the world in this moment doesn't help him kill Superman at all. There's no reason for him to be doing this other than him suddenly becoming. If you're saying that he suddenly became insane, honestly, that's a better defense than I've heard from a lot of people. But that is still stupid. I'm sorry, doesn't make any sense. Why would he suddenly become insane when he was on the cusp of this? He's on the cusp of winning when this happens.
Honestly, I don't know the answer to that one. All I can think of is like he definitely turned insane once Superman escaped, but based off how he acted.
Like the thing is, again, like the movie fucks itself here because like there's no argument you could actually deploy to defend Lex's actions, because the fact is destroying the world does nothing but put him on a timer to kill Superman.
Yeah, because like in the
Theoretically.
beginning he was like very cool, calm, and collected, which is why I think he got insane, and then he was making all these reckless decisions because he was like insane. Because you literally see in the beginning of the film he is very cool and calm and collected.
Can I give you my interpretation of that? I think that in the beginning they sort of gave a shit about at least trying to make him a character, and then they wrote more and it got hard, so they gave the fuck up. That's what I think.
It needed another draft.
I just thought he went insane. I just thought he went.
Yeah. Someone wanted to say something? Sorry.
Sorry, I wanted to say something. I think I'm gonna go. But thanks for having me, SK.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Nice.
See you
Thanks
later.
for being on.
Yeah. Y'all
Thanks.
take care.
Someone else is-
Sean.
I'll let this person.
About this whole thing, but can we at least agree that this version of Lex is better than the one in the DCEU because he's actually
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I
She
agree.
was way better.
Absolutely.
He's better.
He's actually intimidating.
Also-
like we can agree that the ending was stupid, but like this Lex actually did stuff that was intimidating. Like just like killing that random guy just because he just happened to meet Superman
I agree.
one time.
That was that was pretty. I cried at that point. That was pretty terrifying. I was like, "Oh my god, he's not gonna." Oh, and they just I'm like, "Damn."
That scene made me feel bad for having that shot of Lex Luthor holding the revolver as my profile picture.
He felt more better than the DCEU Lex. SK, this is something I have to ask. Which version do you like better for Superman, Guns or Zack's? Based off since you've seen the movie.
I prefer. Obviously, I prefer Guns Superman than Snyder's.
That's like
And Lex Luthor?
Guns Superman
That's like
is really
asking-
good.
Do you prefer
Do you prefer
Guns Lex
Superman
Luthor?
or Injustice Superman? That's what he's asking you, SK. Is one of them?
Yeah, like, would you prefer
prefer-
Lex Luthor this movie or the Batman v Superman?
Coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb fucking questions here, I see. Alright.
Do you prefer the Riddler or Lex Luthor? That's what he's asking you.
Yeah, Riddler.
I prefer the Riddler.
Lex Luthor's disguise.
I prefer the Riddler, Jimmy Olsen.
Is Lex Luthor's disguise?
Who do you think would win, Jimmy Olsen, the Riddler, or the Riddler?
Well,
That's what I
I
want to
mean,
know.
at least Jimmy Olsen, at least he has Riz, which at least is a bit better than whatever the DC movie was.
Jimmy
Oh,
Olsen's
Riz the
entire
Riddler?
plotline did nothing for me. I didn't care the entire time about like
you don't
that
get it,
one girl
he's-
who was trying to feigning after him or him. I just kind of felt like it was.
I also-
That is.
It was,
I can agree with.
this is
I
going
can
on,
agree
and
with.
I just wanted to end. That's
I can agree with people saying like it feels like we're in like the second movie. I do think maybe they should make like a prequel comic series to fill in a few gaps because there are a few loose ends.
There's a prequel
I
novel.
think it's a dumb idea.
Wait,
to
what?
comment.
Yeah, there's a prequel novel.
Okay, prequel novel.
Fantastic Four has a prequel comic that's out right now.
Okay, never mind. That was a pretty stupid
That's like-
idea. Thinking about that.
I really hate it when they do prequel comics because it's like no one's gonna know about this.
That's actually
Okay.
a fair
They did
point.
it for the Batman as well. So the Batman-
Wisdom spirit.
What did you
Wisdom
guys think
spirit.
of Ultraman?
Sorry, one thing, I just have to call this out. Wisdom Spirit in chat, if you want to, more than happy to join the disagreement day, and I'll be perfectly happy to give you 10 minutes of my time for a back and forth.
We're
with
just
Twitter.
reading from the live chat.
Can we like be
Yeah.
so real here? Is there even really a character there, Ultraman? He's just really Lex Luthor.
No, he's a tool.
Yeah, so he's just supposed to be an evil
There's
clone
nothing to
Superman, but I get what they were trying to go thematically, because Superman has all throughout the movie has to deal with the consequences or like the idea that he's supposed to be a conqueror, and the thematic point of him of Ultraman being revealed to be an evil version of him is him like confronting that idea.
Honestly,
and
The only
doing
reason
something about it.
the only reason that I like somewhat think that Ultraman's cool is because it's very much kind of teasing the aspect of Lex Luthor already has Superman's DNA, you can clone him.
Well,
So we
this
could
is
get
personally just
Jonathan
me.
Kent, Superboy in the future of the DCU.
This is just
I was
me.
thinking Bizarro. I was thinking Bizarro.
Well, yeah.
Well,
I
yeah,
was gonna
this one
say,
could become
I think this is
Bizarro, but I
Bizarro.
don't really care about
I think this is gonna be Bizarro.
Jonathan Kent's a better.
I think he's fucking dead because he's in a black hole.
Kind of a meme.
Yeah, and he didn't have like frost breath or anything.
I was gonna say,
Or-
my theory for Ultraman is I don't think he's dead. I think he's gonna come back as like Bizarro, and that's just like part of my theory. But this is disagreement, not theory. So
I think he's just dead because he doesn't have like a ice ray vision or heat breath.
I mean,
Yeah.
the black hole could have
think
just
that's-
teleported him somewhere else, for all we know. I don't think he's dead.
I think SK should watch K-pop Demon Hunters. That's what I think.
Okay.
True.
That was a random comment.
I'm saying like the whole Ultraman thing.
That's what I think.
What they could have done to fix the whole plot point of this is Superman is if they just said screw it, let's just make it Bizarro. So that way like there's a reason why like they have to cover up the face and everything because it obviously is gonna be different than Superman.
Well, there's already a reason for why. There's already a reason for why they covered it up because Lex doesn't want the government knowing that he has the ability to clone Superman.
Also, a big issue I have with Ultraman.
Bizarro, that would make like an explanation as to why like it's an imperfect clone, so that's why he doesn't have it be like look do the whole like invincible thing.
I actually wanted to say, I don't know if any of you've talked about this yet, but one thing I always felt weird about this film was I feel like Superman got beaten up a bit too much, especially with like Ultraman. It's like, okay, so you're telling me he's being controlled by people with keyboards, and you're telling me Superman can't react faster than the people who are controlling him via keyboards.
I agree with the spirit of it there. Like I have no fucking I have no idea why Lex Luthor wouldn't just have algorithms
Like that.
dictating
Like
to him.
your Superman should have dodged all those hits.
They needed a scene for Nicholas Hoult to ham it up as Lex Luthor. That's why.
I guess the
No, I agree.
confusion is
Well,
like,
but the thing is, you could still. I was just going to present. You could still do that. Like you could have him be performing the moves, and as Lex is seeing them, he's calling them out in like jubilation, right? You could still do it.
I think it's especially dumb how the intro says that he's been Superman for 3 years and has never lost once, and then throughout the movie he loses.
Oh my god! I just thought of something.
Okay,
I just thought of this.
Here's my defense here. In the beginning, we see him. He's gotten his ass kicked. He doesn't fully recover when he goes to the Fortress of Solitude. He gets his ass kicked again, and then after that, he fights a kaiju monster, which is like we don't know
Where
if
he
he's
wins.
like made his full recovery again.
He wins,
He didn't
yeah.
win that
He
fight.
won.
He didn't even really get beat up that much. Like his costume got like damaged, but that was because it was breathing fire on it.
Well,
And
there
his
was
costume
one
isn't
thing
as
I liked
durable
about
as
that
him.
fight.
And then let me finish my point and continue. After that, he's then hit with kryptonite, which is it literally kills him slowly. So he's getting weakened again. He loses a fight right after kryptonite poisoning. He then beats the shit as soon as he gets, right out of that dimension. He's then just dismantling the raptors as they come. He just takes them out. And then Ultraman, who is a literal exact clone of Superman, the same guy who literally beat his ass earlier in the film.
He's stronger
beat
as
him
well.
near to death, and is stronger, and has like more coordinated fighting moves from Lex, is then fighting him again, and then Superman starts winning that fight after he disables the ability for Lex to call those things out. So all of Superman's losses in this film isn't really contrived. It's like logic put in there. He's losing
I mean,
whenever he's weakened and not fully recovered.
Well,
Why is
I wanted to
Creeper
say-
here? What the fuck?
The kaiju fight. A big thing I liked about the kaiju fight is it shows Superman trying to avoid collateral damage, which is something Zack
That's
Snyder
good.
failed to do.
I enjoy
And-
brainstorming. Are you
Yeah,
finally
and
finally
also-
ungrounded, bro? Alright,
Oh,
bro.
I was.
Alright, enough.
I wanted to say, a thing I thought about with Jor-El and his his real parents.
Restart the
message is
Snyderverse.
like, okay,
Who said that?
so
Who said that crap?
like
PJ.
if you're gonna send him to Earth, you should I'd imagine you'd study Earth beforehand, and if you studied Earth, you know that metahumans have been around for like 300 years or so, and it's like, okay, you don't think that maybe a I mean, still, but it's like you don't think maybe a bunch of metahumans might rally up to try and overpower him. Also, you're sending him as an infant, so I mean, you don't know who's gonna pick him up or.
Yeah.
I was gonna with Creeper with what your point was about the fight scenes not being contrived. The point I think would be it's kind of contrived that Superman runs into a bunch of near-death situations very much back to back to back in
So does he recover before the final fight? He has like 2 days before he recovers.
No. He fully recovers for the final fight, and like I'm fine with him winning the final fight, to be clear. And I don't even disagree that Lex is like engineering a bunch of problems for him, right? But like the reality is, the contrived element I would say is Superman should just lose at the start and be fucked because Lex could just easily kill him. Is a big problem.
He
in the
didn't want to
movie.
kill him at that point.
Why not?
Well, they explain like when he has him in the pocket dimension.
The fuck is
If it was up to
wait,
me, I would
let's-
kill you.
Let's think beyond what the movie's telling us. Why the fuck would Lex give a shit what the government tells him? Like, what are they gonna do? Throw a nuke at him? Like
And he
he's gonna
already-
jump
I
into a
mean, they
different
could arrest
dimension.
him and foil his plans.
How could they? How could they arrest him? Like how could they arrest him? He could step into a portal into another universe, my guy. What the fuck are they gonna do? Send the cuffs into the universe?
He cares about what the public thinks about him. He cares about
Okay. Okay.
Also,
Okay,
the
so
Justice
if
League, they can
he-
call like Batman or whatnot because we know he exists.
Okay,
Yo,
so
we're
if
time, Yeah, what point
Yes.
are we even on?
So,
Well, we're on-
public perception.
Is that Superman, or Lex, doesn't want to go against the United States government publicly because he wants like the people of the world to view him the way they view
Okay.
Superman, like as a god.
Why?
So he doesn't
So
want anything that could like damage his reputation.
So basically, what you're
Okay.
saying is he wants to damage Superman's reputation.
well, no, he's saying he doesn't want his reputation damaged.
Oh.
Well, but the rejoinder to that the rejoinder, of course, to that is he could kill Superman in a variety of very discreet ways, including but not limited
he
to just
literally
have
said he was
all
planning
control of
to,
him.
so I don't know why we were saying he can't.
Yeah, he said he wasn't going to.
Right.
Well,
here's an interesting My
Yeah,
assumption is
also-
Lex is lying in that he just
Also,
wants to
Lex-
torture Superman.
Yeah. Also,
At
and
this
then-
point.
So
that
you
Lex
wait.
has him
So if
slowly
you can,
dying-
wait,
Lex-
real
Lex has
quick,
him slowly
Creeper,
dying.
hold on. We're addressing one at a time. Yes, he might want to torture him, but you can still do that discreetly. If you can do that discreetly, you can kill him discreetly.
I was gonna say.
Well,
my
also
whole
like,
thing-
I need to add real quick as well.
Discreetly.
He
He's
also
in the
Clark literally says, "You wouldn't be telling me this if you were planning on letting me go." So no matter what, he's not letting him leave.
Also,
Yeah.
he is killing him slowly and painfully with the
I
kryptonite.
wanted to say.
If Metamorpho kept the kryptonite up, he would eventually just die of kryptonite poisoning.
Well, I was
gonna bring multiple people to
say.
No, that's there's a problem with that, Creeper. He says if it were up to me, I would have killed you already, but I have to ask these questions for the government, which is why he keeps him alive.
There was also
Nobody from the government is supervising this.
Yeah,
which
is another big problem. The government's not supervising.
He literally kills an innocent civilian right in front of Superman.
I was gonna say, so like I said, I feel like his plan went like all the way until Superman escapes, and I think like while that happened, he said he was gonna try and find like Clark Kent, but he didn't know that Superman was Clark Kent, so he was busy finding him. But then once Superman escapes, he kind of loses it and gets a bit more crazy, and you can see in the final act he just.
My thought is he was fucking lying about the government bit. He's just
I think
keeping
he just went
Superman to
insane
kill him
final act.
eventually. He's
No,
gonna kill
that's not a
Superman
lie. That's not a
eventually,
lie.
but he wants to-
because
they did give him custody.
They gave him custody.
And he works, and he's talked with like the government before.
Red Flag literally hands over.
Alright, see you later, Sean.
But I do have a quick
Hey,
question
Sean.
I want to ask, like, before like I do leave, though. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
When it comes to this version of Supergirl, what do you guys think? Like, because I've seen like people not like it, I've seen people.
She's hot.
Well, I mean, we barely seen her yet.
Hell yeah. Let him ask the
thing.
question. Let him ask the question. He's got to go.
Well, like the reason, like for me, I like this new version of Supergirl because, like, James Gunn, like, apparently said that they want to deal with like the whole survivor's guilt that like she has like trauma over everyone dying, so that's why she was a drunk party animal at the end of the movie.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
like that
We're
concept.
seeing her. We're seeing her at the beginning of a character arc where she's going to become like the Supergirl that everybody knows.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
not really
I-
fair to
I mean-
judge her based on that. So just we have to see how
Yeah.
that plays out in her movie next year in June, which I'm pretty excited for.
Yeah.
Gonna have Lobo.
Yep.
Yeah. So
We're gonna
yeah,
have
but
the garbage man Garrison.
yeah, but to be clear, if I can give my thoughts, again, I thought the actress played her well. Like the idea behind her sounds great. My only issue is how she fits in with the twist of Superman's parents from Krypton in this movie, and how they're going to handle that. Yeah, because how does she not know about their Jor-El's plan? It's either she didn't know Jor-El all that well, or is Krypton like different? Like, is her morality just entirely different?
Well,
My
I was
assumption
also,
is still Brainiac is
Isn't
involved
she
with
like
all
younger
this.
than Superman?
well, that Brainiac was part of my theory for Bizarro, but I wanted to actually. Beforehand, I wanted to talk about the Superman and Lois Lane relationship in this game. Movie. I want to talk about Superman and Lois Lane's relationship in this movie.
Well, we're on one at a time. I don't think any of us have a problem with their relationship. We're talking about problems right now.
Well, I wanted to ask. I wanted to say I felt like it was way better than what it was in the Snyder films.
We agree. We agree. We're trying to. This is disagreement day. We're not agreement day. We're trying to find where we disagree.
I'm trying to stay on what topic. I'm trying.
Yeah. No.
Wait, I actually have a new topic. I have a new topic that will get. They'll probably get some disagreements.
Okay.
Do we think that even if Lex, it's revealed that Lex was a traitor, betrayed the United States, do you think he would still have support for exposing Superman and get away with everything he did?
Probably a few loyal people in his
He would.
pocket.
I don't think
That's
he would
one
get
of my
away with
criticisms
it.
as well.
If it was.
He's not
think
gonna
he-
get away with it. He's gonna have supporters though. That's my
he's-
thought.
I think he would get away with it in the context that he would flee, become king, and convince the world that he saved it because he exposed Superman. That's what I think.
What he was doing was reckless. He could have destroyed the world. That's why he doesn't get away with
Yeah.
it.
That's why I
It has
think
nothing
he's
to do with the
insane.
country thing.
That's why I think he went insane at the end of the film.
Yeah, and that's my point. That's why I think him. That's another reason why I think him destroying the world was stupid, because he could have just not have done that, and he would have.
Well,
what if Superman flies to his building like he did originally in the film?
I think he was just insane, so it wasn't thinking straight.
Here's a very simple reason for why I think Lex would still have support. So we Somehow he manages to fucking convince everyone that Superman is evil. He's the one who exposed Superman, and the government, up to that point, as far as the public knows, was kind of leaving Superman off the hook. So the government looks like they have egg on their face, and Lex looks like the hero. I don't really think that he would have much trouble convincing people that the government is subverting him and his attempts to do an inquest into Superman. There's many real-world parallels for this, even in current year, where people will trust individuals more than governments. So I don't have any problem believing.
Yeah, like as for like Lex Luthor, like I said, I think he just went insane by the third act.
Yeah, I wanted to add that that Superman essentially removed Metamorpho, the dog. Yes, the dog, which isn't probably as big a deal. Either way, he removed Metamorpho from Lex's table, which probably doesn't help his mental state. Alongside losing Superman, who he was inevitably going to torture and kill. Maybe he wasn't lying about the government bit, maybe he was, but either way, he had absolutely intended to kill Superman. He just wanted to take his time with it. That's sort of my thought on it.
Okay,
Like,
so if that's
he
the
mentioned
case, then
doing-
why did he leave him in a shell with a guy he could work with, and he could just drop the kryptonite, create a mini sun for him, and then break him out?
And why are the prison guards just as competent as Jeffrey Epstein's security?
It's very possible the prison guards are
brainstorming.
actually.
I asked Raging Ethos, so
Okay,
let's let.
Yeah, please. Sorry, I think I would concede on the guards thing, but I think using context, I'm presuming he hasn't had any issues with Metamorpho up to this point, so maybe Superman.
Can I ask you a different question?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, yeah, just ask you a different question about that. So Lex says the only Lex verbatim tells Superman if it was up to him, he'd be dead already. But the government wants him to ask questions. There's no sadism that's involved here. Lex explicitly says he would have already killed him if it was up to him. So
Then
the
why
text
did
of the
he bring
movie
Christina
disagrees with
around
you
a-
there.
Maybe the
Then
guards are
why
part of
did
the
he bring out a
110.
random
hang on.
civilian?
Sorry, go on.
Why did you bring out a random civilian who has literally nothing to do with the government case to kill in front of Superman?
It's a very good fucking question. But no. Yeah, he's trying. He's trying to. He's trying to. Yes, he does that because he's going to go about asking the questions in the cruelest way possible. However, he does that explicitly because he's trying to coax information out of him that the government is after. That's why he does it. That's why he does the Russian roulette bit.
Which I want to add.
Which he doesn't want to do.
Hang on,
He
real quick.
doesn't want to do.
I want to add on to Jan real quick because this is important. This is important, right? Lex doesn't technically need to do this if he wants Superman dead. He can just fabricate each and every answer on his own. And if he does that, and he submits it to the government, then he could just kill him.
I presume there's at least some level of he knows Superman isn't going to answer at this point, and even if he does answer to the government, maybe he doesn't.
It wouldn't matter.
Maybe
It wouldn't
he
matter
doesn't.
if he answers anyway, because he could
like,
just fabricate all of the answers.
So this is all dressing. Regardless of all of this, you agree that if he wasn't tasked by the government to ask questions, Luthor would have killed him, because Luthor says that, right? You're not disagreeing with Luthor's
Eventually.
authority on Lex Luthor.
Yes,
No, immediately. If it was up to him, he would be dead already. That is to say, in the moment they're having that conversation, Lex would have preferred to have killed him within that space of time even happening. Those are his words.
Knowing people like Lex, I think it's a lie. I think that part of it is a lie.
How do
He
you know it's
planned
a lie?
to
Okay.
torture him.
Okay, so he's lying. All right. Okay.
How would you know?
I'm done.
I'm saying he's lying specifically about that.
I
bit.
think it's
don't
something
think he's
different.
lying about
How-
the
How the
government.
fuck
There's
do you
nothing
know
hinting
that?
that's a lie. There's nothing hinting that's a lie.
Raging Ethos, how would you know that? What evidence?
I'm not saying I know that, but I'm saying
That's
people.
what you know right now.
So it's not
I've
evidence.
known.
I just thought of this. What if Lex, because remember how he said who raised you as a child? What if he actually wanted to find out who really raised him so he could kill them in front of Superman?
Then he would have pressed on it
That is
again.
also
He wouldn't have left.
Hell, we see Lex earlier making notes of people specifically tied to Superman. Like we see him making a list. We see him on making a note. of
He left to
the
go
guy.
try and find Clark Kent. They say that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but specifically, there's a guy who he
This
sees
doesn't
the
matter
purple
because
guy
you
and
don't
making
need
notes.
Let me. I need 2 minutes. Raging Ethos. Do you think that there's a difference between the circumstance in which Lex does that and the circumstance that Clark finds himself in at the point that he's considering killing him? This is to say, perhaps in one, Clark is captured and utterly at Lex's mercy, and at the point that Lex is taking notes about people that Clark has interacted with, Clark is still at large and could reasonably be a threat, so he perhaps needs people to get to him.
Okay, that's all. Okay, that was a Gish Gallop, to say the least, and not.
That's not what a Gish Gallop. No, that's not what a Gish Gallop is. It's literally just propositional logic. Do you think that these two things align? Yes or no?
You threw a lot at me to ask, and that's very much a Gish.
I asked you a simple. I asked you a simple question. Do you think there's a difference between A and B? Yes or no? I outlined A and B. If you can't track A and B, I'm sorry, but that's not my problem.
But you made A and B so complicated that it's not.
I made A and B. Okay. I'll simplify. I'll simplify it for you. A is in one situation, Lex is with Superman still at large. B is another situation where Superman is at his mercy. Do you think that Lex might act differently in these two situations?
I presume Lex would have to do something different. Yes. Because
very good. Very good. So my point is, why would you bring up something that Lex is doing in A as it does any correlation to B at all when these are completely different situations?
My point was that he was clearly making a note of him, so in case he needed it later. That was the point. He doesn't immediately act on it. He notes.
But why would
Lex? Superman.
But why would Lex in A be taking that note? He would be taking that note because he needs to get to Superman. And we know that Lex is taking information and gathering battle data and people he interacts with on Superman. Lex didn't plan.
I have another.
He did plan for Superman to end up in his prison at some
point.
Can
I say something real quick?
So,
yeah, why would he need that one guy specifically?
I just realized something. You know how he goes... Instead of going to find Clark Kent, he has a bunch of hostages. So why doesn't he just use them to torture Superman? Because he knows Superman cares about everyone.
I had a question about those people. If those are people that either Luthor doesn't like and they're never getting let out of there, why does he keep them alive? Because he has to feed them and keep them alive intentionally. He has no intention of letting any of them out. Why wouldn't he just kill them?
If he's a
pocket dimension that nobody else has access to, nobody else can get in the pocket dimension, so their bodies would never be found. Why wouldn't he just kill them?
My presumption is,
on the off chance that they get out, he's screwing himself over in the future. So I don't think him not actually planning on killing Superman immediately is plausible, because there's so many other people in there who Luthor probably should kill, but he's choosing to let them live because he's in some way torturing them.
I presume.
Okay, but we don't know the motivations of him keeping them. Of all of them. For example, Element Man, he wants him there because he has a use to him. I imagine he keeps a lot of the people there because they either have use to him, or he needs them alive relatively, so he can hold them temporarily. We don't know all the context behind why he needs to hold these people.
What about the idea of him using those people to torture Superman, like he used that random guy who just helped him because he knows Superman likes.
Well, no, you bring up an interesting point. I think what the movie's going for is he'll find Clark Kent to try to get Superman to break. He needs to find someone closer to him. And my read of that is that is just pointless efforts. That's another thing. You capture a reporter who is associated with other reporters at the Daily Planet. That's your plan to try to get Superman to break. It's didn't they literally have a conversation earlier about why they bring in certain people who don't have connections with others, if I'm not mistaken?
No, there are people who do have connections with others. They're political.
Yeah, but the guy they brought, I mean,
he dislikes.
Well, the guy with no family.
He brought him in there just because he was nice to Clark. It was kind of.
I'm sorry to say, I have to go.
Which is why I say just any of the questions.
I was waiting for a point to jump in, but there's one point where there's one person he's keeping captive where the only reason he even has her there is that he didn't like the blog that she wrote on him or something like that. I don't remember clearly, so it's clear that Lex could also just be holding people he just doesn't like in there either.
Yeah, but hang on.
Reason for that.
Real quick, I think this is kind of neglecting the original point that Jan was making, which is that Lex himself explicitly stated that he would kill him if it were up to him. That's what he wants for Superman.
You know what I just thought of?
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm not neglecting that point. I'm just saying is that we don't know the context behind like all of it. There could be some people that he has connections to in there. Could just be some people that he just has a personal grudge. Like we don't know all of it.
I just thought of this.
I don't think that's
He's
contention.
bald,
I don't
rich,
think that's contention towards the movie.
and he has a massive ego. He's bald, rich, and has a massive ego.
Uh-huh.
He is young Donald Trump. That is like he is young Donald Trump.
God. Okay, look, the point ultimately is I will have to help in a bit as well, but like I'll have to make this as simple as like I'll try to make this as straightforward as possible because I appreciate there's a lot, but like my contention with this movie is okay, sure, people, even though I don't agree with it, let's just steelman that all of the thing about wanting to do this after he ruins his public image is true. All right, the movie should be over when Lex has Superman in captivity with kryptonite. All right, he should just kill this guy. He gives us explicitly in text a reason and expresses a desire to do so. He chooses not to do it. He gives us an extremely flimsy reason as to why not, which is he wants to comply with the government, which he has 1,000,001 ways to subvert. He ends up leaving Superman basically alone, unsupervised, even though if I was Lex, I certainly don't have fucking anywhere more important to attend to that couldn't just be handled by an underling. I'd probably be watching over him. And if he wants to sadistically kill him, he can just fucking torture him for like an hour and then be done with it, right? Like, how long can Lex Luthor want to get his rocks off? Like, this is so fundamentally nonsensical. Like, it's so fundamentally nonsensical. That's my problem.
I think that was just the weakest part of the movie overall, was that segment.
What was the strongest part for each of you? What was the strongest part for each of you?
The beginning.
The fight scene with the
Me
kaiju.
was Superman and Lois Lane's relationship. That was the strongest part for me.
The fight scene with the kaiju, I thought it was alright.
For me, the strongest part was Superman's contention with his own reason for what he does, realizing that it was just because he wants to be a good person, not because anyone told him.
I forgot.
Superman's arc
Did
is
you
the
like?
best part of the movie.
SK, did you like Gunn's version of Pop Camp better versus Zack Snyder's?
Easily. You don't have to. I don't know why you keep asking me about Snyder. Obviously, I'm gonna say Gunn.
Well, I actually mentioned this because lots of people mentioned this.
I think the only
I mentioned this mainly because of the Snyder cult.
Oh, well,
yeah.
The
only character that I like more in the Snyderverse that's tackled in this movie is Jor-El. But that's just because that Jor-El wasn't like a fucking piece of shit.
Out of curiosity, did any of you see the videos where at the New York Superman premiere there was a truck advertising Henry Cavill in the Snyderverse? Did any of you see that?
It's dead, so.
Oh, that was just hilarious. They embarrassed themselves in public. You love to see it.
Ding dong, the Snyderverse is dead.
Yeah.
So stupid. Like, think of the Superman movie is fucking a failure that it's going to bring back the Snyderverse. No, that just means you're not going to get a Superman movie for another 2 decades.
Well, I mean, I hate to break it to you, but they don't have their 2 brain cells. They lost those a long time ago.
It's like, dude, we're going to get only Batman movies for like 100 years if this fucking DC flops.
Personally, I think. Do you guys think this Superman movie is going to be a success? I think it's going to be a good success.
100%.
That's me.
I think it's already.
It already is.
A success. So.
It already is pretty much. So, like,
also,
I think it's gonna make $1 billion probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, someone I just saw this on my feed. Someone brought up an interesting line.
Aquaman made $1 billion. All right, this movie can make $1 billion if Aquaman can.
So,
I believe.
Someone addressed like the clones argument we were making, saying,
"Did they?
You should remember, it's addressed in the film." And he quotes Lex saying, as is often the case with the cloning, the match is imperfect. He can try, but it could certainly be more imperfect than Ultraman.
The fuck do you know? Also, he has Superman captured. He could harvest him for infinity. And why do people say retarded shit about this movie? I don't understand. It's just destroying me so much.
All right, hold on.
Oh man, Zach left.
Yeah, Pebbles just got fucked. No, I don't think that's intrinsically a bad answer. What I would just say though is that there's no attempt to try to have another one. Like, he doesn't try again.
Well,
are we assuming he didn't try again?
Well, no. Okay, I should specify. He should try again until there's a success, and then make his game plan.
You know,
how do we know he didn't do this before the movie? Like,
No. I'm saying Kyrie, I'm saying finish the job first, get us another successful one, and then do.
And you know what I just thought of? I thought of this would be an interesting idea. You should create more clones, and like Bizarro, you should have him be immune to the kryptonite you have. So if Superman tries to escape, you have kryptonite, and the guy and the Superman clone that's immune to kryptonite.
It's just like the reason that I get so cross about that complaint in particular, it's because it's like again, he's able to replicate the Big Bang, and we're quibbling over the possibility of him replicating something that, number one, he created Ultraman. So the first thing, he cloned Ultraman from a DNA strand from Superman, one hair. He now has Ultraman as a template that he could use, which I mean, he wouldn't have any reason to.
He literally does have a reference at that point.
So like his and then he has the actual real Superman. So like people keep bringing this up as though like, oh, we don't know this about the cloning process, and we need to be good faith to the movie and assume he just can't do it. It's like, well, no, the movie gives me so much reason to believe that it should be so much easier and
he has
so
more to
much
work
more
with now.
scary.
He has the body, and he has a working.
I thought of this
subject.
actually too.
So
this is just something I found about writing in general. It feels like you want to create like something really cool, but you forget that the thing that you create that's really cool kind of makes the character really OP. So you have to make them forget about this, or you forget those certain things that they have to make the situation happen, or you just make the characters incompetent to create a bad situation. That's something that happens in writing a lot.
Another thing that we mentioned earlier was you could have cloned Metamorpho, or just like replicate the science.
I want to know how he got
That's
that.
the question. Does
Metamorpho
Metamorpho even have DNA? That's
well, everyone does.
Does
So.
he have,
yeah, everyone does.
His might be
And
more
also,
harder because of
like,
his
Metamorpho. And I don't know,
Sorry.
maybe the movie like changed his secret origin or something, but Metamorpho is a product of a science experiment gone wrong. So just replicate that science experiment and have like a loyal grunt, like similar to Engineer, just kill Superman, or just like keep him like keep him weak by using kryptonite without having any leverage or fear of them turning against you. There's just tons of examples. Tons of examples.
Oh my
I just
god!
want to
I
highlight
just thought of this.
brainstorming. I'm so sorry. Creeper had a thing. He's been very patient. So Creeper, go ahead.
Something that Lex Luthor could be working on. If you know the character, in the comic books, he takes Superman's DNA, he clones him, and then he starts working on a clone where he mixes his own DNA in with Superman's to make like a Kryptonian version of himself. That's Jonathan Kent. That could be what he was doing in the movie before he was stopped. That could easily be a future plotline they're setting up there.
Okay,
so he could already be trying to clone Superman again. It's just not ready yet.
Well,
we also don't know how long.
Where is that in the movie?
Well, one, where is that in the movie, and two, wasn't the whole point that he should be finishing a second copy or a third copy before he enacts his plan?
I'm thinking that this could be like the potential thing that they're trying to set up. It's not quite.
Well, but like this is kind of because it's just like kind of my whole thesis issue with a lot of defenses for this. All right, yes, it's a new thing, and anything could be anything, but the problem is the movie does a very piss poor job of establishing anything, doesn't it? It's just like people have to invent things that could happen. Sorry, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, and the more you mention these interesting ideas of what they could adapt, it just makes me a little more frustrated at the ending we got for Lex, because he didn't have to go to jail at the end. He could have just been set up as another future threat who is more likely to put into action what you wanted, like put the ideas you wanted to happen.
To be fair, Lex in other iterations has like broken out of jail like multiple times, so I don't think just sending him to jail means he's like out of the picture forever.
He's not.
I just thought of this.
At all, because they make a specific point to tell us the exact prison that he's going to, which is Belgrave Penitentiary, and that is literally where all the corrupt stuff, where they take people who have been arrested and use them. The government uses them to get their own what they want out of them. The Suicide Squad, Creature Commandos, all that goes on at Belgrave. They make.
I wanted to say
that's where he's going. They're absolutely going to do something with him in the future if he's going to Belgrave Penitentiary specifically.
Why the fuck would the government trust him ever again? That's an issue.
Well, this was something I just thought of for like a post-credit scene. So, has anyone seen Creature Commandos besides Creeper?
I've never seen it.
Okay, so one flash of future thing was it showed Gorilla Grodd. So an idea for a post-credit scene I thought would be cool was like Lex meeting Gorilla Grodd and Belle Reeve and setting up the Legion of Doom. That was like a post-credit scene that just kind of came to my mind. I just thought of that. Well, you know, can you imagine how they're setting up Lex? They could set up Lex as like maybe they could set up like the Legion of Doom with him meeting like Gorilla Grodd, which we know exists in this universe. That was just a thing I thought of.
Okay, so for whoever said, why would the government trust Lex Luthor again? They're gonna probably put a fucking bomb in his neck. That's what they did to the Suicide Squad. Do you think they trust Harley Quinn? No. They're going to force him to do these things.
Well, unlike the Suicide Squad, Lex could probably disarm the bombs.
Well, here we're on the topic of Belle Reeve. Well, since we're on the topic of Belle Reeve, shouldn't like Superman have been sent there? Because I assume James Gunn's trying to do what he was doing with like the Suicide Squad or whatever the fuck. Weren't they like sent to Belle Reeve when like isn't that where metahumans are sent? Or am I crossing wires?
That's kind of like the raft for or the vault of for the DC.
Gotcha.
For the DC universe.
So then, and considering they see him as like an alien that has no rights and he's too dangerous, I don't know why they didn't put him there.
Lex Luthor pulled strings to get him sent to his prison.
Yeah. So
well, hang on, Creeper.
Wait.
You mean like the prison we see like where he's like infected by kryptonite?
Yeah.
Okay. How did he pull the strings? They don't trust him, so how could he do that?
Some of them do. That's what he does in the movie.
Not the main people.
I thought
Rick
they
Flag.
touched him in the beginning of the movie.
No, they don't. Rick Flag explicitly says, "Are you buying this shit?" And the other guy says, "I wouldn't put anything past Luthor, but he's right about Superman." So they don't trust Luthor himself, but they trust that Superman's a piece of shit or evil, or not evil. He's too dangerous. Whatever they say.
No, they could just straight up not have the capacity to hold Superman.
Why?
It'd be nice if that was in the movie. But...
They don't have any kind of like kryptonite or anything. Lex Luthor says that he's capable of containing Superman. Which would,
wait. So then, why don't they follow up on this? Why don't they say, "Okay, you say you can work around that. Explain that." What's Lex's answer?
Maybe his answer would be
the pocket dimension.
They like bring up.
Wait. He's not supposed to reveal. He's not supposed to reveal the pocket dimension.
He didn't reveal the pocket dimension. They only has a prison.
Okay, so they need what is this prison? Let's see this prison. We'd like to oversee the transfer.
Oh my god, SK, you brought up a good point. They should probably follow up and figure out what prison he's being sent to.
Exactly.
And if you reveal the pocket dimension, then that would be very interesting. They probably want to investigate what he's been doing there.
Exactly, he would get caught. Which means that
also,
this cannot work without the government being stupid.
And if in the pocket dimension, he should have limitless resources, like all the materials that we use to make stuff. He should have limitless stuff like that. If he can create like a pocket dimension like that, like you should make a pocket dimension with nothing but factories that just have limitless resources to build stuff he needs.
When Luthor reveals the Fortress of Solitude to the government at the start, why doesn't the government just go like, "Oh, hey, Superman, mind popping over for a chat and explaining that"? Why do they just completely let it drop and never look into it?
So Lex Luthor can have the chat without any of them watching, which is like just imagine how bizarre the interaction is. It's like, oh, so you have Superman, that's great. We're taking him in.
Also, Superman's
hang on.
He probably doesn't want
Real
to
quick.
run the risk of anyone accidentally accessing the fortress or anything like that. Like, Superman's made it clear, like he doesn't stand by or answer to any external governments or outside forces or anything like that.
Well, sure, but like my point is, the government. That's all well and good that Superman doesn't. Why doesn't the government? Why doesn't Rick Flag go? You know what? Lex brought up a point about this ice fortress. You should probably ask Superman's take on that. Why does no one do that? Superman was perfectly happy.
Gonna talk to them or gonna comply.
I was gonna say.
Well, he was perfect. I mean, he seems like a nice guy, and he was perfectly happy to turn himself in at a later point when it was much harder. What does the government lose by sending either Rick Flag or even this random G-Man being like, "Hey, Superman, sorry, would you mind just talking with us real quick with the government?"
To be fair,
Which, by the way, I'm just gonna say this real quick. Real quick, I'm just gonna say this. I'm just gonna say this real quick. Man of Steel thought of this at least. Like even they understood that.
Well, there was one thing I wanted to say. one thing that should have warranted the government to want to speak with Superman is like before the big reveal of what his parents said, he was already under controversy for entering a country illegally.
Yeah, no, that's true.
They have plenty of that's fair. They have plenty of pretext to be like, Superman, could we have a word?
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot to talk to him about.
Wouldn't they just find out?
Sure. What I was going to say though about the point of him like turning himself in. That was after the Fortress of Solitude was broken into by Lex and his gang. So
yeah, but Lex mentions
I don't think Superman's going to be very trustworthy of anyone at the moment.
No, but I'm not talking about that. I'm saying after Lex initially like reveals that Engineer found the Fortress of Solitude to the government, Rick Flag should be going, you know what, Lex, fair enough. We'll see what Superman has to say about that, and have a word with Superman.
Well, again, there's not really any guarantee that he's going to tell them anything.
Okay, does he lose anything by trying? What does Rick Flag lose other than time by trying?
I mean, no, yeah, I get your point there. Sure,
cool.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
So he should try. We agree, and he doesn't, and that's a problem. Yes.
I mean, yeah, we can agree on that point, but yeah, I can also like, yeah.
No, yeah, you can still like what they did. That's not a problem. Like it's fine for you to like it.
That's not...
but it's an issue. Like it's objectively an issue.
Saying, I'm just saying I don't see that as like a contention or anything like
Gordon
that.
Ramsay, Kal-El, 2 seconds, please.
2 seconds, please. Wait. I'm actually sorry. Now I'm curious. What do you mean? What do you mean it's not a brainstorming? Sorry. What do you mean it's not a contention? What does that mean?
I mean, I'm just personally saying, like, I'm just saying that's not what it is, like, to me, like.
What is it to you?
Superman, like that, was like, it's not like a necessary piece of the movie that needs to be like addressed for anything to make narratively sense. Is what I'm saying.
Well, wait, but so do you not feel that it severely undercuts how efficient this government organization seems to be that they don't even bother to ask Superman? Unless you're filling in the gaps and saying, they probably asked off screen, in which case that's great, but that's you doing the work for the movie.
Well, that's also just not what happened. When we see the flow of events, they see he's arrested, they see him like delivered to Lex's men, and then he literally walks right into the pocket dimension. So
yeah, like the point, just to clarify, is that the government seems extremely nonplussed by everything that happens to Superman beyond depriving him of his rights for no real tangible reason, because they know that's playing into Luthor's hands, who they know is untrustworthy. So I would expect Rick Flag to fight pretty hard with the backing of the Pentagon to ensure that Superman has some form of legal rights or recourse.
Also,
but he doesn't.
I wanted to say something about the pocket dimension. One thing I just thought of, like, when the people keep making that noise in the sun and Metamorpho starts the sun, how come it takes so long for the guards to react?
No, you're
and
right.
Also,
that's a separate issue, but yeah, you're right.
And for like this was just a joke I thought of. Like maybe the guards are just maybe they spent too much time with the 1/10 intelligence. That's why they're so stupid in the movie.
I mean, Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor's group reminds me of the 1/10. They definitely give me that energy.
Lex Luthor
100%.
Stormtroopers.
Like. The reason, like, I'm partially memeing, right? But like, the reason this matters to me so much, Gabe. Sorry, is it Gabe? Oh, sorry, I don't want to like fuck your name over or anything.
That's me.
But,
yep.
Yeah, but like the reason this fucks me up so badly is because this is the exact sort of argumentation that in a movie that generally people didn't like or didn't leave as much of a positive impression based on vibes would invoke as a criticism. I have 100% seen people like make criticisms of comparable caliber of movies like Thunderbolts. Or movies like, I guess, fucking The Marvels, if we're going even further down the slop train, or Man of Steel. But it's like, this movie is fresh and it's new, and so it gets certain benefits, which is fine. But like, it's fine if it doesn't, like, it didn't affect your experience with the movie. That's cool. But like, it's important to acknowledge that these things are problems, regardless of context or enjoyment. That's kind of my thing.
I know, like, and I'm not, no, like, I get that, and I'm not trying to like frame the situation any different or anything like that. I'm just saying, that's just how I saw it. It's not like I don't like view everything through like a critical lens or anything like that, or like at least overly view everything like every little nitpicky detail or anything like that. So I'm just saying I didn't think about that because I didn't think it was that big of a contention.
Yeah, fair enough.
movie or
And like
anything
again,
like
yeah, and again, like again, like I referenced her like at the start of like this stream, but like my girlfriend saw the movie, she fucking loves it for like similar reasons. Like people are just sometimes people just aren't
Yeah, I
affected
know.
by that, and like when I watch it, I'm less affected by it too, right? Because like there's an experiential
I
factor
did
to it.
just get out of the theater, so as well,
Yeah.
like not
To be
like
fair-
only a few hours ago. So I didn't have much time to dwell on my thoughts or anything like that. So
No, that's fair enough. Yeah.
Mostly coming out of recency bias.
Yeah.
Sort of like that.
I'll tell you,
But yeah.
the movie
I guess there's one
succeeds-
thing I do want to clear up though. I know this is probably like a dead horse at this point that we're beating, but I do want to like at least address some of the contentions with the logics of Luther's plan to
Yeah,
destroy
go
the
for it.
world or anything like that. And it's not like I don't necessarily care if you disagree or anything like that, but I just want to point things out. So for one thing, we're kind of like going off the idea that that Lex is just going to destroy the world solely for the sake of killing Superman, which I mean that wasn't the plan. I would say that wasn't the plan originally, because the reason he even starts the rift or anything that starts destroying Metropolis or anything like that was, to get Superman out in the public and away from Belvera, where the second
No, we agree with
second
that.
revolution is about to start or whatever.
We agree with that.
Well,
but
yeah.
why
I
is it?
Yeah, I didn't know about that, so I just wanted to clarify there real quick. And two, it's not like this is going to be like a whole ride or die thing with Lex or anything like that. Like as soon as he starts this, like they were just going to go through. He was at least aware enough to install a failsafe. So it's not like once the rift was started and that he wasn't going to turn it off after Superman was dead. So there's that.
Okay, well, I want to address the first
he only
one.
He only decides.
Well, hang on. We're gonna go point by point. So, yes, I agree that he wanted to draw out Superman. The problem isn't that he wanted to draw him out. The problem is that he chooses to open a black hole to do it, when he can literally just send Ultraman, who he used at the beginning of the film, to draw him out.
There's that. Yeah, I do agree with that.
Yeah.
But then again, though, I think like an actual world-ending threat, like a black hole at the bottom of the city, is like a bit more noticeable.
Superman will notice cats falling out of trees. So like it doesn't matter. If people are in danger,
not
he'll
the
go.
word noticeable. What's
He'll go out of his way
trying
for the squirrels.
Not the word noticeable. So trying to think of what's a good word. More urgent. I would say it adds more urgency, but anything like
genuinely bothers me.
It
And besides,
doesn't matter.
like
He's gonna accomplish the same thing regardless. It's gonna accomplish the
Why
same
didn't Luther
goal.
put some kind of tracker on Clark whenever he was in the prison? Like he didn't think to do that, just in case Superman got out.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
He didn't think he was gonna get out.
I don't.
That's the
My
point.
problem is that he should just have better measures for if he gets out. So that way, like, okay, he tries to work with Element Man. All right, threaten to shoot the kid again, or have the guards alerted about it. Have them on 24/7 surveillance. Remind them that they're on 24/7 surveillance.
Well, the thing that I was just saying, like,
This is just something I thought. When you were reacting to Critical Drinker's video, you know what I was surprised he didn't say? I was surprised he didn't go, at the very end of the film, this white guy told Mr. Terrific he could help him, and the black guy goes, oh, I don't need your help. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't use that since he talks about woke politics. So I'm like, that just seems so weird he didn't do that.
Okay. Yeah. Just setting
Anyways.
that aside. Let's stay on the
so
topic.
I
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So I just have one more thing I want to address as well. The idea that Lex was going to destroy the world in the end, I don't necessarily think was an out of left field or anything like that, because the whole thing, because I noticed like the points brought up against it is because like because if the world was destroyed, like there's nothing left for him like to gain, because he's having like he's gonna gain like half of what the land that he's supplying Bulgaria to overtake, anything like that, which that was never really a big part of Luther's motivation. It was just like a means of an end to him, pretty much. Like,
well, to what ends?
He mentioned like he pretty much says that the entire point was that he wanted to do all this like just to get to Superman or anything like that.
but the
like,
problem is that it undoes his plan, because it makes it makes him look like a complete like the villain that he was trying to frame Superman as, because it's a result from his own machine, his own pocket dimension.
People would ask questions and want to know how.
This is a lot more fleshed out than like a lot of defenses people are generally giving for us. So, like, in terms of giving it like as much like thought and time as I can. So like the problem with the whole rift thing is, so Lex triggers it because he's reckless. He has the means to stop it. The
And
rift
probably wouldn't
isn't
stand, like I
really
said.
hang on,
the rift isn't really meaningfully improving his odds of defeating Superman, since we know that he can already do that with Ultraman, because he doesn't know about Crypto being able to bail Superman out. So like the rift isn't really a necessary component of this plan in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Lex should immediately be stopping this, because at this point Lex's presumed motivation is to still kind of like preserve his image. And like the thing that I would argue is, obviously, well, if there was a massive rift, even if he succeeded, people were like, wait, what the fuck happened here? And then like how would Lex, like, you know, Mr. Terrific could still survive, he could expose LexCorp. There's a lot of people out there that could expose LexCorp.
Oops. Sorry, but like
in the movie, it's called.
Yeah, I get that point. I guess my point is that they wouldn't. Sorry. I was trying to think of a good response, but yeah, you're right. Anyways,
well,
part.
Flapperjack could help out
That's where I
because
wanted to say-
he's kind of interested in defending it. If he wants to chime in.
Actually,
well, the thing
Dan,
with
it's not.
No, I mean,
Luthor Corp. Okay, buddy.
I don't know. I was gonna bring up the idea that
bad.
even if Mr. Terrific wanted to expose Lex for starting the rift, like he wouldn't like. To be fair, let's be honest. There probably wouldn't be any proof of it, since Lex, like, is a very
I disagree with
He has
that.
it on his
Lex
fist.
is a very clean
He has it on his.
person,
He
I
has it on
guess.
his. He has it on his fist. He has it on his
Or a
fist. He
discreet
has
person.
downloaded. Well, no. Mr. Terrific has it on his fist, though. He's downloaded it and he has recorded things inside of the rift. Presumably, those things are capable of recording, and I think Mr. Terrific's intelligent enough to be recording.
The spheres
And he's a
that he went
hacker.
in the rift with got destroyed. The spheres he
He's
went
Hacker
in the
Man.
rift with was destroyed by Crypto.
Do you not think that the? No, I wasn't talking about.
Like, he has those
yeah,
on the
no,
outside, but the ones he went in with.
Well,
were
yeah, but like, does so? Do you okay? So do you think Mr. Terrific, like that data isn't getting stored anywhere? It's just in that sphere. It's like, I would be good faith enough to assume that it might be, but let's even assume it isn't. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Mr. Terrific absolutely, we know, has the hacking capabilities to return to any functioning terminal and demonstrate this. And what's Lex gonna do? No, I'm not letting you. And that looks suspicious as fuck. Right?
This is true. But then again, there's also like
Lex probably should have told her she's not allowed to take selfies.
Yeah,
No, I
that's,
agree.
that's
Yeah.
another big problem in the movie.
Yeah, that was stupid as shit.
That's
yeah.
also true. Yeah, that's another thing I want to point out. The reason they ever get caught for conspiring to take over for, like, you know, conspiring with Bolvera is like from a fucking selfie.
Yeah,
that's
that's
so
like-
Lex does, but like the thing is,
It's
Lex
really
doesn't give
dumb.
a shit though. He doesn't really care. Like
he doesn't care about evidence against him.
no,
What?
no, he doesn't really care about any of his exes like on a deep level. He wouldn't really care. He wouldn't really notice that she's just taking like.
That's
selfies.
not true. That's not true, and we know that's not true because she literally says.
I mean, the reason I'm
she gets
pointing
followed
that
on. Well,
out
hang
is
on.
because, like,
I want to just mention this real quick. She mentions that he follows her throughout the streets through like the security
Yeah, when
cameras.
she's out, but when she's in the LexCorp building, it's like, you know.
But question.
There would
We
be
would
no
definitely
photos
keep an
rule.
eye
There
on
would be a
her.
no recording rule.
No. Wait, I can. So question. Sorry, what's the gentleman's name that's talking right now?
Flapperjack.
I have a Flapperjack. It's okay. So you would agree that Lex is a pragmatic person, yes?
Pragmatic? Sort of, yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. You would agree that he has a lot of investment in his public perception and anything that could harm/damage that perception. Yes.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, I do think that to at least a good portion of the film. And near the end, I think he just actually just starts losing the plot.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, he loses himself at the end. Okay. So you would agree that a person who is a pragmatic individual and also 3, he has absolute leverage over Eve because like the choice is stick with him or he throws her into a pocket dimension, right? Like he has complete leverage in that relationship.
Actually, in the movie, they call it a pocket universe.
Pocket universe. Yeah, but like you'd agree he has complete leverage. Like there's nothing Eve can do with her, like from her position, once she starts dating him, not before she has all of these pictures. Like the evidence is the only leverage she potentially even has. Yeah.
I guess so.
So what?
Fair again,
Yeah. Okay.
like, I'm also
Okay.
gonna, like,
Okay. So
the-
to conclude, so to conclude, sorry, I just need to go through this. So to conclude, why would Lex simply not tell her, hey, by the way, you're not allowed to fucking bring your phone into the LexCorp building?
It's just like Lex never shows like he really cares about even any sort of.
No,
Like,
but
level.
he doesn't need to care about Eve. We've
No.
established he cares about his self-perception, and Eve,
Well,
a person
yeah, he
taking
cares about
pictures, presents a threat.
self-perception, but He cares
Cool.
about
She's a threat.
self-perception.
To be fair.
Not gonna...
Well, he
Hey,
should
hey,
say,
hey,
"You
okay, all right,
only
hang
take-"
on. Brainstorming. Flapjack's making a point here. We gotta let him
Okay.
finish.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he can care about his like his own like self-image and all that, but like Eve is just like something. Just like it's just a part of that self-image, you know. It's like just
Do
something to
you-
show off her. Like obviously, he's not gonna actually care about Eve and what she's up to because
Okay,
like he doesn't care about any of
no,
his,
no, but do you not see how allowing her to take pictures with impunity in buildings, in facilities, in places where
Yeah,
that is
I'm not gonna argue
compromising
that's not a-
material?
Well, I'm not gonna argue that's not like that's like something that she shouldn't be doing, but like I'm just arguing from Lex's
Yeah,
own
and Lex would care
character.
about that.
No,
Yeah, and Lex would care about
Lex
that.
doesn't care about what Eve's
So
doing. He
wait,
doesn't even
wait,
talk to her
wait,
at all
wait,
in the
wait,
movie.
He literally has her following the
just
surveillance.
to be clear, just to be clear, your assertion right now to me is that Lex does not care if someone, be that Eve or otherwise, is taking pictures of things in his building that has incriminating evidence in it.
That's just something that's kind of like again, like Lex doesn't really care to pay mind what she's doing because he doesn't actually.
But he
care.
should. wait, but like, why wouldn't Lex care that she's taking?
if we're being
But wait,
honest,
but
like,
didn't we
if we're
agree
being
that he's
honest,
a pragmatic
bro,
person?
Yeah, we agreed he's pragmatic, and like number one, like I don't give a fuck if it's Eve, if it's like if it's Mr. Snout, if it's fucking Santa Claus. He should care if people are taking pictures in the buildings, and he's seeing that she's taking pictures in the buildings constantly. Why isn't he checking her phone? Why isn't he doesn't he double check what's on those pictures? Why does she even allow her to take pictures? It's not about caring about her, it's caring about the activity that she is doing. Do you understand?
Sure, yes.
Well,
Okay,
there was
cool.
one
So
thing-
you would agree that it's a problem, yes?
There is.
Brainstorming.
thing I want-
Brainstorming. He's asking Flapperjack right now.
Okay.
Can you just repeat that again? Just
Yeah, so you would agree that Lex Luthor not caring that someone is taking pictures of what he is doing in privacy is a problem, yes? Given he cares about his self-image.
yeah, he does care about his self-image to a degree. Like,
Okay, so does he care enough that he wouldn't want himself to be incriminated with the government?
yeah, of course you want to like Ken.
Okay, so why would he allow someone to take pictures in places that could possibly incriminate him? Why would he allow that? If he has full ability to stop it.
Like we see, like all right.
Whatever you're about to ask, the answer is yes. He can create universes, and he can send her to a pocket dimension.
Damn.
Hey, pocket universe, bro. Get it right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyways, let's. How about we just end that
do we know he
point there?
allowed
Because
it?
I was about to continue on what I was about to say.
Could I say something real quick?
Earlier,
No,
before
he
we
just
went on this tangent about Lex being pragmatic or anything like that. But yeah, I want to also point out I don't think Lex leaving the world to burn is like again out of like left field or at like I think is a dumb decision or anything like that because like.
From his
the
character,
plan
why
was,
would he
like,
do it?
It was too originally like draw out Superman, and to keep him away from Belvera while the
Use Ultraman.
while the discourse is happening over there. Yeah. Well, again, I know I acknowledge that point, but we're acknowledging what the motives behind that plan was.
Well, yeah, I understand that. I'm saying that the motives don't make sense.
He only
and this only
decides-
hurts him instead of helping.
What do you even have Ultraman do?
I'm just saying.
Do what he did in the beginning, where he
Just
just
saying.
went in the city and caused chaos.
Yeah, but if it's just Ultraman, like obviously people are gonna realize.
So
hey,
he won't do anything?
Lex. No. I'm not. What I'm saying is that if he just brings Ultraman to wreck the city, people know that Lex has a hold over Ultraman. Wouldn't they like question that?
Why doesn't why doesn't he
suit.
dress him up as the Hammer?
Yeah,
why
he
doesn't he
did
dress
that
him up
last
as the
time.
Hammer of Bavaria again? Yeah, he did last time. It worked pretty well. No one questioned it.
Here's another question. Why doesn't he
Well, hang on. We're asking.
Hold
Your
on.
Creeper, hold your question. We're all right.
Hold
Fine.
on, I have another thing. Why doesn't Lex just have Ultraman dress up like Superman and then go cause chaos in the city?
Bing.
That's
There you
another-
go.
that's
That's
another
a good
problem,
question.
but yes.
Good fucking question. Yes.
I wanted to talk about the girlfriend thing.
I'm sorry. Can I go ahead and finish my point?
Yeah, I want to
real
let
quick
let
before we
Gabe
go on this
or
tangent?
Flap. Yeah, go on.
Okay.
It's me, Gabe. So anyways, yeah, we acknowledge that the original motive was to draw out Superman, regardless of the methods. I want to make that clear. Regardless of the methods, that was the original motive. It's only until after that, like we brought this up already, but when like the other half of the conflict where like Belvera's like attacking the I keep forgetting the other I keep forgetting the other land.
Jarahanpur.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So yeah, is that like it's not until after those people like start calling out for Superman or anything like that? Because like at this point, like Superman's like seen or being labeled right now as like a intergalactic terrorist conspirator or anything like that, and that's pretty much like the image that Lex wants to paint for Superman or anything like that. Because again, it's like his whole plan is not just about to kill Superman; it's also about like to like tear down his legacy and what he stands for, or anything like that. And yeah, so the way I see it, it's like it doesn't matter if it's like because the contention was that because it was just like one small country that was I think what matters is like the idea behind what Lex sees. So if he like sees that people are still like supporting and calling out for Superman even after like exposing for or like trying to paint him as like a intergalactic terrorist or do you like that despite all that, and they still want to reach out and support him, like I think that would be enough to push Lex off the edge and thus push him to go through with whole ending the world thing.
Yeah, but that's
because like the idea would be like he couldn't like live with the idea of existing in a world where Superman is still seen as good,
okay,
even after everything he's done to like tarnish his image. So that's what I wanted to point out.
Okay, well, let me ask this, right? So if he was going to do something to destroy the world, would you argue that is a last resort?
Yeah, because technically,
okay. That's all I needed.
The
just
idea
to
to leave the world
get to the
behind
next
was
point.
the last resort.
Right. Okay. So if that is the case, then why didn't he? With going back to Creeper's question, why didn't he have Ultraman suit up and wear Superman's suit and just destroy the city, and use the fact that he was exposed as an excuse for it?
If you ask me, I don't see why he can't like do both. Again, he did like add.
Well, he didn't do that at all.
To like the whole black hole plan. So.
Wait, but
anything,
why would he
like,
do the
again,
black hole plan
like,
if he turns everybody against Superman?
So I have a complete different idea. Why didn't he just kill Superman when he had him in captivity? Dress Ultraman up like Superman. Have the
Yes.
Holy shit.
Oh,
yes.
Yes.
The question-
Yes.
Neuron activation.
He's beginning to believe. He's beginning to believe. He's beginning to believe.
all right.
Another
I
converted.
think he obviously wants Superman.
Could I
he obviously
speak?
wants to-
No, Flapperjack was
okay.
speaking. So.
Because you see the kids like in a other language or anything like that. The kids when they're putting up the Superman flag, the people are calling for Superman at the moment. They're expecting the Superman to come and save them, like he did last time.
We addressed that.
So wouldn't it look bad? Wouldn't it look bad for Superman if like he wasn't there? That's why Lex.
He already called
ran
him
away from Belvera.
Well, I'm confused here, right? Because it would look bad for Superman if he didn't show up, but he already looks bad because the world is convinced that he's come here to take them over.
Well, here's the thing.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing. That's the thing. That because of sorry, I want to finish my point. Because that would be like the straw that broke the camel's back. Like that would be like the defining moment that would destroy people's last faith in Superman. The way I see that scene, in my opinion, is that it shows that Lex is wrong and that people will still believe in him, no matter how much he tries to push him down. That kind of thing.
Okay, but
Like,
Lex
it's
wouldn't
like-
believe that.
Huh?
Lex wouldn't believe that.
It's true, yeah. But
He has other
also wants
resorts.
he also wants to change how the public views Superman
Right,
as a whole
so
as well.
so that once again goes back to why didn't he use Ultraman to wear Superman's suit and impersonate him?
Well,
I had two things. One thing was he should only allow his girlfriend to take pictures of things that
Well,
aren't.
hang on. That's a separate thing. We're not on that right now.
I wouldn't. Ultraman's alright. Like Ultraman's kind of like I guess he's stupid. He's kind of a lobotomite in this movie. Like
Yeah, but Lex
people
could
kinda
control him.
Pretty sure he is a lobotomite.
Yeah, but
Use Ultraman to attack the refugee.
You need his drone. You need his drones around to obviously moderate what Ultraman's doing, so he's doing something right.
Yeah.
People would obviously know it's a bunch of drones around Superman.
No,
So, like,
that's
wouldn't they call
that does. So one, the drones could be at a distance. They show this in the movie, and two, that doesn't intrinsically prove that the drones are like controlling him or whatever. And also, you can
So
implement
sorry,
a camera in like the clone's eyes or the suit.
I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. Is scene 10 of this movie literally not Ultraman just doing that, but dressed up as a different person? Why couldn't he do that dressed up as Superman?
That's true.
Why not-
Ultraman. Yeah, go.
Why
go
not
ahead.
dress-
What is this? It's fucking. Sorry, I know that maybe I'm being. I should probably go to sleep because I'm being like needlessly cruel with some of these jabs. But like you again, Flapperjack, scene like 10 of this movie, guy dressed up as the Hammer of Baravia. That's Ultraman, and Lex is effortlessly commanding him without anyone figuring it out. He could easily do that with a far simpler command, which is put on a suit and kill people. That he doesn't even need to be commanding him for that necessarily. Brainstorming, I'm sorry, but you often just intercede with non sequiturs. Nobody gives a shit. We're talking about something different. I'm sorry.
It was about the.
Alright, I'm gonna mute. I'm
Ultraman.
sorry. I'm gonna mute. You keep interrupting. All right, go on.
Go on. You want me to go on, or
No, you go on. Yeah, you go on, Flap. Yeah, you go on.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna say anything.
Oh,
okay. Fair enough.
I'm gonna add on.
Okay, well, if that was the case, like,
hold on. I'm gonna add on to my original point. He doesn't even need Ultraman to dress up as Superman and go kill people. He just needs Ultraman to dress up as Superman and then fake question him and get the answers he wants to get the government to agree to kill.
Well, to be fair, he can't talk.
But the twist, he's already killed Superman, or he can just have Superman not answer any of the questions, which would piss the government.
Yeah,
off.
well, like SK said, he can't talk, but he can for sure fake security cam footage.
He can fake
also
security
emote.
footage.
Like he can emote, and like Lex could trivially, easily just say, "Hey, like Superman is not telling me anything. Maybe you guys can try to get something out of him." And then Ultraman just sits there and doesn't say anything, and the government's like, "Well, okay, he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Lex was right. He's evil," and they have no way of proving otherwise because they have no fucking clue Ultraman is even a thing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know that Ultraman.
Okay, well, yeah.
is Superman.
I'm just saying, like, regardless of what everyone here thinks of it, I'm just pointing it out. Like what my thoughts on like the final act was and how I view it. It's not like it's less about like what happens, but like the idea behind what happens and all that.
Okay, yeah, no, that's complete. I think that's
I
completely
don't have.
fine
I
if you
don't
like the
necessarily.
idea.
I don't really have a
Talking
problem with
about.
the themes of the. I don't have a problem with the themes of the movie. I think it's a good Superman story on paper, but it needed another draft to flesh out the kinks.
Yeah.
Or to deal with the kinks.
It needed some. It needed
I mean,
some
agree to
major-
disagree on that one. Again, like I said, I'm probably mostly just speaking out of recency bias because again, I got out of theater like again a few hours ago.
I want you to.
But I still like, I still think this is a really good movie. I would give it like a solid 9 out of 10. Hell, maybe if I'm being generous, I'll probably give it 10.
Gabe, make me a. Okay, that's beautiful. I want you to make me a blood oath right now. All right. Re-examine these feelings.
My personal.
Yeah. I was gonna say re-examine these feelings. I'm just like kidding. I'm joking. I'm just fucking around. But like, I was seriously. I was like,
No, you're all cool. You're all cool.
Yeah. Like re-examine the feelings 3 months from now, and see how you feel then. I just genuinely feel this is a worthwhile exercise to do.
I'll do the same thing.
I mean, I'll keep you updated on that one, but I mean, like,
You don't need to. You don't need to. It's just like a
As of
thing
now,
that
I-
I recommend people do generally as practice.
as of now, I still stand by. Like, I
Fair?
still stand by.
Fair enough.
what I said.
Hey, as
When it comes to Superman himself and his characterization and his actions, it's pretty well done. It's just Lex Luthor, the villains, and the plot.
I don't see. I wasn't really here to hear what you guys had to say about Lex Luthor. I mean, aside from the whole selfie thing, but what else do you have to say about Lex?
So his plan, well, I guess, for starters, right? Did we talk about the Kryptonian Kryptonite mass-producing
Alright.
thing?
Oh yeah. So the thing with the Metamorpho, I was actually talking. I was like, the thing with Metamorpho, like, I don't think he can't just like regenerate his body mass.
But he
His body
did.
mass has to come-
He did.
No, it has to come back to him.
Where's the proof of that?
I mean, to be fair, we don't know. Like,
He literally
We all-
separated acid from
Or, like,
himself.
you know,
he
he
shot.
could, like,
Well,
dissipate
hang on.
that
He
way.
shot acid from himself.
Yeah, but that has to just.
Yeah, and after
we
that,
see
he
it
like
burning the
started flying away
people.
as a floating head.
Okay,
He did.
I just need to clarify.
Afterwards, but, like,
Well, no. I need to clarify just because this might be like I wouldn't even begrudge anyone for not knowing this might be a knowledge check, but like when acid burns through things, the acid gets consumed. So if he recovered after throwing out acid, that means that he can recover from nothing because that acid would have like eaten away through the material and dissolved. That's how acid works.
That's insane science.
Yeah, that's neat. But
Which I agree. Perhaps the filmmakers didn't think of that, but that makes it a problem. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. The thing is also, you said earlier that you could just like cut his arm off or something full of kryptonite and just
Yeah. Why? What reason would he have not to do
But
that?
the thing is, like, would the kryptonite even last if his body's separated from it?
Yes, because they're elements.
No, like, I'm assuming he has to concentrate to actually create that stuff.
It's the same deal with the acid, because like again, the acid I could see that one maybe, but like my counter to that would be like we could reset to 0 and just say all Lex would need to do is have him create some kryptonite for him, have it remain attached, study it, and then he could synthesize his own kryptonite.
Yeah, like once it's made, right?
Yeah. So like Lex, we believe very easily could have the ability to just make kryptonite, also create the drop, need to drag him back in.
Oh, you know what? I just remembered something. I just remembered something about the movie where like we brought up this idea about like how Lex could like
I don't know why
he could just disguise Ultraman.
Wait,
and
you
Superman,
muted
have
him?
go on like mass destruction sprees or anything like that. But if like looking back at it, like I remember now, technically Lex didn't even need to do that because like if you remember, because they kidnapped Crypto and afterwards like Superman went up and stormed up into his office and like threatened him, and it was all caught on camera too. So like Superman would be swayed too. Oh wow, this guy might actually be like a very dangerous person. So
when I'm confused, what are we?
Not saying that's justification for why. Not saying that's a justification for why.
I'm confused. What are you?
Thing, but I'm just saying, like,
what point are we branching from?
Well, again, I'm just saying, like, it technically, I can see why they didn't add that plot because they didn't need to do it because Superman pretty much already fucked himself over when he confronted Lex about kidnapping.
No. Yeah, I agree that he like unintentionally screwed his reputation, but like, where's this leading from? Like, what did someone say?
Oh no, Superman. We're like paint Superman as like a dangerous menace if he just had Ultraman go on killing sprees disguised as Superman.
Wait, so you're saying
I'm not saying
because you're cutting out from me.
I'm not saying there's like a defense why he. Oh well, did you catch anything I said?
You said that like something about him dressing up in the suit as Ultraman, dressing up in the suit as Superman, but like, what does it have to do with?
Yeah, that's.
Are you saying that
No,
he
I'm
didn't
just saying
because he
because,
already
like, we
like
brought up-
destroyed his reputation?
Yeah, so he wouldn't technically need to do that because like at this point people would see Superman as like
Okay.
pretty dangerous if he's like threatening Lex.
Yeah,
out
but
of
you
anger.
notice by him doing that, he had to specifically like position him through like a fairly complicated plan to achieve that. Whereas instead, if he had, Superman locked up, and by the way, we're talking about this when he's locked up, so he can't disprove the story. By that point, he could use Ultraman, dress up as Superman, and then just trash through the city.
True. I mean, yeah, technically he could have done that if his plan didn't gone awry. Or he could have done both. I'm just saying. I'm not saying the idea of like itself is like unwarranted.
Well, if we think about it, right, if he wanted to destroy his image, why wouldn't that be the end plan?
I mean, that's a good point to that, but I'm just saying it
Okay.
from what like again because technically it didn't need to happen because again Superman already like squandered his. But I do think it would have been a cool idea to see regardless.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Flapperjack. I thought he was still gonna make points.
No, I'm pretty much done.
Oh,
at this point. I'm just
no, I was talking about someone else. But yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just like trying to get off work.
Okay, got you. Let's see. Does anyone else have any points they want to raise?
I guess as a fun fact about acids, if it happened that all of the troopers or whatever the fuck that he splashed were decomposing, then it would actually be creating more acid as it synthesized with them, so he'd have more acid to return back to him, but it'd be a different acid. So
well, the
it's
interesting
just fun acid fact.
Well, the interesting thing is that so let's say he used acid on them, right? Obviously, when acid is dissolving onto them, so what is it what is this whole thing of he has to get these elements back in order to form his body again? Where would he have done that?
Yes, so okay, so if I was gonna hype a nerd out on this, so the way acid technically works is it exchanges I want to say it's usually for organics it's hydrogens, and it basically dissolves the molecular bonds between whatever it is dissolving and then replaces it with the bonds, the things bond to the acid, until the acid eventually runs out of steam and has bonded enough, and at that point the acid is neutralized effectively. The issue they would have here is because he throws a very specific. I think he threw fluorohydric acid or something at them. He would presumably be returning those acid molecules and the now acidized, the dissolved molecules of the material that they went through.
Yeah.
So he could theoretically do that, but I just don't that. Seems very It just makes way more sense that he just generates more material, in my opinion. But it could be that it returns to him. It's not wholly absurd, right?
Well, even then, it's I don't even think that's a compelling reason, because this is Lex Luthor. You can't convince me he wouldn't be okay with okay, spare a hand of yours, which it doesn't even hurt him, by the way. This guy can literally split his body apart. That doesn't hurt him. So
he could clone the hand. Again, it's this is the problem with how powerful they made Lex in this movie. Whatever you could bring to bear in terms of this is the limitation. It's no, there are no limits. You don't understand. He's insane in this movie in terms of power.
They don't properly set limits. That's the problem.
Yeah. Again, and even failing all of that with Metamorpho, Lex could just he could synthesize his own kryptonite. He could create he could keep creating universes or exploring universes until he happens across kryptonite. He could probably just get information on what kryptonite is from the Fortress of Solitude, and then synthesize it that way. Once he's discovered it, there's so many possibilities.
Yeah.
So many possibilities.
Did Travisaurus want to make a point?
Yeah, do you have
yeah, I haven't talked this entire time. But
damn.
Yeah, I have the movie at a 7 out of 10.
Okay.
So that's my
I did originally too.
I had it at 8.
I had it 6.
Still a very strong 9 for me.
Damn, that's surprising from you, Creeper, because you were the one who pointed out the suit thing, the impersonation thing.
What did I do wrong?
No, I didn't say you did anything wrong. I said it's just funny because you pointed out the suit impersonation thing, which is kind of a big one.
He's not the one that said it was in mine.
No, I said that first. I don't know.
Technically, I said it first in a private VC. Right. All right, just so clear.
So by technicality, Jan said it first in private VC. I said it later, and from subsequent discussion, and then in this call with this set of people, I think it was Creeper who was the first one who brought it up.
Yeah.
Did SK switch on the film, or did he? No, I still like it. It's just I've noticed more plot issues and character issues with Lex. So.
SK's finally realized that there's a difference between a good movie and a great movie, and now he knows that a good movie can have issues.
But one more thing on acid, just because acid's on my mind now. I feel I need to clarify as much about acid as possible since I'm exposing my nerd cred here. But acid does so acid does react differently with organics and inorganics. With inorganics, it tends to be trickier, just because they are harder to break down because their bonds are more, I think, stable is strictly speaking the term, like that. They're stronger bonds. Whereas organics are all on basis of carbon chains. But the reality is with most acid, like it's just like the reality would be he would throw out acid and then he would pull in a bunch of dissolved acidic molecules that, like, I guess he could interface with because he's like the nature of his ability. But it's just like, again, it just makes way more sense that he just kind of conjures, like, because he can create like his abilities, he can create molecules from nothing. We saw that when he was creating the sun, right? So, like, why couldn't he just create, like, if he can create the hydrogen, whatever, like those molecules together, he could probably create more for himself. But then I don't know, maybe that's a dangerous precedent to set, because then he could just create everything forever. But who cares? Lex can already do that. He's already surpassed him, as with all characters.
I mean, he did make like a artificial sun, so
He did do that. That was fucking hilarious.
Fair enough. This is honestly one of my first like Superman movies to watch, so I don't know much about like Superman lore or anything, but I remember enjoying the movie when I first saw it. Like I do see some of its flaws and like plot holes and everything. Like, I'll be honest, like during like the very beginning, I'm like, okay, why is this showing a bunch of text? Why does it feel like more like a sequel than like the first of like its series? I guess I don't know if they're planning for a sequel or not, but
I assume they are because the cinematic universe.
well, Supergirl's coming out like next year, right?
Yeah. I'm personally cool with the text. It gives us a basic rundown of.
I think I remember. I read like I think in one of James Gunn's interviews, he said like it was like he wanted to have it like a Star Wars, I guess.
Well,
not exactly
that's fair
like that. That's not the vibe I got, but
Opening
I think
text at the beginning.
I like the
I can
I
see
guess
that.
the poetic element of like threes. Kind of made it engaging to read.
I do like Russ. I do think
for a moment.
I mean, it would be cool if it symbolized anything.
I
agree.
I like how they how they handle the opening, where like they just get they get straight to the point. They don't waste time on much things like Superman's origin or anything like that. I like that because we've seen it so many times by now. We don't need to be subjected to it in every adaptation. So I understand the idea behind that, and I like it for that.
Yeah, like Superman's backstory doesn't need to be told 10 times over again.
Yeah, no, I was grateful for that. It just kind of took me surprised. Be like, oh, okay, so we're getting text. Okay, that's a little bit surprising, But
regarding a movie, sorry to cut you off. I was gonna say regarding a movie that does this better, with it's also an established superhero. The Batman. I think they do it pretty well in that movie. Where it manages to nail the. We don't need to see fucking Martha and Thomas getting fucking gapped in that alleyway again. But
we'll see how Superman. We'll see how Fantastic Four does it next week.
Another movie. I'm almost.
I would argue they also did it better in the MCU Spider-Man.
No, they didn't. No,
You don't even need to list off comic book movies. You can list off The Incredibles or Megamind.
I was gonna say, dude, fucking, but Fantastic Four, because I do think my anticipation of Fantastic Four will probably be worse than this movie because it's MCU, and I just have no faith in that as well. And bro, dude, I'm so sorry, but Marvel thought that Fantastic Four was gonna compete with Superman. Are you kidding me? In terms of marketing, it just feels cruel.
It has.
I mean, I know.
Look at all the project. Look at all the projects released this year. You had Captain America: Brave New World. That was trash. Thunderbolts. That was trash. Ironheart. That's trash too.
I'm halfway. Real quick, I'm halfway through Ironheart. It's really bad so far, and I haven't finished it. But you're also forgetting Friendly Neighborhood and Born Again.
Oh yeah, those two.
Wait, Friendly Neighborhood came out this year? Wasn't that December last year?
No, that was January. That was January.
Oh.
Born Again was the funniest fucking piece of shit ever.
No, Born Again was not funny. That was just tragic. Right?
SK. Are you ready for fair? Hold on, SK. Are you ready?
To be fair, I have not.
Are you ready for Marvel to take another really good TV show and make it complete ass with a new season next year?
I have not finished
Absolutely.
Born Again yet, dude. I haven't picked up on it in months. I don't personally. I don't think it's a bad show. It does have its flaws, but I think it's overall enjoyable. Like continuation.
I think Born Again is the worst thing in the MCU.
I think Born Again is
like it's
up
mid
there
if,
in terms of the
it's
worst
mid
thing.
if you've never seen the Netflix show, but if you have seen the Netflix show, it's so insulting that it's bad.
No, I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear. Daredevil Born Again has people elect Wilson Fisk as mayor in a jump cut. All right.
In a jump cut.
Like I think functionally, functionally in terms of how the story functions, Loki is worse. Strictly like it's a more nonsensical plot. But in terms of how much damage Born Again does to like pre-established characters, I think it's worse.
I was gonna say because like Loki feels like giving a guy like an insanely difficult like puzzle box to solve, right? And he's like, okay, well, of course you were gonna fuck it up, right? Like, yeah,
but
sure,
it's
this is
not
very
even
complicated.
and not even all the pieces. It's broken.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And Born Again feels like giving someone the simple task of taking a step forward, and they somehow manage to like create like a nuclear explosion. It's how the fuck did you do this? It's kind of remarkable.
Born Again wasn't even the first project to start fucking it up. It was as soon as Kingpin showed up in Hawkeye that Daredevil was already kind of ruined in a way. It tainted it just having Will
I mean, it's not completely ruined. There's still something you could have done.
It's not completely ruined
this.
until Born Again. But him just being out of prison,
I mean, they're bringing back.
in my opinion.
They're bringing back Jessica Jones in season 2, so we might see the
Right.
Defenders.
Bro, they're bringing back the Defenders,
Mike
bro.
Coulter again as Luke Cage.
I'm so glad that Jessica Jones had one season.
I can't wait for the What If writers to complete.
She only had one season. Okay.
No, she had one. No, she didn't. She had like more, but the first one was really good, and then they fell off.
I'm completely honest. I'm gonna be completely honest for a sec. Like, when I actually got into Jessica Jones much easier than I did with the first season of Daredevil. Like, not that I thought season 1 of Daredevil was bad or anything like that, but I didn't think it was as good. That is until I got into like the later episodes. I was like, oh, this is getting really good. But like with Jessica Jones, like it got me hooked like from like the very first episode.
Daredevil's a bit of a slow burn, just overall. It takes a while for the plot to like kick in at the start of every season.
I think that Jessica Jones did have the. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying it like that's why like when people ask me about like recommending shows or whatever, I just say at least watch like more than one episode to get an idea if you like it or not, because you never know what the pilot episode is going to be like. You know, it could start very rough, but then like later down the road it would be a lot better, or it will immediately hook you on. Just depends on the series you're talking about and whatnot.
I think that
Well, it's like I would like to draw attention to the fact that for some reason SK has infinite amounts of time to watch all these shitty fucking shows, but he has yet to finish Green Lantern the animated series.
Listen, Kronos, I told you to be patient.
Oh, yeah,
I'll get to it.
It's
I'll
a
get
canon
to it.
event. SK, what are you thinking of Superman?
It's a canon event.
Oh, what I'm thinking of Superman and Lois so far. I think it's great. I think 4 episodes in, and I'm next to watch 5. I'll have to ask Comic Legend again. But yeah, it's really good so far. I think it actually might be my favorite piece of Superman content. Besides maybe Superman vs. the Elite.
I mean, as of right now, I think this movie is my favorite, but like
I've gotten a little bit farther than you. I still haven't finished the first season because I just got sidetracked whenever I was watching it. Basically, I was watching it, then I saw Daredevil on Netflix. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna watch Daredevil again, like 5 times over. And
5 times over.
You watch
You know, just out of curiosity, since you guys probably
here's my Daredevil experience from in like a nutshell.
People were talking.
People were talking,
yeah.
No, I was just curious, like, cause I'm guessing you guys have seen like the Snyderverse before, like the new stuff, right? So
yeah.
My question is, because I have seen a lot of people talking about which one is better, the Man of Steel or this new Spider-Man, and I'm wondering
Superman?
what your thoughts on. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Gunn's Superman is easily better. Like,
yeah,
I get, like, yes, this movie has its problems, yes, but it is way better than Snyder's Superman.
At the very least, this Superman isn't letting like endless populations of people.
I was gonna say, when I was watching that movie, I had my notepad out for this. You see, I was counting the amount of children John Kent suggests Clark should let die, and I was at about
counted.
0. So I was already this is better.
See, here's the thing. The second I saw Superman save a single person on screen, I was like, yeah, this is
It's over.
No,
Yeah, like
I
I
feel like we're putting the bar here at can you put one foot in front of the other in the straight line? Is the bar is the level we're at?
They should have renamed.
2024 has, or sorry, 2025 has just been the return of superheroes actually saving people on screen and in like a decent way.
Okay, well,
they should have renamed.
Thousands of people will die if I don't stop this.
No, what
Than, like, physically saving a person from like a
what actually sold me on this like new Superman movie where like, okay, I have to see this series is actually not gonna lie, the dog, just because I grew up watching Crypto and whatnot. So when I saw the puppy, I was like, oh my god, they're bringing Crypto away. That you joking, right?
It's fucking like it was already better from the trailer because they had like that one shot of Superman saving little girl, and I was like, all right, he saves one person. That is an infinite amount more than he saved in the Man of Steel. So like, he's already in the plus.
He saves people in Man of Steel. What are you talking about?
Oh,
he saves
he saves people via stopping Zod. That's what I want to say.
Yeah,
reading all things in the chat.
Only person he like actively there's two people. There's two people he actively saves besides just stopping Zod in general, and that's Lois and his mom.
One person said, "Why doesn't
my mistake?"
One person said, "Why doesn't Jack Kentner like your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man?" Someone specifically wants to know why he doesn't like it.
Like it.
Oh god.
Yeah, Jack, why don't you like it? Tell us.
Jack, just like go full anti-woke here. All right, give us your real opinion. Don't fudge yourself. Don't fudge yourself.
It is very, very well.
Goddamn Carla.
Give me election season, Jack. All right, do it. Hit me. I'm ready.
I honestly think SK would explain it better than me because he knows all my points already.
I got a whole video, so if you're interested.
SK, look in
I addressed that.
Jack was like, shit. I see. Jack was like, shit. I'm put in the spot. God damn it. What do? I fucking glaze SK. I guess. Let's do that. That gets me out of it. Usually.
I was watching.
I'm gonna give a single point.
It was so bad.
I'll give a single point as to why the show's bad. It disrespects the source material of the Future Foundation costume by not only making the suit look worse, but completely changing the context of which it was used in, and renaming the suit to the Oscorp suit, bro.
I gotta give it to you, Creeper. I've never heard someone say so passionately, you know why it's bad, and then say something that I give less of a fuck about, but I respect it, honestly.
Come on, bro. That's just one point.
I'm gonna bring up this one point. I know I'm gonna get a lot of disagreements for this point, but personally, like, I'm kind of okay with how they did Peter's origin in the show. Now, it's not the same as how it's not like the same or nearly remotely on the same level as how it's usually done. But I just personally, I just kind of like having an iteration of Spider-Man that's just genuinely a good guy from the start. Like, I think it's.
That's where we differ. I think it fucking sucks because Doctor Strange is a fucking moron.
There's another
I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying it's like it's a fresh take, and I don't really have a problem with it personally.
I have a huge problem with it because the entire reason.
Strange a dumbass, I would have $1 billion.
Look, the entire reason.
If I had $1.
The entire reason Peter is Spider-Man in the first place is because he indirectly let Uncle Ben die. So when when Uncle Ben's already dead before he becomes Spider-Man, that causes some issues. And the show doesn't really address that. I think it's boring how he's just like a goody two shoes already.
You can't have your problems with that. I'm just saying personally, I don't have a problem with it.
Here's the
That's
real
fine.
question.
I mean, I think this is like a minor nitpick thing where I don't really care how they do his origin if they even want to show it. I didn't even need to see
Here's
his
the-
origin again. They could have just.
I would rather not have seen it. I would rather not.
They could have just skipped it.
Here's the here's the real question: who would win in a fight? The strongest friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, or the weakest Portal 2 speedrunner?
Ooh, Portal Runner. Anyways, so I just have to even nitpick even more. Okay, why are the soles on the bottom of the feet of his classic suit blue? Why?
Fucking talking about suit feet.
I would have been fine if they were black.
Problem with his shoes? Seriously?
Yes, dude. Why are they blue?
Bro, pocket watching Spider. Bro,
blue soles on his feet before. Why are they
bro, watching Jordan.
I
don't know if this person in chat, but this person says, "Hello there. I was a Baravian soldier in the climactic attack, filmed in Georgia for a couple days in 2024. James Gunn was nice and funny on set. I brought my keepsake from set to the theater." That's cool to hear,
nice.
man.
Cool.
It's really cool to
Cool,
hear.
man. Good to hear.
That's real nice. That's real nice, man.
Yeah.
I've had like because the thing is, this is like why like it's important to contextualize like with the context of Gunn and Snyder. Like I've heard nothing but good things about like both of them in terms of working with them. So it's like
Absolutely.
we're not like
that's just a great thing.
It just so happens that it's just so happens that like one of them makes great movies and the other one makes movies.
He made a movie of all time. All right,
The
it
other
won.
The other one makes a slow.
True.
I will be back momentarily. But y'all
haven't
can keep going?
What are you talking about? Haven't you seen the fucking Snyder people posting about the adjusted for inflation? All right, Man of Steel made $1 super billion. All right, I'll have you know.
$1 super billion.
According to them.
Yeah, well,
Anyway, I need to put this graph because it's the funniest fucking shit I've seen all day.
No,
Give me a sec.
Superman's gonna make. Listen, Superman is gonna make $1 lexillion. Okay.
It's true, yeah.
It's gonna make $1 super billion or whatever the fuck.
Anyways, guys. So don't we love
super billion dollars?
Don't we love that a Spider-Man voice actor for Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man came out and said that he was happy that the show was not woke? Why did he have to say that? At that point, just like, don't even say it. You don't need to say that. This is weird. And you had to point out that it's not.
I'm pretty sure.
The thing is,
like he just.
The people
actually,
who would
guys,
call it
it's
woke
not wrong. Guys,
do
it's
still think it's
fair.
I posted it in I just did a disagreement request. I'll delete it if need be. But look at this graph. Look at this shit. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, bro, that's a fucking graph.
It's fucking late. It's
not like this movie. Okay. If we were gonna go with this graph argument anyway, it's not like the movie has only been out for like what 2 days now.
I just want to be very clear as well, just like because it's like it's like better the longer you look. It's like better the longer you look at it. So it's like number one, yeah, it's been out for a very short period of time. Number two, it's already made like double what's on this graph. And number three, just look on the side. It's like fucking every block is like $10 million or something to make it look bigger. It's like what the fuck is happening?
This is unironically how conservatives view an electoral map.
You know what's funny is that it's still opening weekend in like multiple parts of the world. It's still Sunday for us. So opening weekend isn't even in for a couple of hours. It's like that's not even the full opening weekend debut of the movie.
To be honest, you know what's actually also like bad for me, because like when I saw like the trailers or whatever, I kind of forgot that Nathan Fillion was gonna play as Guy Gardner in the movie. So when I actually saw him with that bowl cut, I was like, oh god!
I'm so mad. I'm so mad because he's good in the movie, and it makes me upset.
I want to bring something up. I want to bring something up real quick. So I mentioned this in like I think SK's comment section, but I told him he should check out Ranting for Vengeance's like latest Superman video, not the one that we just went over on stream, but there was a different one. I think he deleted it now. But like one of his main contentions towards Guy Gardner in the movie was the fact that he was being played by Nathan Fillion, and he wasn't playing Hal Jordan.
Yeah, I have to ask.
That's a fair contention.
This Ranting for Vengeance person, I gotta ask, for those who are more intimately familiar with his oeuvre, because I've seen a few of his videos, but is he a troll? because like I think I said it on stream, but it's like if he's a troll, he's a comedic genius. If he's genuine, he's like a schizoid freak, and there's no in between. And I just need to have the answer to this. Like I feel I need to know.
He hits me. He hits me as one of these Schrodinger trolls type of people.
Yeah, like it's again. I said it. No, I was just gonna say, like I said, I have never seen someone try to review the movie as himself and the 9 shadowy figures in the back of his head before, so it was a very like novel experience. But fucking hell, man, like that guy is insane.
Isn't it true that
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
It's a funny thing. Like originally, he had like this thing against Guy Gardner because Nathan Fillion wasn't playing like Hal Jordan. But in the review we just watched, he said like the only good part about the movie was Guy Gardner. Which I'm not saying he can't change his mind, but I think that's just hilarious.
No, but those. Wait. I hate to give them any sort of credit, but like those aren't mutually exclusive opinions.
I mean, they're not for him. They aren't in general. You're correct, but like, I just wanted to say, I mean, to be fair, that wouldn't surprise me at all, given he's changed his opinion if Superman was the worst, one of the top 3 worst, or one of the worst movies of all time, 3 times, like across his video.
Or the worst movie ever created by man, specifically.
Yeah, by man, yeah.
But isn't it true that technically Nathan Fillion has voiced Guy Gardner a few points in like TV?
No, he's voiced Hal Jordan.
No, he voiced Hal Jordan. That was the point.
Yeah, he voiced Hal Jordan. He's voiced Hal Jordan a bunch. That's why everyone was like, "Oh, he make a great Hal Jordan," because he has experience with it. And I would much rather have him had played Hal Jordan than Guy Gardner, even though I think this Guy Gardner was. I think his Hal Jordan could have been better. And I would like that to be the case because I hate Guy Gardner, and so I want him to suck.
To just keep fucking dunking on Snyder people. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. I got disconnected for a sec, so I don't know if people caught my last statement, but yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because I thought it was a funny inconsistency that I wanted to point out.
I was also gonna say, like, in terms of like things that are praiseworthy about this movie, can I just say how fucking happy I was when a Green Lantern showed up on screen and did something else than fire a green fucking laser beam from his lantern?
Yeah.
So fucking. Dude, that's like, I'm sorry, it's just like, again, Zack Snyder the man, I've heard nothing but nice things, but Zack Snyder the creator, it's like, fucking hell, you're given this thing that can create anything, and your solution is it's gonna make a laser beam. And I'm like,
it's almost kind of reflective of the actual character, not gonna lie.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's very... Like it's not even the because like I would still say like at this point, by the way, it's like with like Hal Jordan, because like, oh, he's a pilot, he'll make F-35s. It's like, yeah, that's like, you know, kind of generic, but at least there's some thought to it. It's like, fucking hell, a laser beam.
Yeah, no, I thought
a laser.
I thought Nathan Fillion did a pretty decent job at Guy Gardner, where he was supposed to be, you know, sort of like a jackass or whatever. At least what I've been told, that Guy Gardner is supposed to be like a jackass. I could be honestly wrong.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
This is a pretty good depiction of Guy Gardner. It works really well, and I hate that about it. I hate that it works. I hate the fact that it works because I hate Guy Gardner.
Right?
It's successful. It's very successful. I absolutely despise it.
But the book art though, oh my god, I did not expect that.
They made a comment about that in the movie, yeah.
It is 5 a.m. and I do gotta be probably going to bed at some point.
Yeah,
so
I gotta go. I actually have to leave right now.
This is my hard cutoff. But yeah, been fun hanging out with everyone. Have a good one, guys. Thanks, SK for hosting.
See you later, guys.
Oh, Jan, you jackass. See you later.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did want to say, look, anyone who I was mean to on stream, I apologize. I was sleep deprived, and my whole day has been me wondering.
Oh, you've been mean to me.
Everyone else.
Oh, how dare you?
You heard it here, folks. He's sleep deprived, guys. That means that he's gonna
Yeah,
say
I'm
things
gonna.
that are not
I'm gonna suicide bait you here from in a moment.
I'm so sorry.
And then drive at 120 miles per hour.
Guys, it's obviously not that serious. I don't think you guys would take it serious.
Guys, I was sleep deprived. Guys. It's okay.
I'm about to race off at 120 miles per hour down the highway.
I was sleep deprived.
No. It's just that what is that guy's name? The ego something guy. I felt a bit bad because I went kind of hard on him, but also he was annoying me. So.
Don't feel too bad.
I just like it's just like I'll go to sleep outside. But like the thing that triggers me a lot is like when people start filling up like, oh, you're fucking strawmanning me or you're doing a gish gallop. It's like, okay, bro, we're just having a conversation. All right, calm the fuck down. You don't need to fucking bring out the debate bro tactics. We're okay. If you want to do that, we can do that. But like, just why would you fucking do that shit? Anyway, yeah. See you guys. Have a good one. Take care. Boy.
No.
Good night.
Guys, I have terrible news to bring all of you. Corey
no.
Kitchen's being exposed right now.
Oh.
We're looking at a girl's ass again, or what?
He touched a woman in her sleep.
Where the SK go, bro?
Apparently. I don't know where SK went.
Fucking bum.
I don't.
SK is a bum. SK is a bum.
Hey, where'd you see this?
I mean.
Where did I see it? It's trending on Twitter right now.
Wait, who? What were we talking?
Sorry,
Corey
I don't
Kitchen,
go on
bro.
Twitter.
Corey Kitchen.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. I actually do not.
Bro doesn't care about.
I thought it was someone that like I knew or someone that like I watched. Oh, it's some random YouTube. Okay, well, whoopity fucking do, fucking breaking news. breaking news.
Apparently, he like touched a woman in her sleep.
YouTuber is weird about like women / children / people in general. That's fucking crazy.
Are we sure?
What we say? What you said?
Well, I think he was asking, like, are we sure it's true? And the answer to that is, I truly do not care enough.
The answer to that is we will see, because I don't think anybody's made like a YouTube video about it yet. So I'm not.
Well, sorry, I truly like.
On Twitter,
and he's at least following some allegations. So that's not good, but.
I mean, they're
hopefully
graduating.
It's not true.
They're graduating to an actual reason to cancel someone instead of him looking at a girl's ass once.
I mean, you can't even eat a sandwich on stream anymore without being
bro.
Canceled.
That was the dumbest shit ever. Not gonna lie, bro.
I guess. Do you guys want to hear my thoughts on the Superman movie or nah?
Sure.
The Superman movie. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Okay. So. By the way, this is like my first Superman movie, so I don't know much about Superman lore, so like I just want to put that out there. So like I said, like at first, like the beginning of it was kind of a little jarring because I didn't expect like text or whatever. I almost thought like, oh wait, is this like a sequel to something else? But it's not, obviously. I thought like some like the pacing of the movie wasn't too bad. I feel like sometimes it goes a little bit too fast or a little bit too slow at certain points of like the film, but it wasn't like a total like whiplash for me. The CGI, I thought it was okay-ish. Like I thought it wasn't too bad or anything.
I think sometimes it looks pretty good, and then other times you'll have Metamorpho being a floating head and it looks really fucking goofy. And bad.
Yeah, no.
So
I thought the cast scene was pretty spot on. I think I like the cast scene. I really enjoy the acting for like Lex Luthor. I thought he was pretty decent as Lex Luthor. But like I said, this is my first Superman movie, so I don't know what like Luthor is supposed to be like. But I thought he was a really interesting like antagonist in the movie, and I was
too far off.
Yeah, no.
Oh my god, you need to watch Death of Superman.
I think this is like everyone's take on this, but I felt like Hawkgirl was very like underwhelming at times. Like I felt like we could have seen her more.
Yeah.
Or get to know more about her. Yeah.
Hopefully we get more of her in Peacemaker, because they already showed that the Justice Gang is going to be in Peacemaker. So hopefully we
I was really surprised to see Peacemaker in the film and John Cena. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot he's part of the DC universe. Wait, hold on.
I think isn't it I think it's like what also, James Gunn announced. It was like Peacemaker and Blue Beetle that were both came into the DC now, right?
Yeah. Also, Kronos, Bolivar. I watched Death of Superman recently. That movie's phenomenal.
That movie is phenomenal. I love that movie.
That's probably like my favorite piece of Superman content I've seen so far. That and Superman Red.
I think I have a love-hate relationship with Death of Superman, because on the one hand I think it's a really good story, but then on the other hand it created one of the worst trends in comic books and comic book media that I've ever seen in my entire life. So.
Yeah, it was like the original comic. There's nothing on the animated movie.
There's some things I don't like. I feel like we could see more like the parents, because honestly, I do like Harkin's parents from time to time, like because I have seen like a few episodes like Smallville, and I really enjoy that adaptation. I haven't finished the series, just because I was busy with life, so I may actually go back and watch it because I did enjoy like some of the episodes and everything. And I
haven't watched Super yet, so I mean, all I can say so far, other than Christopher Reeve or this version, that Smallville is also like my favorite live action adaptation of Superman, or at least it's in my top 3.
Yeah,
it's my favorite live action adaptation of Clark Kent. They didn't really do Superman in there.
I guess like the only character that I didn't really like as much is I think it's the same as like Ultraman. That is supposed to be like, wait, am I allowed to spoiler stuff here or?
Oh, we spoiled the whole movie.
Well, we've pretty much been doing it the entire stream.
So when they revealed that it was like a Superman's clone, whenever, I was kind of like, oh, okay, that's anticlimactic, I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie. It's because I know. It's because I know that like it's not the actual Ultraman, because Ultraman is a completely different fucking character in the comics. But like I guessed immediately when he opened the Fortress of Solitude that it was a Superman clone. I guess the reason is like Ultraman in this movie isn't like he's not really a character. Like he's just more of a thing. He's like a plot device. He is a device. Like Super literally uses him as a device to fight Superman. So
Kronos, can we agree that I hope that we never see an actual live action fucking Ultraman, because I don't want to see another evil Superman, bro. I'm tired of that.
Bro, I don't want to see that shit for the next. I want to go my whole life without hearing of another evil Superman story.
I also want to go my entire life without Harley Quinn being the main character in another piece of media. I swear to God, I'm tired.
I could go my whole life without even seeing Harley Quinn again.
I can
yes,
agree.
I'm indifferent.
I thought Birds of Prey was good.
Harley. Birds of Prey, okay, it's the sheer volume of things that she's appeared in like the past decade. Ever since
I didn't even think Birds of Prey was good.
2016 came out, she's been in everything. They ham-fist her into literally anything they can fit her into.
I would say like
she's like
I would say the best they've done with her.
She's a 5-season animated TV show before characters like Wonder Woman or Flash ever got one. That's crazy.
Or Green Lantern. Green Lantern has 2 seasons that was canceled because of the fucking Ryan Reynolds movie.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, like, I think the first 2 seasons of that series is probably the best thing they've done with solo Harley Quinn. Other than that, it's just been kind of a mixed bag.
Yeah. I haven't even watched the final season. Is there like
I never even watched the show.
Now? I heard that there was a 5th season. I didn't watch the 4th, but I knew of it. But I think that there was a 5th, and I think that was the last.
Are you talking about the Harley Quinn show or something else? I'm just trying to keep up with the conversation.
Yeah, Harley Quinn show. I've watched like the first 4 seasons of the show. I mean, I thought the first 2 were really good, but then like after season 3, it was kind of like it kind of started going downhill.
Yeah, that's fair.
Too repetitive, and it was kind of just like recycling its old humor and stuff like that. And I just the plot lines as well just weren't even all that interesting anymore.
I haven't watched the show, but I think her design and voice acting are good. That's about all I can say.
But I think our style is not too bad, and the voice acting is not too bad. I only see like clips or whatever.
Are we talking about the Harley Quinn voice actor?
Yeah.
It's fine, but I wish there was the accent there. That's like a defining
fair enough.
There's the accent.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fair.
I think the last thing
I was gonna say.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say about Ultraman. My only real problem with Ultraman, I don't care that he was a clone. Like that makes sense. I was mainly concerned with the fact that he's stronger than Superman.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think a clone of Superman should be stronger than Superman or even equal to him. Like that doesn't.
I think that's why.
I think I'm okay with it because he also explained that like he's so dumb, like he doesn't even have the ability to speak. I think if he was a clone of Superman, but he was just better than him in every way, I would have a problem with it. But because he's like clearly not better than him in every way, because he's just almost
physical way,
like he's like completely incompetent.
Let's be fair. Like, a big component of like Ultraman being stronger than Superman was the fact that Lex was just kind of like backseat driving him, like giving him commands on what to do. So that was kind of part of it.
Like if Lex doesn't tell him, like doesn't put in his like fighting move combos, uppercut, back forwards, whatever the fuck, Superman would like easily beat his ass, which he does.
Well, I have a hard time believing that Superman can't fly faster than Lex can think.
Dude, when it comes to small details like that, I think it's nitpicking at that point.
Well, I don't think that's a problem because Lex knows what Superman is gonna do before Superman does it.
No, like Ultraman was.
He's really predicting.
No. Like, to be fair, I'm not gonna lie, because I would never watching like Young Justice before like they try to make more seasons. Like, kind of, at least for me, feel like it fall down hard. So when I found out like, oh yeah, it's a Superman, I was like, oh, are you gonna do like Superboy kind of shit? But no, I was obviously wrong. So I was wasn't sure of like, wait, are you gonna do like a Superboy shit, or is this gonna be something else entirely? I don't know, because like I said, I don't know much about Superman. I don't really read much like or watch like any like DC movies or films besides like a few stuff. But like, I was like, what is going on here?
You need to watch Green Lantern: The Animated Series.
Repeat that. Sorry.
You need to watch Green Lantern: The Animated Series. Absolute cinema, completely.
I'll put that down on my watch list. Thank you very much.
Absolute perfection. If I ever made a DCU, I would start with something like Green Lantern: The Animated Series.
It is true though, right?
You don't think Lanterns will be good?
Okay, hold on. If you're gonna start a new DC universe, I would start it with a Superman movie. That is smart.
Why?
Well,
I'd rather start
with
Superman's like because he's the face of superheroes.
He's the face of superheroes.
Is he
honestly, do we really
Yes.
need to start with a Batman adaptation? Because that's like the other obvious.
I didn't say you have to start with a Batman adaptation.
I just think
that's
Superman is like the best one to start with.
I think the reason I would start with Green Lantern to like really throw people into the deep end of there being like aliens that have like all sorts of crazy powers.
I think that's a good.
I don't think
project, in my opinion.
My rankings would go. I would do Green Lantern first, Superman second, Flash third, and then Batman and Wonder Woman, depending on like what my mood is during the day.
You can ask people who are like
necessarily matters who you start with. That's my take. Like, I think obviously you want a big. I think you want a big superhero, but I don't think it necessarily matters who you start with. Like,
you can ask people,
but I would. But I think optimally I would have Green Lantern first.
Okay,
they did start the MCU with Iron Man.
Okay, so Kronos, if you were to restart the Marvel Cinematic Universe in a new universe, what is your first movie that you're doing?
The Marvel Cinematic Universe?
Yeah, if you were to restart a Marvel universe, right, a new Marvel
Cinematic
Universe, what would you pick for the first movie?
For the first movie of the Marvel.
I think this is an easy one.
I start with Fantastic Four.
I got Fantastic Four.
Yeah. You want to know something funny, Kirito? That's exactly what I was thinking. But I also think Captain America would also be a good
personally,
Captain America's a number.
Personally, I would start with Captain America.
Start with a Spider-Man movie.
Captain America, Fantastic Four.
Spider-Man is kind of like DC's Superman or Batman.
Really?
Marvel Superman? No, Marvel Superman is.
SK's wrong. SK's wrong. Superman's a 10. Go fuck yourself.
I was gonna call him a schizophrenic.
Jimmy, actually,
he should have waited until SK was back in the chat.
My read
Where did SK go, dude? Is he like eating McDonald's right now? Like,
probably.
My rate for this Superman movie, it's actually like around like a 6.5, 7 out of 10, like around those. Where I thought
I just realized
Okay, how about instead of a coward, we put. How about? Hey,
SK, I have a question.
I have a better idea.
SK, I have a question.
We're gonna call him a coward. Oh, okay. We gotta call PJ.
Question.
Anyways, Kirito, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Oh, on. Here.
Bro, I'll let him ask. I'll let him ask me first, and then I'll ask you something. SK.
Yo, why am I coward? Why am I coward? You wanna talk shit? Quit talking shit, nigga. You quit talking shit, motherfucker. Quit talking shit. Fuck your stream. Don't ever just talk to me again, bro. I'll fucking kill you. I'll fucking behead your entire family, motherfucker.
Creeper, what's your question?
Okay,
Come at me.
PJ, what's your disagreement?
I gotta ask Kirito a question. All right, so Kirito, when you were watching the movie, what did? Hey.
What?
I gotta ask this man Kirito a question.
Oh, you're fat.
Okay. So Kirito, when you were watching the movie and you saw Cat Grant on screen, what were you thinking? Because I know
dude,
you.
I thought she was gonna like not be. I thought this for like the Daily Planet cast in general. I thought they were gonna be in it way more. I think they're gonna be in it way more. I was disappointed.
Oh, that's your only thoughts.
I think they're kind of like.
the
DC equivalent.
Anyways, SK, I have a question.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm just gonna be completely fucking honest. After they saved the day, there's a scene where Cat is like jumping around and bro, her those bounce.
See, this is what I expected out of Kirito, not you, Kronos. I agree with you, and I was looking right there, but I wanted Kirito to say it. I was trying to.
I knew that's what you're disingenuous.
That's what you're looking for. I'm not disingenuous. I just know what kind of man you are.
Anyways, I ask you, SK.
It was the center focus of my screen. So it was the center focus of the screen, bro. It's not my fault. They put in the focal point of the screen.
They put her daily planets on the screen intentionally. Okay.
So when
SK, about your opinion on Superman?
Oh my!
About your opinion on Superman? I saw allegations of you had doing some nasty stuff with Colin, and you're gay, so your opinion is wrong, and I'm right.
Who is it? Okay, anyways.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, wait, SK, you
really got you there.
You're one of them. You're one of them wokies, huh?
Oh, no.
Yeah, bro, like, why doesn't Superman comment on how the Jews control the world, bro? Like...
Whoa, SK. He's got you.
Anti-Semitism. I promise.
I think he's
got. I was gonna ask you. So, do you believe that when Lex talks about the cloning process? Because I'm in this debate right now. I'm just curious, right? Yeah. So like, because he's arguing, right? When Lex says the cloning process was easy, that because of what he says directly after that, he's only referring to the process of getting the hair and not necessarily the process of cloning itself. Which could because he's using he's using the because what he says right after is like all it took was getting a strand of hair, blah blah blah.
Yeah, that's all it took. All it took to clone Superman was getting a strand of hair and then putting into his cloninator, whatever the fuck. But the only problem he says with the cloning thing is that it's not like fully the same as Superman, and he's a fucking moron. Like that's the only nowhere does he list that
Ultraman specifically.
Ultraman specifically. Nor does he list that it takes like an urban amount of time, or that it's like super energy intensive, or that he needs more than one sample. Even if he does,
hold up.
I don't know why he wouldn't collect more than one sample of hair, or like anything else. So.
Oh, no one heard what I was fucking saying because I forgot to put mine up. My bad. I was saying spam the chat with hashtag PJ is a coward because.
Can we mix in some PJ as a cuck so it doesn't look too.
I said that because he said "fuck you" or whatever, and he left before anyone could say anything. Liar and a coward.
SK, all the allegations.
SK, I put the thread in. I put the thread in the group chat thingy.
No, I already saw that. I already saw that. No, yeah, I think it's a fair point that he brings up that like he said the cloning process was. What did he say? Where was the quote?
He said easy but imperfect.
He's arguing just the process of getting hair in of itself because he can just you can get some random fucking hair on the ground probably.
All right, yeah, it's imperfect. Well, the problem is that he has a way better sample now, right? He has a better sample. Wait, so the
the Bavarian Hammer beat blood out of Superman. That's gotta be a better sample than him.
Well, you have him captured, so now you have the perfect sample.
At least whatever argument you can make for it, it's at least more sense than Lex Luthor stealing a strand of Superman's hair on display in Superman 4.
Oh, I haven't seen Superman 4, so I genuinely have no context.
I can give you the context.
But again, DeLorean's arguing this under the base.
Wait. The context here. So they have a strand of Superman's hair just in a museum not even behind the glass. It's just holding up like 1,000 pound, like a giant 1,000 pound steel ball or whatever. And so Lex Luthor pulls the fire alarm of the museum and then walks into it with like bolt cutters and just bolt cuts Superman's hair. And that's how he gets the sample to create nuclear man.
That's weird.
Why does a Lex Luthor make Superman start gooded with a pink kryptonite and like get a better sample?
Whoa.
Bro. It's a better sample, bro. It's a better sample.
It's a better. But why are you thinking about it?
Please explain to me how you're going to be able to cut Superman's hair with a normal pair of bolt cutters.
When it's holding up 1,000, strong enough to hold up 1,000 pounds steel ball.
His hair scales to like 50 tons of TNT force. You can't cut that hair.
Well, unironically, that's what the movie shows you because it's holding up like 1,000 pound steel ball.
Yeah, the Kryptonian ship actually came with hair clippers. Thank you very much.
All right, my bad, bro.
Yeah. So that's
also
how
SK. Is it true
Yeah, I
that
wanted
that you were in a freaky dungeon with Colin?
I'm trying to.
What?
What?
Dude, I'm asking to put a question.
Listen. We came here for disagreements. We came here for disagreements, right?
This is some of the most low effort trolling that I've ever seen in my life.
We're gonna have to boo
SK, I disagree with the fact that you only eat McDonald's. I think you sprinkle in some Burger King.
Dude, I disagree with the fact that you have an awful voice.
Wait, you disagree with that? So you think he has a great voice?
Yeah.
No, I disagree with the existence of that. It shouldn't exist. That's my disagreement. His voice shouldn't exist.
I think you shouldn't exist.
You want to talk, Kyrito?
Yeah, Kyrito, to be fair, I would rather have literally anybody else defend me.
What do you mean? I'm not defending you. I'm just saying SK doesn't deserve to exist.
You're a goon.
And
bro.
you do?
There's a bunch of white stains in your car.
Your name is literally Sneeko Kettner. I don't know why you have to. You think you have any sort of justification for existing?
Sneeko Kettner.
You're a combination of two of the worst people ever.
No, he's more like Sneeko Kanye.
No way.
I don't think your YouTube audience knows about how you were vibing to HH by Kanye in VP one night.
Listen, that's all PJ. That's his baby, you know.
I don't even think Colin would get caught lacking like that.
No, he would. He would.
He definitely wouldn't get caught with a job.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, I think DeLorean's argument is based on there's just a lack of context regarding how exactly does this cloning process happen.
DeLorean's argument, because I just quickly read the thread. DeLorean's argument is a lot of it could be X, Y, Z, the whole fucking alphabet. And it's like, yeah, it could be, but like you don't have any evidence that it is, and so it's a plot hole. It is a gap in the logic of the plot that is unfilled by the movie that you are currently filling in using no evidence provided by the movie. You are actively writing.
Do you want to get DeLorean
in justifications for the movie?
I don't know
Kronos,
if he's
I disagree with the
if
idea
he's-
that you
if he's
watched.
able
the
to.
movie. I don't think you watched it, guy. Mr. Kronos. I disagree with that idea. You have to show me your movie theater tickets.
Actually, I disagree
Show me
with
the
fact
tickets.
that you watched the movie.
I gotta show you the receipt.
You know what, Kronos?
Yeah,
one
yeah,
of these
I
days of
kept
the
my
week, one of
ticket
these days,
by
to
one.
prepare for Disagreement Day, we gotta watch the movie together. All right, we gotta watch together, like in theaters. In theaters.
Oh yeah, you have to record the
God.
whole thing and then upload it to your YouTube channel.
We'll show
like,
proof. We'll
it.
show full proof.
Just get a copyright strike. Just get a
I
copyright
think from now
strike.
on,
Yeah.
y'all need to. I think from now on, y'all need to assemble like public watch parties.
Oh yeah. You just
Maybe,
like,
yeah. We might do that.
yeah. See, what we need to do is we
Pretty
need to
cool.
like forcibly get a bunch of people to build us a movie theater by paying them minimum wage. Okay.
All right, you know,
Alright, then we
I think we
host
should
these
try to
every
bait
day.
PJ again because we need some disagreements.
Bait
Just everybody
PJ?
type in the chat.
Alright, hold on.
Hashtag PJ is a coward. Just say it in chat, and let's see if that attracts his attention. Let's get him in. Let's get him in. Let's bait him.
In like YouTube live.
Yeah, in the
chat?
YouTube chat. In the YouTube chat.
Oh,
just
I
type
pinged him in
PJ
your
is a
server.
coward.
As
Oh
well.
my god.
I pinged him in your server as well. Don't worry.
Yeah, I did have like a criticism against Superman. I wanted to bring up.
SK said you're a cock.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I already share my criticisms.
I contributed to the cause.
Good. We need to contribute to the cause. We all need it. We all need it.
Now, imagine being in this VC and not saying a single word. That's crazy.
Like all I said that like I thought the CGC said I feel like sometimes the pacing is off-putting. I like the
I'm
casting.
not talking about you.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay,
I'm talking about this this guy weighing the entire call down.
Yeah, SK. Yeah, I fucking hate SK.
No,
Oh my.
no.
SK. I have a question. Why were there?
Ghost Rider profile picture? That's what.
SK, why did I see a bunch of little U's in Lex's like pocket dimension?
Oh, we've gone
those
there.
weren't, okay,
We've gone
okay,
there.
hold on, Kirito, those weren't fat monkeys, so they're not SK.
Oh yeah, my bad.
There is
They weren't eating McDonald's either.
There is an extended family. There is extended.
There's a difference,
because
I
haven't
suppose. Yeah.
seen Superman yet, so.
Yeah, you haven't seen the movie, and you're sitting in a call debating it.
You're assuming shit.
Okay.
Okay. DeLorean said he'll DM me about later. He's about to go see I guess the movie again.
So SK. Now, what you need to do, SK, is explain to me exactly one thing that Lex Luthor did that was wrong.
What?
What did Lex Luthor do that was wrong?
Oh, so you don't think you think he did nothing wrong?
He did nothing wrong.
You think he's a good person? You think he's a hero?
Yeah, he's getting rid of that disgusting.
You don't like it when
alien.
your people are portrayed positively?
Disgusting, nasty alien.
If we're gonna play that game, then
That filthy
Homelander's
fucking
completely innocent.
Kryptonian. Like, ugh, get them off this planet, bro. He doesn't belong here.
Homelander did
Not
nothing wrong. What are you babbling about?
All right, bro. We're not gonna go that far, okay? Because there are people who actually believe that.
Hashtag
There are
PJ is
people
a
who
coward.
unironically
But I thought
believe-
Superman wasn't an immigrant.
Superman is very much an immigrant. He's from a different
technically-
planet.
Technically speaking,
Yeah, I know. It's what I was
though,
joking about.
right.
All the people saying that he wasn't.
He is an immigrant.
Oh yeah, Ben Shapiro's terrible idea that because Superman was a baby when he was sent here, that automatically makes him a United States citizen. He wasn't born in the U.S. If he was physically
No.
born in the US, it would count.
There's like a couple of different ways you can look at this because I have always said Kal-El is an illegal immigrant, but not Clark Kent. That's always been, I think, the
Yeah.
how I've interpreted it because
Now you've opened my mind.
the foundling law or whatever in regards to finding babies without like known origin. It assumes that they're it grants them citizenship. So
yeah.
and obviously nobody would know that he's from Krypton. So
Well, I mean, to be fair, the Kents would know that he's from Krypton. He lands in an alien spaceship.
no, yeah, but like nothing on record would like have him on being from Krypton. Is my point.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with the law. It's like if the Kents had done everything properly, he would be considered an illegal immigrant because they technically broke the law by harboring an extraterrestrial. He is a legal citizen.
Someone said
But he's
y'all watching the Amazing Lucas video. Do we want to end it off by just watching the Lucas video just for fun?
I think I would rather hang myself.
Oh, okay. Well, then go do that. Go do that, man.
Go do that.
In Minecraft.
Actually, hold on, SK. The The United States government declared that in Minecraft is not a valid way to dodge the legal accountability that you would get from saying that.
Okay,
Oh,
in
okay,
Roblox.
that's okay. That's okay. I'm very sorry that offends you. I'm very sorry that offends you.
Nah. SK, you're cooked, bro. You're cooked. I'm gonna cancel you.
You're cooked. I'm very sorry to offend you, but you're cooked. I understand it's
I'm gonna
offensive
tell
to you, but
everybody-
you're cooked.
I'm gonna tell everybody on Twitter that you're reviving the HH by Kanye.
I'm gonna
Don't
tell
let Colin
I'm
catch
gonna
on.
tell-
He's
I'm gonna
call
tell
you a
everyone that
pussy
you're-
for getting
I'm gonna
offended.
tell-
for you.
I'm gonna
It's
tell
over for
everyone. I'm gonna tell everyone that you work for Trump. I'm gonna tell everyone that.
Work.
My God.
You're a sycophant
I think I've
for him.
said some of the worst things about Trump in that server.
Yeah, just to cover it up. Just to cover up your
Just to
involvement.
cover it up.
Yeah, you're just doing this to cover up your involvement. That's the fact of the matter.
My involvement. Yeah.
Oh, maybe
I know
you
this
should
guy in
try-
real life. I can confirm he works for Trump.
This
Yeah.
is not true.
Oh wait, is he the
Never
whole?
met this
No,
man
no,
in
no,
my
wait,
life.
wait. Is he the whole reason why the instant files have disappeared? Then?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh yeah,
yes.
I actually I got
He's
really
the
hungry
reason.
and I ate them. I got really hungry and I ate them.
Okay.
Oh God! Come on.
Yeah, the part where it said Donald Trump was on the files, that was like the tastiest part. He's in there.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Why
All
am
right,
I in
everybody.
there?
Anyone that's in here is is welcome to watch the Lucas review. I'm gonna put the link. Oh wait, hold up, not here. I'll put it here, and let me get the
Really?
watch together link.
Can you just start that through an activity on Discord?
No, that shit's too convoluted. Apparently, it doesn't work for some people. So we'll just do.
Oh.
Go to general, and we'll go to the watch together link there, and we'll do it there.
Okay.
All right. How long is this video?
It's like 12 minutes.
You don't want to make the movie better. You just want to hate.
They want to hate on it. They don't want to make it better, right? They want to hate on it.
That's you. That's literally you, SK.
Dude,
That's your people.
Kyrito, you know my first reaction.
Wait, SK's a person? SK's
It's
a
your
person.
people.
I wasn't aware.
Are
He's a
you? Are you a person? Are you a person?
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Sin.
Unfortunately.
Low.
He is
ether.
actually a gelatinous blob. That does not count as a person.
You're a fucking clanker. Hey buddy, you're a clanker. All right.
Whoa.
All right. Are we in? Are we in, everyone?
How'd you get a job?
That's
buddy?
gonna happen.
Right. We're gonna.
Let's have it.
That's I have to wonder how
let's have a
how
things.
your human body like normally functions after watching all these Lucas videos.
Listen. Lucas is he's just a gem. He's just a gem. He's a comedic gem. No, you know what's funny? You know what's funny? I'm actually gonna let me put this in the chat, right? Because this is so funny. I'll put it in general. This was what I said when like the night I watched, or not the night I watched it. All right, you'll see Lucas his wonderful reaction to what I had to say. I'll show it to the stream too. It's really funny.
Is that a real screenshot?
It is a real screenshot. It is a real. It is from the group chat.
What?
Look at this right here. Look at this right here, everybody. Superman was good, bro. Kill yourself. Let's fight to the death, bro. Disagreement day.
I'm gonna bet. I'm gonna bet cold hard cash that he perfectly aligns with Lex Luthor in this movie.
Yeah,
he cut off the part of the screenshot where he said in Minecraft.
Of course.
Actually, in Minecraft doesn't hold up in court.
Listen, they don't want to make it better, right? They want to hate on it. Thank you for the super chat, Indolent Lord. Lucas is a national treasure. He is. He really is. You know.
Wow, you donated money to SK? That's pathetic.
That's pathetic. Hey, fuck you, creeper. Why don't you make it?
Well, you can give it to Colin instead. But
yeah, you should have given it to. No,
yeah, give it to the guy that fixed his car, dude. You should have helped
Actually,
him fix his car.
guys, you should have used it to support my multi-millionaire streamer, my favorite one, Hassan Piker. You should donate to him. He definitely deserves it.
Oh, the king. The king wants to show up. The king wants to show up. Hello, King. Hello, King.
Yes, King.
Day review the new Superman movie. I recently.
Hello, King.
Hello, SK. My disagreement is your existence. Delete
Oh.
your channel. Give it to me. This has been your daily. This has been a
this
PSA
is your...
by the.
No, you don't own it. You don't own it. You want my
Yesterday?
property? You can't have it. But I did you a big favor.
Oh my god.
He left.
Let's watch the video, guys.
All right, let's watch it.
If you like a longer, lengthier, more colorful review, you can check out the longer review that I did yesterday. For this one, it's gonna be
more colorful. It's just him being an offensive little shit about the movie.
More colorful.
Wait, so this is a grown man complaining about a movie?
This is a grown man, yes.
Everybody in this call is a grown man. Well, not all men, but we're all grown.
It's gonna be for the general audience.
Grown
no
man, by the
spoilers here. And let me
No
just
spoilers,
say this,
lame.
as a disclaimer, I did not like the Snyder's Superman. I didn't like.
I love how he has to
W.
clarify this immediately. That's so funny. He has to clarify that immediately.
Okay, for the most part, for me, it felt like Batman, but with an S on his chest. I'm very much come from the camp of Christopher Reeves. I didn't like him until Black Adam, and they showed him with the S curl, and then the music, the theme song, and then probably at the end of the Justice League when he's, you know, jokey with Flash and everything. That seemed more of Superman for me. Nevertheless, I just want to put that out there. Now, that's not to say I don't like Snyder's films. I think the masterpiece above all masterpieces for Snyder is 300. Love that movie, okay? It is what it is. Having said that, we go into James Gunn. I don't mind James Gunn. I watched Creature Commando. I didn't have a problem with Creature Commando. I enjoyed it. You have to give credit to James Gunn because in, what was it, Guardians of the Galaxy, I don't remember which one it was, but it's the one with Raccoon, and I never thought that I would get teary-eyed hearing Raccoon during when he's making all of his friends and his friends, spoiler, perish, and he's screaming.
I assume he means 3.
I mean, it was heart-wrenching. And just seeing all of his friends just take it, that was heart-wrenching. And it's like, yo, at the end of the day, like this is not a real person. It's a 3D character. What am I getting teary-eyed because a raccoon is crying? So to give James Gunn his credit, I know what he can do, okay? I know what he can do. Let me just say,
raccoon is goated.
This movie is going to be very divisive. That's what it's going to be. And that's what I anticipated it to be. Just jumping based off of what I've seen thus far and how the clips, you know, some people are like, oh, this is great, and other people are like, this is kind of like, meh. If you are in the camp of Christopher Reeves, if you're in the camp of Henry Cavill, if that is what you know as Superman, you're not gonna like this movie. As a matter of fact, I'll go so far as to say, you're gonna hate this movie. Just simple as that. Because there's a lore in this film, the lore of Superman, that he completely just flips on its head. Wow. It just is what it is. It's tantamount, I'll give you an analogy, it's tantamount to me watching, I don't know, Spider-Man, and we come to find out that Uncle Ben was actually the killer. And
Uncle Ben was actually, wait, the killer of who?
Uncle Ben got killed in this process because he was actually trying to rob the store. That's the type.
Wait, what?
Oh shit. So like he's comparing it to, if you make Uncle Ben a killer, he's the one that robs the store. I mean, I suppose.
I see what he's trying to say.
No, I actually no. I would say it's comparable to if his parents, if Peter Parker's parents. So
it's like if they were like bad spies, like because they are spies, I think, in the comics. But it's like if they were like fucking terrible people.
Yeah, they're just spies.
Type of like topsy-turvy story that is going on. And you know, Peter didn't know that Uncle Ben was in fact the killer, and he's been living his life with great power comes great responsibility, and we come to find out that Uncle Ben was actually a bad person, that Uncle Ben was robbing stores, and it was actually the guy that got killed that was the hero. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be PC with it. This film screams brain dead. Okay, it screams brain dead audience. Okay,
what
it just is what it is.
On about?
So if you like goofiness, if you like poorly, shot Superman scenes, then you're gonna love this film. It just is what it is. This is something I've said.
I mean, not all of them.
Some shots in this movie are genuinely amazing.
Yeah, I don't think it's like perfect. I don't think it's always great, but like, there's good shots of him flying.
There's like a part where he saves like a woman and a child, I think, and like
that's good. Yeah,
a shot with like a sunset or something. Like
I like the shot where Lois and Clark are hugging.
and like the dimensional imp is like right behind them.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, he's saying flying. He's saying flying scenes.
Oh.
And when Clark is hugging Lois and they're levitating above the ground.
Yeah.
Oh,
that is a good shot, actually.
When it comes from the smoke or the fog, I think that was nice.
Said before, where this film is going to be the litmus test of the country. Where if this film does amazingly well over the weekend and preceding those weeks, after those weeks, then I think that's a sign that the country is dumbed down significantly.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Now, that's a win for studios and execs and everything, but it's also a loss for those of us who want that Batman Begins, that sense of quality and integrity and authenticity in other characters, right? In Superman, in Spider-Man, right? We want that W. That's what we want. I don't know what it is. We want that W. I want Spider-Man 2, but for Superman. That's what I want. I want that W. One thing that I demand of all Superman films, one thing, and that is to have that Superman hero moment where you're just like the theme song swells, dun, da, 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 right? Because it's an amazing theme song. Snyder decided not to use it. Okay, fine. But Gunn decides to use it. And that's what I want. Just even him transitioning into Superman. I gotta be careful with those words. But him, him changing into Superman, one moment and flying off. It's just something that builds up to that. And if that's what you're looking for, I'll say it again, it's not in this film. Throughout the entirety of this film, Superman is getting his butt kicked. It doesn't feel like a Superman film. If they had said Superman and the Justice Gang, I would have been more receptive to what I was seeing. Because I was like, okay, I get it. He's gonna be sharing screen time with the Justice Gang. But it's Superman. And, the beginning shot is what we've seen in the trailers. The scene of him falling down, that's how they open up the movie. And it's 3 centuries, metahumans are here. 3 years, this happened. 3 months, 3 minutes, 3 seconds. And it's just like, this is bad writing. I don't know what it is. It's just bad writing. What? Besides that, we leave the writing aside and we just go in like brain waste. Until next time, guys, keep animating.
Someone jump.
Out of line.
Why does someone jump?
The problem is, this is the first time he's ever lost a battle. But this is not the first time for the audience. This is my first introduction to this Superman, is him getting his butt kicked. And then he goes from getting his butt kicked to getting his butt kicked again. This movie is all over the place.
That's literally one of my criticisms.
When it comes to editing, the movie is a mess. The tonal shifts, where it's like it doesn't know if it wants to be ha ha he he. If you want to do goofy, James Gunn, Three Stooges, fine, but go all the way with it, right? Go that path. And he doesn't know what he's doing. That's the best I can describe this. He doesn't know what he's doing. All the CGI that I was criticizing, I was like, yo, this is looking rough. That hasn't been fixed. The foot of the lens, where he has his massive clown foot, that's still in the movie. The awkward transition that they try to fix because his eyes were cross-eyed, that's still in the movie. That awkward part of the film where, the hammer of Bavaria or whatever grabs him, and it's like the CGI or whatever, the lighting is completely off, that's in the movie. All the bad shoddy scenes, the shoddy CGI, is in the film. And if you've read any of the leaks, all the leaks are true.
Come on now, dog.
I never saw that.
I didn't feel anything from this movie. And I just got tired of seeing Superman.
To be honest, the
constantly
shots
get
in
his
the
butt
film
kicked.
don't actually look as jarring as they did.
Oh, this one
when they
kind
were
of
first-
looks a
when they were first
little
coming out.
off to me. I remember thinking, this wasn't that great.
I literally don't remember the shot.
He goes from getting his butt kicked, to the people hating him, right? So it's like, oh,
Wait, hang on. Can I see
tired of
that?
seeing Superman constantly get his butt kicked. He goes from getting his butt kicked, to
Wait.
Oh my god!
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
to the people hating him, right? So it's like, okay,
It's like it's a
from the
like
whole
they changed
kaiju
the view
scene,
of it.
he doesn't even stop the kaiju, bruh. because the Justice Gang comes in and they take care of the Kaiju.
He's more concerned with saving people.
Yeah, he's more concerned with saving people, and two, I mean, he didn't need them. Like, isn't that the point? He didn't need them.
He was like struggling to lift it.
And it's just like, just give me a moment where I can say, yeah, that scene where he saves a girl, that's it. That's the scene. That is entirely the scene. There's no build up to that scene.
There needs to be build up to him saving someone on the street.
Him, like,
wow.
It was supposed to be like
I'm
a last.
confused. You can't.
It was supposed to be
You
like
wanted
a
to be in
last
slow
second save,
motion
that was
or
the point.
something. I don't know.
He even saved a squirrel too, by the way. I'm just saying.
Where's the build up? Where's the build up?
It was supposed to be like a last second save. Like that was the point.
Yeah. We'll continue on with this.
There is no resolution to that scene. He doesn't say, hey, are you okay? It just cuts to the next thing.
What do you mean why?
We don't need to see that.
Yeah. Gunn is trying to put so much in this film that's what it feels like. Cut. And it's like, yo, you gotta give us time to breathe, bro. That was a cool part.
Wait, hold on. Wasn't that with Hammer of Arabia, where he's like, he's right in front of a building? Actually, no, it is in the kaiju fight.
It is in the kaiju fight.
Breathes fire on him. He blocks it with his hand, and then he turns around and he asks if they're okay, and then we get the hey buddy, eyes up here, and then he
exactly.
That's true.
Oh yeah, didn't he did he
in the movie?
Exactly.
Did he shield like himself to protect people too during the kaiju fight when he breathed fire? Yeah. Okay.
He did.
Let's stay here for a moment. Let's stay here just for a second. But he can't do that because he has to explain the parallel universe. He has to bring in Luthor. He has to tell, well, how does Luthor fight Superman? Well, then we also have to bring in, there's a subplot because he's in works with this person to do that. But then we also have the Justice Gang. We have to find out what's going on in the Justice Gang. Who's the Justice Gang? It's just all over. Then we have Lois, right? But then we also have Lex Luthor's girlfriend. Then we have Ultraman. But then we also have the engineer. And it's like, bro, what, fam, we didn't need this. We don't need the engineer at all. It could have honestly been Lex Luthor and Ultraman. Ultraman being like Lex Luthor's bodyguard or whatever. That's what it could have been. Everyone else was superfluous. It didn't add on to the film. And what kills me is that there are moments in this film that I can't blame, Corn Sweat for. He's great. You can see through the garbage writing.
What is
this? The garbage editing.
Garbage writing. The garbage writing.
The garbage directing. He's a great Superman.
I'm sorry,
There's
y'all.
something
Can
there.
catch me up?
He
I
just
got
needs
kicked
to
off my internet for a second.
We're just he's just rambling.
Script. He just needs the directing. He just needs the music to all be in sync, and it wasn't. And I feel like everyone on this film failed these actors. They failed them because there's something gold here, and it's just overlooked by Gunn's goofiness of he can't handle serious moments. There's serious beats that are powerful, bruh. When Superman in the trailer, he's saying, hey, I'm just a regular person. I get scared. It's a powerful beat right there. It's a powerful beat. And it's overshadowed by Gunn goofiness. And it's like, bruh, come on,
the Guardians movies are the same.
When Crypto just ragdolls Lex, I think that was just kind of unnecessary, and that did kind of take away from the moment that just happened.
Agreed.
I disagree.
That and then the Dimensional Eve thing.
Lighter moments, in
wait,
tandem
which
with the heavy moments.
You're wrong.
Wait, which moment? If you don't
It was when Crypto was beating up Lex, and they just cut the seriousness of the scene.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
It was kind of stupid.
I get that point, yeah.
And then the Dimensional taking away from Clark talking to Lois, kind of overshadowing it in the background.
Yeah, I didn't like that either.
Yeah, no, I'll give you that.
This point, he gets 1 point for this.
Yeah, no, I'll agree to that. I mean, I know it's still kind of funny to me when because Crypto's being Crypto, but yeah, I'll admit that I understand that point, so I'll definitely give him that point.
Yeah.
I like it because it's funny, but also it does take away the serious tone, so I will understand that completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just got tired of it. That's just me. Many people may find this film funny. In the theater I was in, I had someone literally walk out third act. The dude walked out of the movie. He didn't return. No, that's a lie, because he returned for the credits. he returned for the end credits. which is a nothing burger. When I mean it's a nothing burger, it's not like, oh, I'm just hating. I mean, it's a nothing burger, fam. Like, literally no point.
That's,
There's
like,
no
literally
real
true, though.
big Superman moments. What you see in the trailer of him spinning around, that's really what you're looking at. I mean, this movie is it's a trailer movie. And I hate to say that, but that's what it is.
Trailer movie?
All the best parts
What does that
are in
mean?
the trailer. There may be
That's a
people who
bold
enjoy this,
statement.
and God bless you, right? Really, genuinely, God bless you if you enjoy this film. Because I don't know, I would have to get a lobotomy to enjoy this film. Genuine.
Like, is he implying that everyone who watched this movie are half-brained idiots?
I don't know. Well, he goes crazy on his Twitter that got suspended over this. I wish Kyrito was here to hear that. God damn.
Oh my god. Kyrito does have a lobotomy.
I love how he's making, like, he's talking, like, normally, and then out of nowhere, he just says, yeah, if you enjoy this film, you're a lobotomite.
I want to see that
That's
again. That's
funny.
funny.
This, and God bless you, right? Really, genuinely, God bless you if you enjoy this film. Because I don't know, I would have to get a lobotomy to enjoy this film. Genuinely. I'm not trying to be funny.
Literally
I'm not
the
trying to be
craziest
insulting.
thing
But
out
I
of
would
his
have to get a
mouth.
lobotomy to
Please
enjoy
use
this
that.
film.
He
I would have
doubles
to
down.
watch this movie drunk. Like wasted, intoxicated. I would have to be under some type of influence, some type of substance to enjoy
I
this
guess
film.
normal people
And
aren't allowed
it's
to
weird
like this movie.
because I'm seeing a lot of people saying, oh, I loved it. Oh, I love it. It's a fresh take. I like what he's doing here. And I just feel like I'm being gaslit, right? I just feel like, am I crazy? And am I, am I insane? Like, what? Did we watch the same movie here? And there are beacons of truth when I see like a Jeremy Johns, right? And he gives his take. There are beacons, even Angry Joe. I'm like, okay, all right, okay. Even Tyrone Magnus, I'm like, okay, right? Okay.
This dude did
there
not
are other
seriously
people
just
where I'm
cite
like, okay,
Tyrone
I'm not
Magnus.
crazy. That right? I'm not crazy. I'm just being gaslit by a bunch of shills and by a bunch of people who, they just like farting in the
looks to
bathtub
Tyrone
type of
Magnus
humor.
Dude fell off ever
What?
since he went down the anti-woke fight line.
Rewind that. I need to make sure I heard that right. Hold on. What
That
the
right? I'm not crazy. I'm just being gaslit by a bunch of shills and by a bunch of people who, they just like farting in the bathtub.
Where's the famous line of him?
I'm screen capping this frame and just be like, I know what I'm gonna say. Twitter.
No, oh my fucking god! He did not just say
This
that.
film is for people who like farting in the bathtub.
What
I don't know what's funnier, that or the fact that he thinks he's being gaslit.
Or the lobotomy comment. Jesus Christ.
SK, please
This
use
is
the
a fucking
lobotomy
gold-
clip in your next
I
video.
think you need a
Oh,
lobotomy to
man.
watch James go. I think you need a lobotomy to watch Zack Snyder. That's what I think.
My God. That shit's hilarious.
Again, next time you get your local lobotomy.
Type of humor.
You might enjoy the
and
movie
that's
better.
fine. That's okay. If that's where the movie industry is going, by all means, knock yourself out. It's not my cup of tea. Not what I want in a Superman or a DC universe, but if that's what the audience, the general audiences want, then so be it. Get your money, all right? Gunn, get your bag. DC, get your bag. That's my video review. Like I said, if you want to see a longer, lengthier, more vibrant review of me leaving the theaters
Dude, I can't
and
imagine a
my
review more
immediate
colorful
reaction
than
to the
this.
film, you can check that out. Otherwise, that's it. Hope you guys
He's
enjoyed the
gonna
video.
go crazy.
If you
I
saw
honestly
the
wanna
movie,
watch
let me
that on
know.
my
If you're
own.
going to see the movie, I'm curious what you guys, have to
Oh,
say.
Kyrito, you're back. You gotta see this. I gotta show you this.
Oh no. Oh no.
Two moments.
Oh,
Two moments I need to show you,
no.
Kyrito.
Oh no.
It's like cut. But then we also have it didn't. You can see through the directing. There's so rattled by people because he returned. Fam, like it's a trailer movie. God bless you if you enjoy this film, because
All right, right here. All right, Kyrito, just listen. This part's hilarious.
best parts are in the trailer. There may be people who enjoy this, and God bless you, right? Really, genuinely, God bless you if you enjoy this film, because I don't know. I would have to get a lobotomy to enjoy this film.
That is no fucking gold.
That's a classic. That's gonna be a
I
classic.
can't.
That's gonna be a classic. We gotta.
That is a
we gotta quote
classic.
That, like, we gotta
I
quote that
can't.
now. That's perfect. What we gotta do.
I think I have
It
to
gets
get a
better.
lobotomy.
You gotta get a
I think I
lobotomy.
have to get a lobotomy to watch more Lucas videos.
Like this movie.
Who is this guy?
This is the amazing Cuckus.
It gets even better. It gets even better, Kyrie.
Genuinely, and I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be insulting. But I would have to get a lobotomy to enjoy this film. I would have to watch this movie drunk, like wasted, intoxicated. I would have to be under some type of influence, some type of substance to enjoy this film. And it's weird because I'm seeing a lot of people saying, "Oh, I loved it. Oh, I love it. It's a fresh take. I like what he's doing here," and I just feel like I'm being gaslit. Right? I just feel like, am I crazy? And am I insane? Like, what? Did we watch the same movie here? And there are beacons of truth when I see like a Jeremy Johns, right? And he gives his take. There are beacons, even Angry Joe. I'm like, okay, all right, okay. Even Tyrone Magnus, I'm like, okay, right,
Tyrone
okay.
Magnus.
You know, there are other people where I'm like, okay, I'm not crazy. That right? I'm not crazy. I'm just being gaslit by a bunch of shills and by a bunch of people who, you know, they just like farting in the bathtub type of humor.
What? Gaslit by a bunch of shit. I want to point this out. He says he's being gaslit by a bunch of shills. That's unironically the same argument the Snyder cult's using.
Oh my god. They just like farting in the bathroom.
I am slamming my table so
He could have just said
hard.
the movie's
Ow.
bad. He didn't need to say all this. But he did.
Man.
But that wouldn't be content.
Didn't have to call enjoyers of the movie
That's a
lobotomites.
That's a good one, Lucas.
But yeah, that's
I'm gonna
that's
use
Lucas
that.
for you,
Oh
Kyrie.
my god.
I'm gonna use that in
Oh
real
my
life when people
God.
talk to me about MCU Spider-Man. I'm just gonna be like, "You're like in a lobotomy and enjoy this."
Damn.
I can't
And-
even.
I didn't
Instead of-
think
instead
the
of-
MCU Spider-Man was that bad. I mean,
Instead
they were-
of the No Way Home doc, I gotta just tell them that instead.
they're like
Instead of No Way Home doc.
entertaining, but not good. They were entertaining.
You
Oh
gotta
man.
get a
Writing was
lobotomy.
bad.
You gotta get a lobotomy
Okay.
to enjoy MCU Spider-Man.
So guys, we all agree. We all agree that we are all gooning to Lucas videos, right? Every single one.
Oh my. I mean, you might be.
Every
You might
single
be.
one.
You might be.
No, SK, I caught you, bro. I caught you.
SK though.
Oh.
We gotta
SK, why? You're a little obsessed. You're a little obsessed.
I think
Yeah.
you are. I think
You're
personally, I
posting
think
him on
that's you. I
Twitter.
think
You got
that's
you.
you're in a
obsession
group,
with-
you're in a
Lucas
group
is a little-
chat with him. Like I think you're trying to like something's happening here, man.
Ah.
I think that we were all mistaken. We assumed that it was Colin you were after. It's
Uh-oh.
actually Amazing Lucas. That fan art was drawn incorrectly.
No
He's
way.
Lucasing it.
I
He's Lucasing it.
can't. I can't.
Wow.
What
okay.
did I just watch? What did I just watch?
You
watched
watched a
political brain
masterpiece.
rot
That's
does
what you
to it.
watched.
You watched what political brain rot and Fox News does to a fully grown man.
Mind you, he looks like 23 or something, complaining about a superhero movie.
He looks
does-
30.
He does
He
not
is
look
30.
23.
I'm pretty
What
sure
do
he
you-
is 30.
Looks
Isn't
23
he 30?
to you.
Bro, I'm
He looks like he's
21. I
40
do
years
not look
old.
anywhere near that age.
He looks
Does
You
anyone
definitely-
23 have that much
definitely.
hair?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, that much hair. I've seen people in high school with bigger beards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really?
Mind you,
I've seen
mind
PJ.
you,
I've seen PJ.
grown
So
ass man,
I've seen PJ.
grown ass man. Sorry, grown ass man complaining about a superhero movie.
Okay, bro. Well, we're not gonna use that argument.
honestly, thinking about PJ, if he like went bald, if he went completely bald, he would look like Big Ben Donovan from Friendly Neighborhood.
Oh my
Welcome
god.
to the
Oh my
woods.
god.
Welcome to the woods with intelligence.
Why are we even speaking of that coward, bro? He wouldn't even debate you.
Welcome to the woods.
What if well Creeper, what if we go to Wayne Manor after the stream and we drag him?
We drag him
Oh
in.
god.
Yeah.
He'd probably start.
Welcome to
He'd
the
start using
woods.
his Nazi rhetoric again. Start trying to convert
Who?
us.
PJ. He's making fun of PJ. Damn. The amazing Lucas and unbridled praise. Yeah, that's crazy. Well,
I was half
late,
expecting him to
so
say Lex
I'm
Luthor
gonna-
was right the whole time.
I'm gonna end this right here. But yeah. Once again, disagreement day. That's gonna be next week, and could be Friday, could be Sunday, Saturday. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. For Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Four's gonna be better than this.
We're not watching. No one gives a fuck about Fantastic Four.
Whoa. Yeah, exactly.
And by no one, I mean I'm projecting myself, of course, because because like Fantastic Four, I imagine it's probably gonna be bad just because the MCU has been on such a spiral that it's like I can't trust anything.
All right, pal.
But
Well,
maybe
SK, I'll watch the movie as someone who reads Fantastic Four
good.
comics and like really likes them. I'll tell you if it's bad. If I
Okay,
tell you,
all
it's
right.
good,
You know
yeah.
what? You know what, Creeper? You be the judge. You be the ultimate judge.
Adaptation argument? Question mark? Wow.
Well,
all right.
even
That's
as a
crazy. Is that my
movie,
brother's actually more interested in
Kai-
seeing Fantastic Four than Superman.
Kyrie